This is the original esport racing game. This is iRacing.
The framework of storytelling tells us to build to a crescendo. We must reach a climax towards the end of our tale and bring the audience to the edge of their seats. How does a racing series do this with the final stage? Well, a good choice would be to take everyone to the Nürburgring and challenge them with the longest race of the season. We'll see who is crowned champion by the end of today as we get ready to watch the 10 hours of Nürburgring, the final round of the DGFX series. And you'll see it all live here on the Global Sim Racing channel and the iRacing Esports Network. Hi, I'm Joe Peak, and with me in the booth is Stefan Schlacher. Behind the scenes is our director, the Dr. Amjad Yaman, and he's using cameras provided by Dougie Beard. Steph, about the only thing that could take this over the top is if they put the cars out on the Nordschleife. But I think the organizers have at least some sense of mercy because today's race takes place on the Grand Prix course.
Also from me, guten Tag aus Nürburgring. A track with a history like no other, beginning life in 1926 as a connection between the Süd and Nordschleife that could actually be raced, popularly known as the Betonschleife. The Grand Prix track went through a lot of alterations to come to its current layout, finalized in 2001. As Joe already said, this 3.2 mile 16 turn track is a great one by itself, but it sadly always will be overshadowed by the great giant, the Nordschleife. Still, the Grand Prix track is not to be underestimated as it bears its own challenges that need to be mastered in today's 10-hour race. So let us demonstrate you the challenges offered by the circuit today as we take you on board our GSRC lap guide.
Alright, we've got Stefan Schlacher in the GSRC 4 GT, so let's do a lap around the Nürburgring. Down into How Cook, this first corner will see a lot of attempts at overtakes, but it's an incredibly sharp hairpin, so it's easy to get tangled up with your opponent if you're not careful. This leads you into the Mercedes arena, which is mostly made up of slower speed corners. It'll take patience if you get caught up behind a slower car through here, because unless you're significantly faster, it's unlikely that you'll get by. Eventually, this last chicane takes you back onto the main circuit, but there's a lot of runoff that's considered fair game to the outside, so expect to see a lot of drivers use every inch and then some. Heading down to Valvoline, it's not as common for anyone to manage a pass into it since this downhill turn takes more speed than you'd expect. If anything, it's best to use it to set up for Ford, which is probably the more important of the two. As the track continues to drop in elevation, you can see ahead that we're coming up to the Dunlop hairpin. If you got a bad exit out of Ford, expect your opponent to go onto the attack into here. There's not much special to it. Like a lot of hairpins, you simply square off the exit to give yourself a nice launch. Immediately you'll be switching sides though because you'll need the widest entry possible into the Schumacher S. It requires a little lift on the entry, so expect it to be mostly single file through this section. From there, you're now speeding towards 11, and this is another spot where a pass could happen from time to time. The paved runoff to the outside of the exit will really tempt you to carry more speed into it, but it's much more important to get the car off to the left and ready for Bilstein. If you're slow off of here, it's going to make you a sitting duck. It's a long, flat-out run through the kink and up the hill to the Vidal chicane. However, it gets sort of interesting in this little left-right jink. This is the endurance layout, so it's much faster than the Grand Prix version, which is tight and promotes overtaking. Passes will need confidence, maybe a nose ahead. From there, you've got a short burst up to Coca-Cola. It's another one where you've got to focus on your corner exit because you're now back onto the pit straight. Most drivers will be eager to set up a pass down to the first corner, so momentum will be critical. But hopefully you've now finished a lap around the Nürburgring. "10 hours of those laps here today, but before we get to that, we have to cover an hour's worth of the qualifying. We start out with the GTM class, which is out on course right now. At the moment, we've got Adrian Refnez. You'll have to help me with that one, their staff. currently on the pole for the AM class here in the GT cars for PCDC Motorsports Red. Team Vikings Midgard giving them chase. They're about 2/10 behind. Qualifying here doesn't look to be as frantic as some of the other tracks. This is a relatively long lap around this circuit, Steph, so I have to imagine they're not going to have too much trouble in 15 minutes to try and find a little bit of space out there.
Yeah, no, as you said, it's a rather long track, it's a rather wide track, so finding space won't be an issue here at all. Maybe you will be able to get some draft of someone. We'll have to see that if someone tries to do that, especially sister cars. But apart from that, no trouble expected in qualifying in pretty much any of the classes, especially when we go to the LMP ones who have the least cars, just like in real life.
And as we mentioned, a 10-hour race today, so they've got a lot of time to race. So my other question for you then, Steph, is sometimes we see, at least here in sim racing, drivers who look to stay out of trouble at the start to try and get to the end cleanly. Is it advantageous to maybe sandbag a bit here in qualifying to put yourself towards the end, especially in this AM class, to try and maybe give yourself space, or do you still want to be as high up as possible? Because, I mean, 10 hours is plenty of time to try and climb through the field.
I've said it already multiple times, and I'm going to say it again. Qualifying always is important, no matter the length of the race. So you still want to be as high up as you possibly can reach. If that's first in class, perfect. If that's third in class, doesn't matter. You still want to be up there because it ensures you that you will have your own strategy played out for you. If you want to have to save some fuel, then you can do that. If you want to try and attack first already off the bat, then you can do that right away if you're up there. So obviously, maybe you will see someone sandbag, especially if you're already on the lower half of the field. Then you might see someone do that and stay out of some troubles, or just, you know, have that space if some troubles are ahead of him, that he can just slow well down and safely get through that without having to risk anything.
As we take a look at Marcus Niskanen, currently out there for Usagi Racing, sitting 5th in his class. Now, the 302, which sits on the pole, the PCDC Motorsports Red car, is one of the ones up for the championship. We'll go over the points in a little bit. They are putting themselves in a good position to try to take this one home. The other one fighting for this, the 394, also fighting for the championship, is looking a little bit farther down, in fact, a lot farther down. 14th for AVA for Vatic. Currently, Anders Christensen is in the car. And we should note that the driver that puts in the fastest time in qualifying has to start the race. So these drivers that you see out there will be getting in the car as soon as qualifying is over to take the pace lap and get things kicked off. And up at the top of your screen, you saw that the 302 put in another fastest lap to extend the gap now to 3/10 over Team Vikings Midgard.
Yeah, and PCDC, they didn't put in a practice a time at all. So yeah, we didn't have really a benchmark for them, but as you said, right now already 3/10 away from second place. And AVA Veratic, also quite interesting as we watch Thomas Grendel go through the Mercedes arena. Their fastest practice time is 5/10 slower than their 50.7 that they already put in. So AVA right now looking very off-colored.
Well, gonna have to get themselves sorted out here soon. We've seen at least a number of cars that have gotten decent times in, but also quite a few that are having their laps discounted due to off tracks. That's the nature of the sim, in which you cannot have an off track during your qualifying lap or it is thrown out. This is Christensen coming around for another lap. Let's see if this one will be put on the board. It does, but it's not faster. Yeah.
And this is now going to be his last attempt because we're already within the 1 minute to go mark for this class.
Really got to hustle now. They're certainly putting themselves under the gun. This is Sven Brotz in 10th place for the Falk Autotech Sim Racing team. Trying to get themselves up a little bit higher. Everybody at this point starting that last lap, as Stefan mentioned. So this one will count, and the next one should. Oh, no, it won't count because he just crossed as the checkered flag was flown. So that might have been the last one. It was awful close, and that was his fastest lap at a 1:49.1.
Did improve by 4/10 there, and right behind him was Thomas Grendel. Let's see what he was able to do. I think he actually didn't finish his lap. No, he didn't.
Dale Talk for Black Sheep crosses with his fastest lap of 1:49.8. That puts them up to 11th. A couple other cars heading into the pits on their final lap, so they're going to abandon this effort. Next one across is going to be Jean-Philippe Vide. He sits in 12th for Road Bastards Omega, coming through that fast WEC-style chicane of the circuit. And then the Coca-Cola hairpin. What has he got underneath him? The fastest time for this car right now is a 150 flat. He's way off the pace, so this is not going to be faster for him.
And everyone else behind him drove into pit lane, so this qualifying is done.
That brings us to the point standings for this class and the Pro class. So let's start with the GTE AMs. You can see, as we mentioned, the number 394 currently up at the top and only 8 points. This is the closest fight of all 4 classes. PCDC Motorsports, the number 302 car, in second place. We've actually had a few changes since the last round in positions. You can see there in 4th and 5th, Usagi Racing 333 and Fisher Motorsports 334 have both jumped up 2 positions each into the top 5. Pineapple Racing, who's been pretty consistent, is in 3rd. Let's take a look at GTE Pro as well. Graphite Racing 292 leads them. It's quite a bit more distant here in the Pro class. 20 points separate them from German Sim Racing 251. Lux Sim Racing Podcast 288 as a whole 32 points back, so they cannot catch first place. Instead, they're in a close battle with Fitzy Motorsports 277, who have jumped up 5 places with their last finish. Same thing with Luxim Motorsports, up 2 into the top 5 within reach of 3rd place. And we've already got qualifying taking off here, Steph, and our GTE Pro cars have taken to the course.
Yeah, indeed. And one thing I just want to point out, in the GTM Championship, we have in the top 5 all 3 manufacturers in there. So it really does put this into perspective that you can say what you want, but the GTE BOP is just spot on. Because otherwise you wouldn't be able to see all 3 manufacturers up to this point in those top 5 here. Especially the top 3, every single car in there is a different car. You have the Ferrari, the Porsche and the Ford. Here, not so much Ford. I think they had to miss 1 round. And in another round they didn't really manage to do that well. So we only see the Porsche and the Ferrari in there. But still, 3 Ferraris and 2 Porsches in the top 5 for GTE Pro, as a big cloud comes over the track.
Gonna cool things down. We haven't mentioned the weather yet, actually, and currently it is 77 degrees on the track, 65 air temperature. So up in the Eifel Mountains, it's expected to be a little bit cool here, and I believe they've set this in April, it looks like.
Yes.
So ideal racing conditions, grippy conditions. Cars just about starting that first lap now, or at least getting the first lap not on the board, but kicked off as we watch Christian Frank for Team Heusingveld. And I'm glad you mentioned the BOP, switching over to Salveson for Team Vikings. And that's something to remember in this series, especially because they've gone to a variety of tracks. Obviously, they're a little bit limited because they can't go to anything too small, but between places like Barber and tracks such as this or Monza, I mean, it's such a variety of styles of layouts for these circuits. So I think that just goes back to prove what you were saying, in that you're going to have some cars maybe stronger at some tracks, but they're not going to be strong at all of them.
No, not exactly. Like we watched the Ford earlier, and that car known for its top speed, so it's gonna be better on obviously top speed corners or top speed heavy tracks, and you know, be like Barber. That's not a good track for that because it doesn't really like to turn that much. So yeah, and then we have the Porsche here. Obviously excels in low speed turns and also in acceleration. The Ferrari, it accelerates in very well. Not as well as the Porsche, but it is really strong in fast sweeping turns on like road deadlines, so it really is good there. It will be interesting to see how the BMW will fit into that scheme, but yeah, my hopes are very high for next season in DGFX.
Is big a good quality to have?
Yeah, obviously, because you can up more of the track, so overtaking is going to be harder.
This is true. This is true. Sergio Medina going to set the fastest lap as cars start to cross the line. David Barraclaw, Torque Freak Racing Corkscrew, known to be pretty fast. Let's see what he's got underneath him as he crosses. Nothing right now because that lap did not count for the Torque Freak car. Nacho Yarnos, his first lap, 1:49.7 on the board. Time streaming in. You could see the green starting to overtake the yellow. All the green cars on your timing and scoring on the left are going to be your pro class. The yellow are going to be the AM class. Miguel Vigo now up to the top for Alpine Stars Geodesic Black, the number 255.
And yeah, they're right now about, what is that, 200th of a second in front of the German sim racing car. Kinetic Racing, they are 800th of a second behind German sim racing, and that's about a 2/10 gap to the 302 of PCDC Motorsports, right? So your GTM leader is still right now in 4th position.
And again, in case you can't remember from the chart that we showed you a little bit earlier, it is the 292 and the 251 cars that are fighting for the championship in this pro class. As far as where they sit in qualifying, 251 is definitely at an advantage. That is Sergio Medina, who I said was the first to take pole, but he's been bumped down to second. They are just setting a second lap now, but it's not faster for the number 251, so they're going to pause the car out on track, come into the pits, and get it down with another set of low fuel. Give it another run. This is Julian Bell in the 292, still sitting in 8th after his second lap across.
Yeah, he did improve by a little bit, but yeah, it didn't bump him up at all. As someone just jumped up in the field there. I didn't catch who that was, but someone improved quite a bit there on position.
I think it was the 222, the Black Sheep Motorsports car. Joshua Berner, I think, was in the machine for that
Bannister.
one. Or Bannister. A little early in the morning. My eyes are still not quite working fully here. So, Jean-Marc Tremblay sitting in 11th for Speedworks Racing Team, coming towards the end of the lap, down to that long run towards the Vidal chicane. This is an out lap for him, though. You can see on his timing, a little bit long already in that Porsche. Now, with that being a much more open chicane than what Formula One runs, is that still a good passing opportunity, Steph?
Yeah, it is. It's just a bit harder to overtake, obviously, because you take so much more speed through it. But generally, if you can get to the left side of your competitor, you have the better line through the chicane and should be able to carry out that pass. Obviously, you still can be able to defend if you're caught out on the right side, but it's gonna make it ever so harder because that right-hander, for some reason, feels as if it is smaller and a bit sharper than the left-hander, even though it isn't. But just because of the angle and the speed you're gonna carry, it's gonna be way harder to do anything on the right side. If you can, though, stay side by side, you're obviously going to have the Coca-Cola Kurve and be able then on the inside to defend your position.
Ewan yet to put a lap in, unfortunately. At least a lap that counts for Torque Freak Racing. He comes around the final corner. Let's see if this one will count. It looks like it does not. Oh, no, it does. 1:49.4 for 26. A long ways back, unfortunately, for that team. Looking at Team Vikings once again. Salveson down in P16 for the Ragnarok team. Around Coca-Cola. Their fastest is a 1:48.8, and as they cross the line, they improve to a 1:48.3. That's good enough for 7th. A big jump.
Yeah, a great jump for them. But I think he still isn't 100% giving everything. Looked through, especially the first sector, a bit of a safer lap there. So yeah, maybe he still has something in there. We'll have to see.
Neil Milton for the 289, still down in 22nd. And as you can see, they will be mixing up the Pro and Am. That last lap a little bit faster for Middleton. That'll get him up to 19th. This is our pole sitter, though, the Geodesic car, who has been very strong. Geodesic Black. Got themselves a nice bit of clean air. That's if this car ahead of them does not slow at the end of the lap, at least.
Vigo known for being a good qualifier, and he shows it again as German Sim Racing GT actually puts up a fast lap time by 11 thousandths of a second. But let's see if Vigo can come back here, as that either was an outlap or an off track.
Wow, so German Sim Racing showing on their home turf that they've got the speed by 1/100th of a second. This looks like it's going to be a tight fight today if that stays where it is. Spencer McCarthy and the Geodesic Gold car. Currently the 256 sitting in 4th. So both Alpine Stars Geodesic teams faring very well today. They have certainly attracted some talent to that team. I'm sure the pretty well-known sponsor name does not hurt. Bjorn von Wendt coming around, just starting a new lap for Team Hoisingfeld in the 248. So where's the 292 since we last looked at them? Have they been able to improve at all? Not much. They're still on 11th. Julian Bell for Graphite Racing is about to finish a lap. Oh, and it is an outlap, though. We haven't gotten the 1-minute warning yet, so they've still got some time.
Should be getting close, though, to the 1-minute warning, if I got my timings right here. So yeah, probably just 2 more laps for everyone here that just crossed the start-finish line.
Watching him work his way through the Mercedes arena. One of the slower portions of the circuit. It's easy to get those off tracks with all that paved runoff, but that one looked clean for Bell. And then it gets to open up as it works its way down towards Valvoline and then forward.
The paved runoff actually isn't as much as a problem as actually the right hand or the inside curb is much more of a problem, because if you take too much of that curb, you can actually quite easily get an off track there, because the connection of the Haug-Hakung that then obviously goes into the Haug-S, that connection, you can actually take that track as an extension that won't give you an 1x. So yeah, the inside much more troubling than the outside, as he's already at the Michelin Kurve. And yeah, just about halfway through this lap.
As we ride on the tail of this Ferrari. And he lifted as we rode on board, so unfortunately Rudolph not quite flying yet. He's going to give it another one, maybe slowing up to back the car up and cool the tires slightly, get a fast one on the board. 251, who is fighting for the championship, is our pole sitter once again. If you're just joining us here in the GTE Pro qualifying for the final round of the DGFX series, Season 6 has proved to be an exciting one. Love the paint scheme on Medina's car there. Guessing that is a German eagle on the car then.
I couldn't tell you. I'm not a bird expert.
He works his way around Dunlop, the far side of the course, and then you have to come all the way back. It's a long, thin track here, uphill through the Schumacher S, taking a lot of curb. Is this Ferrari pretty compliant with the curves? My experience, because I've driven the Ford, and I know that one tends to be a little bit sketchy if you get aggressive on those.
It depends on how aggressive the curbs or the bumps are, but normally it is quite good over the bumps. But if I remember correctly, the Porsche is actually better over aggressive bumps than the Ferrari. So yeah, what it really doesn't like is big compressions like we have in the NGK chicane, like Sergio just found out himself with a big slide through there. As we have 1 minute remaining in this session, so this will be his last lap now.
And interestingly, I just poked my head over to the 292 team, and I saw them coming out of the pits not long before that 1 minute remaining was announced. So I don't think the 292 will be able to get another timed lap in. If they're just coming out, that means they are stuck down in 11th. This is going to make it a very difficult task to overtake for first in the points championship.
Oh, and I just have some news right now that I have to give you. The 327, the Pineapple Racing car in the GTEM class, they will have to start from pit lane because of an unsafe rejoin in qualifying.
Ooh, that won't go down well with the team, I'm sure. This is our second place geodesic black, as the checkered flag comes across just when they cross the line. Good enough for pole. Oh ho, the fight is on, and it's by 2/10 over Medina, who has no way to answer. Fourth place McCarthy, as well as third place Vandergucht in the 283. Well, the 283 is actually going to abandon his lap, it looks like.
Same as the 256.
Is McCarthy. Is anybody going to finish their lap up towards the top of the field? Everybody behind them has come in. That is all of them. So, our field is set for the GTE Pro class. Let's take a glance at the LMP2 points now. Team Heusingfeld leads up at the top, 17 points. It's going to take quite a bit for V Apex to overtake them there in second place, the number 101 car. And then it's quite a few points back to third as well for Fitzy Motorsports. They are not able to win this in the Fitzy Motorsports Fighting CRC car. They are able to take second, however. They are a bit closer to the fourth place team. The Nomad Sim Racing number 102 could be fighting them for a podium position in the points. You can see jumping up one position, German Sim Racing number 169 has managed to reach the top 5, only 3 points back for Nomad Sim Racing. So very, very close fight there for a top 5 spot in these prototype style cars, who you can see have lined up at the end of pit lane, waiting for the pits to open for their 15 minutes of quali. These cars, a lot more downforce on them, so as you would expect, getting clear air a lot more important. The clock ticks down, and race control getting on the mic, letting them know the pits are open, and now they can go, and they are eager to get out there.
Poor Cone gets murdered already for the first time here on pit exit. I think one of the HPDs was actually turned off and they didn't realize that, so it caused a bit of a Cone killing situation there, but everyone is damage free and they're now driving out. Biggest problem right now for these guys is going to be getting those tires up to pressure, because they were standing for quite a bit there in pit lane. And with these cold track conditions, still only 27 degrees Celsius, or let me see, that is 80 degree Fahrenheit for you Americans, freedom-loving people out there. Yeah, it's still quite cold for this April afternoon.
I've been corrected. It is double points today. So those teams that were 30 points behind actually can manage to take the championship. That opens it up quite a bit. So it makes it all the more interesting and exciting. Double points for double distance, I suppose, compared to their 6 hour, well, not their 6 hour races. I can do math, I swear. 6 times 2 is not 10.
Not quite 10.
Yeah, no, not quite. We're watching them work on their warm-up laps. Yeah, it is increased in temperature out there just a little bit. It was 77 degrees when they started the GTE Pro qualifying. Not a significant amount, but that temperature going to be changing quite a bit. 10-hour race. It'll start at noon virtual standard time, Steph, which means that it is going to be well dark by the time they see the checkered flag around here.
Yeah, and Nürburgring, as we all know, in the new build, they did start to add the more surrounding lights. So some parts will be lit up, like start, finish, straight, and the Mercedes arena. They have parts where it's lit up, also out, especially up to the Valvoline curve that we're coming up now. That's lit up, but especially the lower parts of this racetrack and then back to the NGK chicane, that is completely dark. So these guys will have to rely heavily on their headlights throughout the later stages of this race.
I saw a little chatter on that too from the drivers saying how dark it gets in the portions that aren't lit up. Question is, how is that going to affect multi-class racing? You can only see so far ahead, and also be able to tell what car is behind, because unlike what we used to have with the GT1 cars, these GTE cars, they have white lights just like the prototypes, don't they?
Yeah, the only cars that still have yellow lights are the GT3 cars. And even there, it only has to be a fraction of yellow. So obviously the thing with yellow headlights is that they are not as shiny as white headlights, so visibility isn't as good. The real problem I see is with this class, because the HPD has the most aggressive flash ever created. So yeah, you can really get caught out by an HPD flashing you down a straight or into a turn.
I guess they need a little bit of a seizure warning on the car or something. But Ronnie Fantini currently has the fastest lap as the first few put a time on the board. That's Hoisingveld's 1:11, but they're not done with the first lap quite yet. They're still streaming in, making sure that nobody's going to be able to overtake them on the first time by. Yep, that is it for the first lap for most of our cars out there. 1:11, the fastest on the board with a 41.9. Black Sheep 1:87 with Peter Anderson Schmidt Fjellmeyer. That is a mouthful of a name in his LMP2. Only 3 100ths behind.
Yeah, it's rather close at the front and then really drops off towards the end. I've also watched NAB racing. I don't know what that strategy was there, but they really slowed down before the start-finish line and only put in a 150.363, being right now in 40th overall.
Well, maybe it's like I was mentioning before, they're just trying to get themselves a little bit of room on track. You can see it's wide open up in front of them. They've got nobody closing in behind. So Marco Derricks deciding if it wasn't a good lap, just get myself some clean air and run on my own for the rest of qualifying. Fantini's second lap did not count for him. Looks like Peter Feldmeyer is going to come across soon to take his second lap. He's blinking a bit, though. Hopefully that connection issue does not discount the lap. Oh, we got a new pole sitter, though. Looks like World of Sim Racing team IVRA Estefania puts it up there with a 41.8.
Yeah, Spanish team that one, if I remember correctly. Showing great qualifying speed as they're once again a bit of a cloud cover on the track right now. The track temperature, by the way, since I announced it, it's already back down to 73 Fahrenheit. Obviously, the sun is getting lower, the track is getting right now covered by some clouds, so that really can change quite fast here. And that also changes the speed of these cars and the grip that they have quite a lot, and obviously the cooler to a certain degree is always fast.
Yeah, I understand they've gone so far as to take into account weather patterns in real life, and I don't know how familiar you are with the Eiffel area, but is it like a lot of places in spring where it can vary wildly between temperatures? Could we see it heat up significantly and then cool down pretty quickly around here?
Yeah, that's Central Europe pretty much in a nutshell. Weather can change, especially the Eiffel is known for its sudden changes in weathers. So we have seen multiple occasions, doesn't matter VLN, 24 hours of Nürburgring or Formula 1, you can see quite some extensive weather changes in just a matter of a few minutes on this track. So it just always is going to be like this. It's Nürburgring, and it seems like they even translated that into iRacing.
Glad to see their attention to detail has not waned. Fantini, who has been bumped down to second, takes another dead lap, unfortunately. That one does not count. Gonna have to circle around one more time. Still got a 10th to go to catch up to the 151 car. Third place driver just exiting out of the pits. Fjellmeyer came in for another set of fuel and probably tires. Avdoka comes around for a lap that does not count, still sitting in 5th place. We're waiting on one car in this group to be able to set a lap. That's the 103 Team Vikings Fenris out there with Martin Tylgaard in the car. And I think he's coming around now. I'm not sure if this is a timed lap or if this is an out lap for him.
This was an out lap. He just took a very wide line and really cut in at the last corner. Now goes on to his first fast lap of this session. Track is now down to 72 Fahrenheit. So yeah, track is cooling and cooling and cooling, and I think he was waiting for that.
Working his way through the Mercedes arena. I love this camera angle all the way down on the nose. Gives you a good sense of the speed of these cars. Downforce that they can carry through those fast corners, taking all of the track down towards Valvoline. Braking hard into this plunging left-hander. And then it continues to drop and drop and drop all the way down to the Dunlop hairpin.
Obviously, lowest point on this racetrack, the Dunlop Chiare, I think it's called. Yes, it is. So, yeah, going up back, the Schumacher S, obviously, bit of a tricky there. The first, the left-hander with that high curb on the inside. Stays away from it, all the way to the right side now. Through Michelin corner he goes, and coming up now to the fastest portion of this track.
And on screen, we just saw the 113 put it a 141.8. That bumps him up to the front row, and that lap's not going to be a good one, as he does a nice little pirouette and then continues in the Haug hook. This is Tylgaard once again, watching to see them get a timed lap in around Coca-Cola. That looked clean through there. Team Vikings has put in a 142. That's good enough for 6th. Mid-pack for them.
Yep, mid-pack right there. Starting the second half of this field of 10 cars that we will see today in the LMP2 class. Gonna be interesting what he can put up now as the sun is back out and the track is already getting hotter, already back up to 75 Fahrenheit, the track temperature. So yeah, just shows how fast temperatures can change here.
May have missed your window if you were waiting for a cloud. This is Fantini for Huysingveld, sitting on the pole, trying to extend the gap. Doesn't really need to. It's a half second between himself and the next car back, but he's on a flyer anyways. And
what did you say?
Does make it faster. My goodness.
Make that 8/10 now between, no, 6/10 between Team Huysingveld and World of Sim Racing team, who just put in a 141.6 there. Ika Stefania putting his team into second place. Will Black Sheep Motorsports be able to answer? Yes, they do. They are now in third, a 141.769, putting Fitzai Motorsport there from second to fourth in just a matter of a few moments.
Well, there is some debate on if equipment makes much of a difference in sim racing, and I guess Huysingveld's pedals, whatever the case, doesn't seem to be hurting the number 111 team. This is Nathaniel Schramm and Team Challenge Racing down P7. Their fastest a 142.3. They've just about hit the end of the lap here, coming through that Vidal chicane. They're not on a flyer, though.
Team Vikings, though, they put themselves into fifth place with a 141.9, which would have been good enough for third place just about a minute ago, but now only good enough to give themselves one position over the Luxim 24 HPD.
Estefania and the World of Sim Racing still has 5/10 to go to try and catch up to Ronnie Fantini's Huysingveld 111. Is this going to be able to do it? We haven't got the 1 minute warning quite yet. Around the final hairpin, onto the front stretch, foot to the floor. Let's see what they've got. A 141.3, which is good enough to improve, but not the position. They're getting closer. Fjellmeyer into third for the 187, but it wasn't that last lap. It was the one prior, a 141.7 on that car's previous timed lap.
ECDC Motorsports Green jumps one position from 9th to 8th with a 143.5, as we see the Luxim 24 Motor F podcast to come over the line for their fast lap, which didn't count.
Looking to see what other close battles we have in qualifying. It's only 6 100ths between third and fourth. That's Black Sheep Motorsports 187 and the Texans Fitzy Motorsports car. I'm not sure if this is supposed to be Texas or if this is a European team.
Team Challenge Racing, which we just see on our screen, improves their position up to 6th from a 9th. And I think that's a bit of a wordplay for Fitzy there, as they jumped up into third place with a 141.606.
Good lap from them, just as we get the 1 minute warning. Fantini still out there working, and Estefania actually has a chance to respond right now and get another lap in. This one, a 141.3, just a couple hundredths quicker. It's still not going to do it. They've got 3 more tenths to go. They're finding pace, just not enough of it, Steph, and that's it. They're going to abandon the lap, so they cannot take pole.
Yeah, one last effort there. Still some great charge for them, just not enough to catch Ronnie Fantini in that Huysingveld 111 HPD as he comes around to complete his second last lap, or potentially last lap, depending on how much fuel he has left.
That one not faster, 41 flat, which actually was that pretty clear. Yeah, that was incredibly close to their fastest lap, about 100th shy. Checkered flag is flying now. So first car to finish their qualifying going to be Nathaniel Schramm in the 6th place number TCR, followed very closely by Black Sheep 187. Now, both of them going to abandon it though.
Oh, and Black Sheep Neil hits the wall there on the pit entry, as Fitzy is now going to be the next car to potentially go into pit lane.
Nobody wants to finish a lap here, even though the checkered flag is out. Martin Teilgaard, who managed to finally get a time in, is up to P5. They haven't set one since. Could this be another flying one? They're really pushing the limits of the car all the way to the edge of the track. Maybe a little wide around that final hairpin. The number one out of 3.
Yeah. That was too much there on the exit, just having... Or he pushed too hard and, yeah. The lap counted, though, so he just probably...
wasn't happy with it.
Yeah.
David Meek, I think, going to be able to finish this lap, and then that'll be it for our qualifying.
No, Ronnie also has a chance behind him.
Oh, that's right. Well, he's our pole sitter, and that's already been decided. At this point, it's just insult to injury. As he crosses,
well, there you go.
And it is insult to injury. Another faster lap of 40.9. The only car in this class to break under 141. That takes us to the point situation for the big boys, the LMP1 cars. Kinetic Racing, number 83, is 16 points ahead of GT Temple, number 17. Then you can see Speedworks not far behind as well. And as was mentioned, double points. So Speedworks Racing Team definitely in this one. So is Element Sim Racing. In fact, all of the top 5 could yet overtake Kinetic, but it's going to be a lot harder for Element Sim Racing 77 as well for German Sim Racing at number 11, who both just recently jumped up to the top 5, just as our drivers in LMP1 hit the track. These a lot more complicated cars, Steph. The hybrid systems, I have to imagine, make a huge difference in lap time.
Yeah. It's about 400 HP that they have more with that hybrid power enabled. So yeah, it really gives you a lot of speed, especially because with the hybrid power, they're then basically four-wheel drive cars. So it really gives you a lot of benefits. And before we go much more deeply into the qualifying of our last class, the LMP1 cars, I once again have to report that we have 2 more penalties coming up out of qualifying, and that's for the 108 NAB Racing. Both penalties are, sadly, 1 for illegal tow, 1 for unsportsmanlike conduct. They have to start from pit lane and have a 30-second stop and hold penalty to serve in the race.
Ouch. Well, I don't know if it's consolation, but NAB was last on the board for the LMP2, so I guess you can't really hurt too much when you are already at the back of the field. This is Guarcia for Wyvern as we ride on his nose, working through the Haug Hook.
One thing I just remembered, I didn't look at it because I looked at the race control decisions because those 2 penalties were popping up. But how well mixed is the LMP1 class with Porsche and Audi? Because that would actually interest. Could we bring that back up, that championship standing for the LMP1 class on our screens?
We don't quite have the graphic here, but I can pull up the points for you, as I've got that in one of my many tabs. That is currently...
So we have 4 Porsches in front of an Audi, so not as well mixed up, but that's also because kind of like the Audi is a bit the unloved child in this class, because it is harder to set up, especially with that hybrid power, because it has such a different farming from the Porsche. But that should actually be a bit easier to do here because of the big and many braking zones at this track, as we are on board with an Audi actually. Stefan Schukowski in a German sim racing car.
Just finishing the first timed lap, I believe, and Guarcia going to be the first one to put a time on the board. So as the rest of the cars come in, Marius Valliokas for SRT goes a little bit faster, goes onto the pole. Magnussen up to third. Nobody been able to overtake that number 29 car quite yet. And the only driver to not get a time in at this point is Jungbluth and number 17. Everybody else has one on the board.
Yeah, Jungbluth really gave himself some space there to do his lap in his Porsche 919 Hybrid as he goes over the line with a 35.004, putting himself into 5th place.
Tells you the difference in speed that you've got between this fastest class and then the GTE cars. GTE cars getting across a little under a minute 50 around here. So nearly 20 seconds faster that these LMP1s will be circulating. We're going to go by a lot of lapped cars over the course of this race. Can't stress enough, traffic management going to be very, very important. And that's actually something that we haven't discussed quite yet, Steph. Are there any particular spots that you found in multi-class racing around here that could be pretty hairy for these cars?
The Mercedes arena can get a bit hairy, especially between that short little stretch between turn 2 and 3. But apart from that, not really. No. If someone really tries to force the issue, then they can do that, and Michael Schumacher is. But apart from that, this track is wide enough, and the flow is great. Passing zones are vast, so yeah, lapping really shouldn't be an issue here.
That's good to hear. Modern circuit, modern ability to host multi-class. A lot of drivers having a bad second lap. I'm assuming they're just recharging on those or just having an off track. Right on board with Ribolo. Let me see if anybody's now on a flyer for their third one. I'm assuming we'll get a few. I believe Kinetic number 83 just crossed the line right now. Also not going to count for them.
Kind of interesting how every single car that did try to put in a second lap all had that lap discounted.
Now, can they actually overuse the batteries to discount the laps, or is that automatically?
No.
Does iRacing stop you?
You have a deploy maximum amount of deployment per lap, and that always resets at the start finish line. Gotcha. So you can never overuse it.
So Brandon's next lap for the Wyvern team going to be a little bit faster, but still in second place with a 34 flat. So we switch over to 4th place Ribolo, and the number 2 car across the line for the red and black machine. Not going to be faster.
Next up should be German Sim Racing LMP1 in 5th place right now. The 11 car there with a 34.9. Let's see if they are able to put in a faster lap time.
As they cross. Nope, this one not going to count. So their third lap going to be the blank for them. A little bit at odds with everybody else. This is Magnussen and the number 83 Kinetic, our points leader. What does this third lap bring? A 33.8 is fast enough for the front row.
Improved himself by 0.3, but he's still about 5.5 tenths away from that number 29 sitting in pole right now.
Well, that means the number 41 of Wyvern Racing is pushed down to row 2. They're still out there running. So they've still got time, but looks like lately it's been a lap on, lap off for most of the teams trying to put in qualifying times. This would be a lap off if they're following that pattern, but we'll wait and see if they're in a hurry to try and keep ahead of their rivals.
Speedworks actually had the third lap also discounted. So maybe they're on a fast lap here. We'll have to see, as Wyvern ahead of them has an off lap, so they're following that pattern.
All right, who's coming in behind them? It's one of the smaller classes, so most of these cars are an off lap, but it's easier to keep track of everybody. Let's see.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Speedworks. German Sim Racing, they're putting a new faster lap time in by 2/10. Not improving their own position though. Speedworks, they have now 3 laps in a row that wasn't counted for them. So yeah, really having issues, everyone here, with off tracks.
Yeah, there's only been one timed lap for our pole sitter, but that's all they needed for that 133.2. Marius Valiokas, number 29, who we ride on board with currently. That Speedworks team heading back uphill out of the hairpin. And they're going to get a little bit of traffic, though. This is Jungbluth and GT Temple. They're going to try and pull off, let them go. Nice job. Not wanting to get a penalty for hindering another car during qualifying. As you can see, the stewards are not afraid to make sure that everybody is playing nice out there and hand out penalties if they feel they see misconduct. Wyvern Racing comes around. Can they improve for this number 41 car? A 33.8 is faster, but
not fast enough.
9/1000ths. Wow.
And Speedworks actually improved their lap time, as you can see on top of your screen, 1:13.2.808. So they're now nearly 1 full second ahead of second place.
Wow. Crushing the field right now in qualifying. Julian Ribolo out of that final hairpin. This should be a fast lap, but it does not count. An off track for them means that they unfortunately have got to cycle around one more time.
Yeah, and they only have 4 minutes left on the clock there, as Element Sim Racing Fire put in a new fastest lap for them, but that only improves them from a last to second last with that 34.9.
Magnussen, second place for Kinetic Racing, the Velocity car, the number 83, around that hairpin, across the line, does not count this lap as well.
No, I thought to myself there he was super wide on that exit, going actually on the gravel, and that was just too far on the outside there for Matthias to discount that lap.
Time is ticking down and running out here in qualifying. There's only so many more they're going to be able to get across the line. You got to clean up your act if you've been getting those off tracks. This is the Wyvern Racing car that we ride with. They are on an out lap. I was also watching Jungbluth's GT Temple. Did not set a faster time, unfortunately. Stay last in their class. Who else do we have coming towards the line? SRT team, Marius Valiokas. Not going to set a time since that was one of their off laps. And Wyvern Racing, DGFX. Oh, no, they are just starting the lap, actually.
German Sim Racing is gonna come to the line now, but I think they're also on an off lap. Let's see. Yeah, they are. They're already at 1:37. So
I think most people setting up for that final run, it looks like. About the only car not following the pattern very closely is number 17, GT Temple. That's Jungbluth, who I mentioned before, out there trying to get himself a bit of clear space. Letting another car by, so this one going to be another slow lap. This is on board with Wyvern. It's Guarcia. We saw him go by the red and black car of GT Temple. This should be a fast one. Their current fastest lap at a 1:33.8. They sit in third on the second row.
Oh!
Whoa, that one's not going to count.
way too aggressive there on the first curb, actually hitting the reinforcement, as I always like to call it, and completely messing up the car there as speedworks are coming through the last turn as the Cloud once again moves over the track here.
And the bad news is for the Wyvern team, with it being under a minute 30, they can't get back out for a flying lap. That is it for them. Third place is the best they'll do. Valioka's going to finish their qualifying as well.
Yeah, with a new fastest lap now being 1.2 seconds ahead of the rest of the field. So really putting on a show in qualifying here, that number 29 car.
This is the Kinetic Racing car we're watching cross the line. That one did not count, but they've got enough time for one last flyer. Are they going to take it? That's the question. We're going to stay on board with the number 83. They are currently in second place, trying to take the pole away. The car ahead and the car behind on the timing sheets have both headed to the pits.
Meanwhile, just report Element Sim Racing did improve their lap. They're now 5th. They jumped German Sim Racing with that lap, but they are still 2/10 behind Simatok and gave up their last lap.
The clock ticks down. The checkered flag about to come out here in qualifying. So this is it for Matthias Magnussen. The pressure is on in the final round of the season here for DGFX. So we watch him work his way through the Schumacher S, clean through there, glancing the curbs up to the Michelin curve. The left-hander taking you downhill towards Bilstein. So far, so good from what we've seen. I haven't seen an off track. It's been looking clean, but is it fast enough? That's what counts. He's got a second, over a second to improve over SR Team USA. Around the final corner. He's got to go 1.1 seconds faster, and as he crosses the line, Magnussen puts a 1:33.7. That's only a 10th faster. That is not going to be enough. He will stay in second place, and that ends our qualifying. That brings us to, we've got one more car going to finish. Can't forget the driver's a little bit farther down. This is David Soranzo, sitting in 4th place. He's a whole 1.7 seconds back from our pole sitter, so doubtful that he will jump to the top spot, but he could still improve his position. No, he will not. Well, 34.6 is not faster. That brings us to introducing Sean Ambrose, who joins us for the race coverage. Welcome aboard, Sean. But it also takes us to the qualifying order as we run down. And
well,
Sean?
good morning, guten Tag, fellas.
Certainly. Welcome to the Eifel Mountains out here in Germany. Qualifying order has been set, so going through, we've got SRT Team USA on the pole there with a whole second over the next car back, and then Kinetic Racing Velocity in second place. Wyvern Racing DGFX will start P3 with Simatok Esport Jade rounding out row 2 and 4th. Element Sim Racing Fire will be 5th with German Sim Racing LMP1 DGFX starting P6, and then the last of the LMP1 class, GT Temple Racing with Jungbluth hopping into the car. Sean, what's the LMP2s look like?
Joe, let's take those real quick. Team Heisenfeld there will start 8th in the 111 on the pole, right next to World of Sim Racing Team there in 9th. In the 151, Fitzy Motorsport Fighting CRC, the 113 will start 3rd. And then we go on down the field. Black Sheep Motorsports in the 187 is going to start 4th in the field there. Team Vikings, good qualifying effort for them, lands them in 5th. Team Challenge Racing starting 6th in the 114. Lux Sim 24 Racing Podcast, Joe, they're going to start in 5th. And PCDC Motorsports, I got to get that off my tongue. That's the 7th place start for them. German Sim Racing in the 169, they'll start 8th. And NAB Racing will round out, the NAB will start 10th. German Sim Racing back there was 9th. NAB Racing will start 10th. There you go. LMP2 class 10 cars.
Well, and I'll probably have to apologize, right, because we will not be able to get all GTE cars through here before the green flag falls, but I'm gonna try my best. Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing Black in first, right beside German Sim Racing GTE. Kinetic Racing Speed will line up in third place, Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing Gold in fourth, Team Heusingveld number 278 in fifth place, PCDC Motorsports Red, your leader in GTM in sixth place in class Virtual Motorsports, lining up in 24th overall. Black Sheep Motorsports number 222 is there in 25th. Team Vikings Ragnarok, Team Heusingveld number 248, Graphite Racing GTE, Team Vikings Midgard, Speedworks Racing Team West Usagi Racing, that's another GTM car there lining up besides Fisher Motorsports. Talk Freak Racing, Corkscrew and Blanchimont round out 33rd and 34th overall of 53 total cars. Pineapple Racing number 360 in 35th. Team Bushwing Racing Green, Luxim 24. Both cars actually in one row here too. In 37th and 38th. Fuck Tech Sim Racing 311 in 39th. 40th will be World of Sim Racing Team Junior as the front of the field starts to roll off here and get close to the NGK chicane.
You see the last of the starting grid on your screen. The Porsche pace car now, excuse me, the Porsche pace car now heading in and releasing Marius Valiokas to control the field. 10 hours of racing here for the finale of DGFX in Season 6, and it kicks off now. SRT Team USA LMP1 immediately gets on the loud pedal and streaks away up into the lead. A little bit of a challenge into the first corner as Matthias Magnussen tries to look around the outside of the Haug hook, but slots back into second. It's clean around the first hairpin, so let's go to the LMP2. Sean?
Fantini was on the hammer out of Coca-Cola, and he's going to lead him down here in the one. Everybody looking to slot in behind him, a fight with the vodka, and Estefania there. Oh, 3 wide. Look out.
But I think they're clean through. They're still battling a little bit side by side, but we've got to jump down to the GTEs. What are we looking at down there?
Well, Miguel Vigo was fast to get the hammer down. There was a bit of a checkup later down in the field because of someone trying to jump the race. Oh, as German Sim Racing and Geodesic get together, and that's chain reaction there in turn 2. Lots of cars involved there, as you can see on the bottom of your screen. Now going into focus here. Bit of a messy start for GTE, but apart from that, everything is clean and too wide.
Let's take a look at the replay on that, exactly how this started. Oh, Barraclaw just in the wrong place at the wrong time, went straight into the nose of the Alpine Stars car. Or, excuse me, no, the German Sim Racing car.
Yeah, I think he got a little bit loose there, giving himself, turning himself into the German Sim Racing cars. Going to the onboard with Talk Freak Racing, David Barraclaw.
Just almost climbed on top of him.
That was close on going full roof there. One thing we have to point out, this shook up especially the PCDC Motorsports Red, who was leading their GTM class. They have heavy damage to their cars. They spin out yet again in a Michelin Kurve. And yeah, they really have a lot of damage to their Ferrari.
Yeah, so apologies that we can't get pictures of that at the moment. But it has been messy in the GTE class, but it's been relatively clean, both in the LMP1 and LMP2 classes. Marius Valiokas still leading the way. They had good pace in qualifying, and that's showing in race pace so far, Sean. They haven't scattered away from Wyvern quite yet. In fact, I'd say the top 2 are the ones that are really pulling a gap on third, it looks like.
Well, yeah, they are. They've started to gap Kinetic Racing Velocity there just a little bit, Joe. But like you said, the battle in both the LMP1s and the LMP2s right now is what we've seen here in the opening laps, drivers getting to business. Everybody in line, nobody fighting side by side at the moment. I think right now settling in, getting these cars a little heat to the tires, and driving your line. I think that's premium right now for both of these classes as they speed their way here around for another lap. Marius Falok is still in the lead there for SRT.
And that's a good point about getting heat in the tires. We were talking a little bit about the weather. It's been somewhat cool today. It's only 75 degrees on track, and you can see we've got a lot of cloud cover coming through yet again. That's been on and off. We got a little trouble in the LMP1s. This Hundhedge and Jungbluth, Element Sim Racing and GT Temple coming together in Haug Hook.
Yeah, Joe, and poor Fabian Jungbluth there kind of just gets in there at the end. No place for him to really turn when he got there, off exit.
Yeah, it looks like that started with Hundhedge getting into Ribolo, going around the outside. Ribolo just understeered a little bit and couldn't get it turned in, and unfortunately, it was Hundhedge who came out the worst of the two.
It's a bit of a hip check, is what we call that in hockey.
Oof, not a good way to start 10 hours of racing. But, Steph, they always like to say, or at least I've always heard this phrase a lot in endurance racing, if you're going to have a problem, have it early.
Yeah, indeed, you want to have your problems early. Problem 3, though, is the Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing Black leading in front of Tommy van der Gucht there in his Kinetic Racing Porsche. Third place, still that Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing Gold. They gained on the start up to the first turn of Hagen 3 positions. So a very great first lap for them. And then they sadly had to come together with the German Sim Racing car. But your top 2 in the GTE class, just as in the LMP1 class, spreading out from the field behind them.
See quite a string of these GTE cars, and they will be caught relatively soon by the LMP1s, but they've got a little bit more to go. We've jumped back to Marcus Niskasen, who is currently our leader in the AM class.
Yeah, and you were talking about the LMP1s soon gonna catch the GTE cars. Well, Marius Valiokas, he is already just a few meters behind the first car in line for his lapping spree in the GTE field.
We ride on board with our LMP1 leader, gets one, and he gets another, but that's going to check up. Rory Collins actually forced a side-by-side situation, which causes Brandon Guarcia to have to lift and squeeze through them. Very costly in terms of time, a whole 1.5 seconds behind the LMP1 leader just for that one small issue. Oh, and yet more side-by-side racing up ahead of him. Ooh, Guarcia just not catching the brakes, and in fact, it's actually putting him under threat from Magnussen. In third place, our current points leader in LMP1 giving chase now.
Magnussen looking to the inside here, Joe. He backs out of it a little bit. Still gonna, yeah, he's still right on him. A lot of traffic to get in. They're fighting side by side up right in front of him.
Past the Pineapple Ford, there's a lot of battling that they are coming up on. This now is the fight between Owens and Wildenauer. Wildenauer going to give way as another peek to the inside from Magnussen. That kinetic car is in a hurry as he has to weave through the traffic. Torque Freak car has to get out of his way.
Yeah, and on top of the GTEs that they're lapping, they're also getting closer to Niels Hundehegge, who did pit with Fabian Jungblut after their contact in the Hagen. So these two cars had to come into pit to repair their cars, and they're now gonna soon get lapped by your LMP1 leaders.
Meanwhile, taking a glance at... oh, and what happened to Felmar here? And the LMP2 class is just taking a look at the leaders there for a moment. He's had some problems, and it looks like the Mercedes Arena.
Several cars, Joe. Marco Derrick's also caught up in that. You see him slide off first. He backs in to that one car that went screaming off the track.
That was Nathaniel Schramm for TCR. Tried to go the long way around. This is from onboard Fellmeyer that we're watching. But Schramm tried his best as we come back live to avoid it and just couldn't get around. Got turned 180 degrees. Number 114 back running once again in 8th place, hopefully without too much damage.
Yeah.
Also being chased by Fellmeyer himself.
Yeah, Fellmeyer trying to get around now. I don't see much damage on the car, Joe. That was the first thing I looked at. I think TCR is going to be okay with that, although it does seem like Nathaniel is struggling with the handling at the moment, so there could be some under-tray damage there when he hit the curb backing up over there.
Ooh, can we go to the LMP1 leaders? Because, oh my goodness, they are in a bunch of cars, and it has caused Wyvern to run down SR Team USA. It is an absolute traffic jam as they start to reach the top spots in these GTE machines. And it is getting frantic at this point, having to literally weave back and forth between the slowest class.
Yeah, and right ahead of them, as I said earlier, Niels Hunehegge of Element Sim Racing Fire will be the first LMP1 car to get lapped by your LMP1 leaders.
Right on board with second place, the Wyvern car with Brandon Guarcia. Looks like that bit of ground that he was able to gain has been lost yet again. Quite an ebb and flow.
Joe,
that is not the leader right ahead of him.
Schukowski just has a big incident here a moment ago. Into Vidal got caught up in multi-class traffic.
Let's see. Oh yeah, just got turned absolutely around. Who was that he narrowly avoided there? I'm gonna have to try and find.
That was I think that was Sven Brodz.
Yeah, that was Sven indeed. The Falk Autotech 311. We're going to watch from on board. Sometimes racing takes a little bit of luck, and Sven timed this just right, letting him through. Woohoo! With a whole 9.5 hours left to go, that'll put your heart in your throat.
Well, the opening stages of this 10-hour race have not lacked any excitement yet, guys.
Not at all, as the LMP1 leaders are now going through the top 3 of your GTE class. Still the same 3 cars, but they now got spread out a little bit. And some very interesting development between the Element Sim Racing car and the Speedworks Racing team, as once they got lapped, they lapped themselves back and held up Marius quite heavily and backed him up into Wyvern Racing. So Niels really fighting to stay on that lead lap right now.
Down in your class, so we've got some excitement for 4th place. Roy Dieterin currently being chased by Christian Frank. As they come down to the Hal Cook, they just got passed by most of those LMP1s. Not quite close enough for the Heusingfeld 278 to make a dive to the inside, but certainly applying pressure.
Yeah, and they're getting closer and closer. Same thing with the P... I stand ahead of them, P2? Yeah, that's P2 actually. Spencer McCarthy is getting closer to the rear of Tommy van der Gucht. But obviously we have this closer battle there between Roy and Christian. Battle there between a Ferrari and a Ford. Sorry, a Porsche, not a Ford. Going down into the Dunlop kit now.
Working their way around and back up the hill. Fine Racing Gold working hard to stay with the back of the Kinetic Racing Speed Machine. Things finally, I think, calming down just a little bit. Everybody getting their own piece of track here in the Eifel Mountains. 53 cars is a lot to squeeze, even out here. We got a battle for 7th in LMP2, who we haven't watched a whole lot of yet.
Yeah, Joe, we do, and they kind of gotten caught up right now. It's Oliver here we go, Chemison for German Sim Racing, leading the Black Sheep Motorsports car right now, but they had gotten kind of caught up with the traffic in front of them with David Meek and, well, the slower LMP1 of Fabian Jungbluth, who is off the pit stop. He was one of the 2 LMP1s that had to pit early because of that incident we saw.
Hjelmeyer disposes of Kimisat pretty easily, moves himself up into 7th place. Next on his list, going to be another 2 seconds ahead, PCDC Green with David Meek in the car. A bit of a battle going on for the AM lead, just as important down here in the GTE cars. This is the likes of Grendel chasing down Niskasen, who has not given up the lead yet.
Yeah, you're saying it. They had a little bit of a battle there with Black Sheep Motorsports, the number 222, which they lost out to, and now they're starting to get under pressure from Team Vikings Midgard as we get a race control information here that the number 108 of NAB Racing in your P2 class has gotten a 20-second stop and go penalty for causing a collision.
Yeah, that is Garrett Portlever, who will be having to come in. Now, I assume they probably will appeal it. You never know. Maybe they'll just accept it and serve it, especially this early in the race.
Black Sheep Motorsports there with one heck of a save there in front of Usagi Racing. Now they're under pressure though from your GTM leader, that little bit damaged Ferrari ahead of them. But they're able to stay in front here at the NGK chicane. But for how much longer, that pressure is starting to mount and mount.
And this is quite high for our AM leaders, I have to say. 9th overall in the GTEs. Got a great run, defensive move from Josh Bannister, but only a half-hearted one as he lets Niskasen down to the inside of the Haug hook. Clean move to the inside. He puts a car between himself and 2nd place in the AM class.
And now very important for Thomas Grendel to also get past Joshua Bannister fast in that Ferrari, because it seems like he is hurting on the straight line.
Riding on board with Grendel. Got to be a little bit frustrating to know that there's a car of the same make in between you and the leader that you really want to battle. As they come down through Ford, he gets a great run off the corner. He's going to look to the inside, and I think he's going to be able to make easy work down into Dunlop of the likes of Bannister. Around the inside, Bannister fights back though, using the banking of Dunlop to good effect. Not good enough. Finally, he slots in behind before the Schumacher S.
Yeah, you were able to see there through the Dunlop Kere. It's actually quite easy to go around the outside because of the high banks that this corner has. Also an update on the Geodesic Racing Gold car. Their incident with the German sim racing car got deemed as a racing incident, so they escape penalty-free from that incident.
Yeah, I think it'd be hard to put blame on one person on the very first lap of the race with that much of a mess around you. We've jumped back up to the battle for the lead in the LMP1s. It's still Valiokas up at front. Brandon Guarcia and Wyvern in 2nd place has been dealing with the likes of Magnussen, but in all that pressure that he's been experiencing... Oh, excuse me, no, that's not Magnussen behind him. That is that a lapped car? No, that is an LMP2, excuse me. That they have gone by.
And Joe, while all that was going on, Christensen had trouble for AVA. That car spins in the middle of heavy traffic, everybody having to just bail and get out of the way.
Watching on the replay. Is this in the Schumacher S? Oh, he had some help.
Oh, yeah, maybe just a little, or maybe even a little neck coat, Joe. I don't know. It was awful close.
And that's one of the danger points that we spoke about in qualifying. You really shouldn't force something through the Schumacher S, because the GTEs need all that room that they can get there to really take some serious speed through there. And yeah, sadly that LMP2 tried to push the issue and sadly netcoded with the IVRA car. They're our championship leader right now.
The NAB car of Marco Derrick serving a penalty, the number 108. In and out.
Texans 50 and Team Vikings going at it, just clearing some traffic, but it has closed the gap. Delgard all over the rear wing of Avoca at the moment, Joe.
Coming down towards the end of the lap, through the kink, up towards the Vidal chicane. Riding on board with Delgard, giving chase on Avdoka. You can see in the red and white LMP2 just ahead, flying through that final chicane and on to the front stretch, squares off the corner. Let's see if this is enough to get him a run, Sean. Oh, and we've had some problems in the GTE. Stephs, what's happening?
Yeah, Florian Denzler there tried to make the pass on a 222 of Black Sheep Motorsports, miscalculated the gap, and sadly tiny little bit of netcode between the two, and spins both of the cars out. And they have to wait a long time as we go into replay. There you can see the contact, and then
second hit. A third hit as he tries to get going, but there's a pineapple in his way.
Only just now the Pineapple Racing car 360 made that 360 and is back onto the right direction of circuit, but they seem quite damaged on that right rear.
Seems like survival and keeping clean going to be a big part of today's race. We've already seen multiple cars. Oh, and we had someone off. Bannister.
Pretty sure that's one of the designated toll areas.
It is indeed.
They can use. Now I don't remember, does this still bring out a full course yellow?
Nope. Since they've moved over to an area where they've deemed safe for the marshals, they should not need a tow. But we've got, a big incident. Brian Bennett for Alliance Racing, one of our GTE cars, the number 212. Off the track out of Michelin.
Self-spin there, took too much speed into the turn and then overcorrected there as we go into replay to show you exactly what happened.
You're going to see it snap on him, guys. This is just Brian's going to get really lucky here. It doesn't damage the car. He may have going over the curbs, but he hit the curb and it snapped back on him and over the curb. Hopefully that doesn't bring too much damage to the bottom of the car.
And that is a team I expect to handle this multi-class situation very well. The Alliance team, known for their presence in the majors, obviously, pretty experienced with large fields and multi-class racing and long events as well.
Yeah, but now it might be the first time where it gets a bit more hairy because we're in the middle of both lap hangs. The LMP2s are the first time around to lap your GTE field, and the LMP1s are down for their second time of lapping these GTEs efficiently.
On screen, we're watching the battle for 5th place. This is Christian Frank trying to hold back the likes of Jorn van Hunt. And they're also, is that a position ahead of them as well? Yes, it is. Roy Dieterin. So a battle for 4th even.
Yeah, those two Team Heusingbelt cars, they really closed into virtual motorsport. And this might end up being a tag team duel there. Just Roy not having his tag team partner with him. So this might start to be quite a battle in just a few corners' time.
That's Jungluth behind them, trying to come through and lap these cars without interrupting the battle, but also make time himself. He's waiting patiently through the slow portions of the Mercedes arena. One, but only one. And he's going to have to split 5th and 6th. Now he gets another. Christian Frank letting him through. This split up the battle just slightly. Did bring in the likes of Team Vikings Ragnarok to the tail of the train. So now it is a 4-car battle for P4.
Yeah, and earlier on I mentioned a battle starting to develop for P2, and that actually split up again. Van der Gucht found some pace again over the likes of Spencer McCarthy in his Geodesic Racing Gold car. And he's actually getting closer again to the black car in front of him. Oh, Youngblood nearly spun there through that turn here, but kept it together.
I think Fabian wants a do-over on today. It's not started off well for him, unfortunately.
Well, the good news is he's in 6 out of 7 in his class, so he's not last place. That belongs to Hoonhedge, who has had quite a bit of problems at the start himself. This is the battle for the AM lead once again. Looking at Niskasen and Grindel. Niskasen in the dark blue car, Grindel in the white and black.
Niskanen still defending his position there, but they really stretched their gap over the 222 until they had that incident with the pineapple car. What is the next car in line for them? That's way ahead of them, and that's actually Kim Salvesen of the Team of Vikings Ragnarok car that is in that 4-car train for P4.
Even still, this is all the way up to 8th and 9th for 1st and 2nd. And the ammo was a little look to the inside from Grindel. Doesn't quite go off, but clearly hoping to try and take P1 away in the AM class. Another duck to the inside is fruitless into Valvoline. Coming through Ford and down the hill. Let's see if this is a good enough run. That doesn't look like it to me. Had a couple whiffs of something for the lead, but he's going to have to back up and try again later.
Maybe Ika Estefania might help him here. Let's see what he does. He goes to the inside, so he won't help him here at all. Splits up that battle for the second, and Simatok also goes past. Same with Element Sim Racing Fire.
And that actually is surprising because the Estefania was not in a battle for position at that point. So, unfortunately, his hustle has split apart at battle for P1 and GTEM, and Thomas Grindel from Midgard has got to try and reclaim all that lost time.
Behind them, actually, between Julian Bell of Graphite Racing GTE and Neil Middleton, they're right now side by side going into the NGK chicane. Still side by side through the NGK chicane. Now they split up, but that's a 4-5 car battle there for P9.
It's a lot of cars. Look at this. And this is all for position.
It's just a hornet's nest. You got the LMP2 cars in there fighting also. David Meek and Fellmeyer also.
Oh, no! When he gets into him.
And
that is David Meek turned off of the track, having to get it back around with severe contact with the GTE car.
And that's on me.
Was that Tremblay, I think he got into?
Yes, that was Jean-Marc Tremblay there. I actually thought that it's going to be close between the two Porsches there, and then all of a sudden that LMP2 locks up the brakes and, yeah, sadly slides into Tremblay, but Tremblay seems to not have gotten any damage from that on his Speedworks Racing Team West Porsche.
Yeah, watching the lockup on Meek's car, I got to be honest with you, the rear's locked up only, and I'm wondering if that was just a bad brake bias adjustment at some point. That car just locks it up for no reason. It wasn't really braking that hard, but back to the battle on screen.
We're watching Valstrom sitting 13th, giving chase on Tremblay. Jump on board with Kimpson. Sees one of the LMP2s get one of them. Down to the inside, Wallström has a look, coming into Bilstein, and they're going to go 3 wide with the LMP2 car coming through. But it is still a drag race up to the Vidal chicane. A little bit in favor of Magnus. He gets a nose ahead, and the pass is done before they have to force 2 wide through here.
And Trombley actually with a bit of a weird line there, as behind him Kempson takes it, Brötz takes it 2 wide into the Coca-Cola curve, which enables Sam Fitzpatrick there to also go side by side now with Stephen Kempson, and Kempson now in threat of losing 2 positions in just a matter of 2 corners.
It's almost a chain reaction. As soon as one pass happens, it forces another one to break out. They're still a little bit side by side coming through the Mercedes arena, but Fitzpatrick gunning it off the corner and finding the grip finally seals the deal.
Barrowclaw behind also looked to try to take it 2 wide with Stephen Kempson, but he thought better of it. By the way, in this class, Sven Brötz of the Fach Autotech Sim Racing car, the 311. That's your 3rd place driver in your GTM class.
Meanwhile, Meek feeling a little bit like his namesake, it sounds like, as he comes in to meet his crew prematurely.
Yeah, right front damage, a lot of it, and damage on the wing from that incident. That car is going to need a little bit of time. It's down off the jacks, but yeah, it's still a repair going on to the body panels on that HPD.
PCDC popping a little bit back into place as they get the work done. Jumping over to the front stretch, though, on the other side, that battle for second. Vandergucht, who we see just ahead of the likes of McCarthy, having to fend him off. They are losing touch with Miguel Vigo and the Alpine Stars Black. About 3 seconds between them and the leader. This is Estefania going to split them up. He's having a good time getting in the way of our battles today. Yeah, he separates them significantly.
You know, you gotta do your own race, so he is trying to just get away from P3 in class, trying to get closer to the Team Heusenfeld number 111. You can't really fault him for trying everything he can to lose as little time as possible through these battles.
Right on board with McCarthy, despite the interruption, staying within half a second of Vandergucht. Going to get interrupted momentarily once again. Martin Teilgaard, who sits 3rd in the LMP2s, manages to get past McCarthy, but is he going to be able to get past Vandergucht? He's going to have to wait. Splits them through the chicane. Tries to gun it off the corner into the hairpin, but once again just does not have the oomph to get by. Instead pulls the over-under and does not interrupt the likes of Tommy on his way down the front stretch.
Let's see, Michael Evdoka of Texense Fitzy Motorsport. He is right now behind that battle for P2, and he is trying to get closer to Martin Teilgaard of Team Viking, splitting that battle yet again for P2, and he should be able to make a short notice here of Vandergucht going into Valvoline, and yes, he does there. Runs mid-wide, but Vandergucht, with the sense that he is there, leaves in space and goes on to defend his 2nd place from Spencer McCarthy.
And McCarthy gained a lot, though, with Tommy having to go well offline into that downhill left-hander. Sure, that put a little bit of a smile on the face of Spencer. Keeps him within that half a second that he keeps the chase up. We've only covered a half an hour here in the final round of DGFX. A lot has happened.
We've only just begun. I don't think there's any infringement there. We'll be okay.
Yeah, well, we don't
so
need you bringing out
off-key.
show tunes this early. Anyway.
Yeah, it was so off key. I don't think that'll trigger any algorithm, unfortunately. So we're good. Yeah, Joe. Honestly, I talked about how exciting the opening laps were. Things have really kind of settled down all of a sudden. It was like, one incident after another and lots of tight racing, and things have really started to spread out the LMP1 and LMP2 classes. Now, PCDC Motorsports Green did get the car back out on track. They are now just out of the pits. Tom Bridle has taken over for Meek. He's in the seat, and now they will be just a few laps down. They're showing 3 laps down right now as they get out of the pit and back out on track.
Car looks pretty good, too, I have to say. So the repairs that they did seem to have been pretty effective.
Yeah, it cost them about 3.5 minutes, Joe.
Well, time to make it up with 9.5 hours out on track left to go. This is our leader in LMP2, Fantini, who took the pole, has not looked back since Estefania, which I guess we can explain some of his hustle, is in second, but about 6.5 seconds behind goal number 111. He's got some ways to go to try and challenge for the lead, but that could still change when they do driver swaps, and if his teammate has more pace, they try and chase down the Team Hoisingveld 111 car. Meanwhile, we jump back to the battle for 4th place. Roy Dieteren still has Christian Frank close behind.
Yeah, and while we are on this battle, I have to inform of 2 race control decisions. First off, the 360 Pineapple racing car for all you Pineapple on Pizza fans out there. That incident in the Haken got deemed as a racing incident, but trouble for the number 334 Fischer Motorsports car. They got handed out a 20-second stop and hold penalty for avoidable contact.
Bring it up, Pineapple on Pizza. You're intentionally trying to rile up the YouTube chat, aren't you?
Maybe.
Hey, just as long as we don't end up with a banana in the tailpipe at some point, we'll be okay, guys.
So we watch Florian Denzler, 26 overall in the GTEs. One of our GTE-AM drivers still circulating about. We've only had 1 DNF so far that I am seeing. That's PCDC Red that has called it a day. They're currently not out on the track. Iskasen still ahead of Grendel in the battle for the lead in GTE-AM. They have really not been separated since almost the drop of the green. That was the likes of Valiokas, our leader overall, that just went by. Steph, you've been very diligent on the penalties happening out in the stewards. It sounds like you've got yet another.
Yeah, sadly, the 151 World of Sim Racing Team LMP2 car got hit with a 20-second stop-and-go penalty for avoidable contact. And that really throws a wrench into the gears of Iker Estefania there, as he was trying to chase down the Team Hoisingveld number 111.
That is disappointing for that team, considering how diligent they had been.
Yeah, it is,
keeping that
it's
second
a shame.
place.
They've honestly been running really well through traffic. It's a shame that one incident's going to derail things for them. Not totally derail. This is a 10-hour race. I think that's one thing that maybe we've not focused on enough is that, I mean, let's face it, this is the longest endurance race of the season they have, that we have, and a lot can happen in 10 hours, Joe. We've done a lot of 24-hour events to go. Although this is not 24, 10 is still a really long time for things to develop.
And we haven't even mentioned yet, or at least not much, the fact that they do have full course cautions in this road league. And that will bring the field back together, give you a chance to catch back up.
Pete Thicket off track, guys. The number 397, Bad Cactus. I think this was another self-spin.
Let's take a look at the replay.
Yeah. I think he just missed his line coming through. It is 4GT.
Yep, a little bit too much curb. Oh, and he actually hit the wall.
Yeah, nosed it in.
And I hope I'm not tempting fate too much here, but having mentioned the cautions, we've had a lot of incidents out here, but none of them we've seen so far have seemed to be race ending. So drivers have done a good job of getting the cars going once again, avoiding having to throw any cautions here in the first 40 minutes of this race. Battle that won't quit, though. We've jumped to fourth. Go ahead.
And I was going to say, really, that the biggest incident was the one on the opening lap in the GTE field. As we focus on them now, things are getting a little crazy again.
Yeah, you're saying it. Roy Dieterden, he is again under pressure of Christian Frank Jörn von Wendt. He is actually able to close back in that gap to his sister car ahead of him. And Kim Salvesen, he has that lasso out, and he really wants to stay with Jörn and maybe get a little bit of advantage from one of the mistakes that these guys maybe do ahead of him.
I wouldn't think the Team Vikings car would have a lasso. I think they're more of a hammer-wielding team, I would imagine.
Absolutely. Yes. Hammers, helmets, shields.
So we ride on board with Salvesen. Number 201 has been holding on to the tail of this train, but not really threatening them that much. I think he's got to work a little bit harder to try and become a part of this fight, or hope for maybe something to erupt among these three. Dieterden still dealing with the likes of Frank, who is well close behind him. I think we got a no, excuse me, that's serving a penalty. Estefania has come in. We don't need to go to it to serve his black flag.
Yeah, and don't forget, they are not allowed to serve their car when they have that penalty. So you can get deemed twice there if you do accidentally refuel your car.
I'm not seeing any service going on the car.
Little duck to the inside from Christian Frank on Dieterden, but it doesn't quite work. He's still right up underneath that tailpipe as Roy holds the racing line, does not go defensive down into Howell Cook. Is this going to be a move by Christian Frank? He pokes his nose in, but he's not quite close enough as they've got the car of, that was Estefania coming through. Didn't make contact, though. That was Salvesen spinning all on his own.
Yeah, he locked up his rear brakes there. Did spin out slightly, but Haukhagen did help him there. He didn't lose too much time.
I wonder if maybe just out of his peripheral vision, he maybe got just a little thrown off by Estefania coming out of the pits right there. And I don't want to say panic, but maybe just tapped the brake a little bit too much.
Yeah. It surely did seem like that.
He might have had that moment where it's like, oh, I saw him and now I don't know where he's at. He hit the blind spot.
Oh! Iker Estefania overtook Roy Dieterden, had a slide then through the Dunlop carry and backed Roy into Christian Frank, who nearly clattered the back of Roy, who then nearly clattered the rear of Iker. That was a very close call for all cars involved there as we go into replay to show exactly what happened.
We see, and again, he's got to make up time, so he's got reason, but I think the World of Motorsports team is making friends today out on track.
I mean, he's not even completed his first lap out of the pits, and we've had quite a bit of an excitement from the World of Sim Racing team there.
Still haven't hit that first hour.
No. I keep looking up at the timer every now and then. I'm like, well, it feels like we've been on for more than an hour. You guys have. But yeah, it's we will be talking about a pit window here pretty soon, though. I mean, I know the GTEs are just over an hour, so yeah. Oh, battle for the AM lead, guys. And it's done there.
Just like that. All that time building up. This is a bit of an anticlimax.
Yeah, out of the drafter as they enter now the void. There we go. A little bit of blinking there going on for Grendel at the start of this replay, but yeah, just outbreaking the Usagi Racing Ferrari on the into the Haukhaken, and yeah, just a perfect pass for the Team Vikings Midgard car.
Nicely done. They'd say they earned that one with all the time they spent behind the other car. Looking through the field, don't think we've had any scheduled stops, which is to be expected.
I think we might have just got one. Magnussen is in. Kinetic bringing the car down.
Yeah, we're about at the fuel window for these LMP1 cars. Oh, Roy Dieterton, what a save there. Whoa. Oh dear, it's going off there. There was a bit of a contact between two lap cars in front of the pack for 4th position.
Still trying to settle it out behind them as it's side by side down towards the Haukhoek. Johan van Vent on the inside of Christian Frank. Frank gives him space at the hairpin, and he's going to be able to sneak through just as they've also got the likes of Schukowski trying to weave around the outside. Let's take a look at that save.
That was a lucky break for Roy Dieterton, as through the NGK chicane, the two cars ahead of him came together and he had to take it onto the grass over the tall curb, jumps through the grass, and somehow is able to save that Ferrari.
And didn't lose a position in all of it. You can see there's more contact between the likes of Frank and Martinez. Martinez being the lapped car. Watch from above. Watch the orange and yellow machine. Now, he was already all the way to the inside curb, so I don't know if you can blame Martinez for that second contact too much.
I think Frank did think that he is gonna completely lift out of this and that he can take the inside of the Coca-Cola Kurve, which obviously didn't happen, which led to that incident. So a bit of a misunderstanding there between the two cars.
And Magnussen, as we were watching all that action, has been in and out. So where does he return? He is in 5th place, but he's the only car to have completed a scheduled stop. Jungbluth has been in, so has Niels Hundhedge, 6th and 7th, but they still need to come in and make their tire and fuel stop. Meanwhile, we had one of our GTE cars come into the pits for unscheduled. Let's see, I thought. Oh, and the driver that inherited the lead over in LMP1, or excuse me, he was in the lead. Marius Valiokas, SRT Team USA, comes in for their stop. Ribolo is going to follow them for Simitalk Esport Jade. We've got some action down for 2nd place in the LMP2s for one of the Viking team.
Telgard and Vodka going at it right now. Texans, Fitzy, and Vikings, like you said. Boy, Vodka almost pulled off that pass when they were coming through the GTEs now that they've just gotten by. the tail guard able to hang on at the moment. These two still continue to stay hooked up on the track. 27 laps in?
Got Oosterhuis just ahead for the Graphite Racing team. Should be able to easily overtake him. And if the timing works out, that Porsche might split these two LMP2s. He tries to turn in, but then sees there's a second one coming. Almost loses the car as Tilegaard sneaks by. And then also don't forget Fabian Jungbluth back there in the LMP1. He's got to try and overtake these two. Tables have turned from passing a slow car to being passed by a faster car. Jungbluth splits them momentarily. One of the Torque Freak machines stays to the outside through the kink. And just that little bit of traffic from two cars has split up the battle for second by a whole 1 second.
And Wyvern of Racing goes into pit lane to serve their first pit stop of today. I think we still have about 2 cars left that didn't pit yet, apart from them.
Schakowski's yet to come in, and then GT Temple needs to take another stop, but obviously since they've been in, well, not recently, but early, I think they might go a little bit longer, and the same deal with Element Sim Racing Fire. So effectively, yes, we are only waiting on Schakowski for German Sim Racing, and now we're no longer waiting.
So this will hand back the lead to Speedworks Racing Team USA LMP1. That 29 machine leading.
Not quite. Wyvern has jumped them in the pit stops with a short stop, only 20 seconds.
Yeah, it was a
Have
real
they double
short
stinted
one.
tires?
I think they do double stinted tires then, yes.
Yes, they did. No tires on the car when they came in, Joe.
The plot thickens. So Valiokas now down in second for the first time this race. Wyvern up to first for the first time. This is the first change for the lead in the LMP1s we have seen all race.
Yeah, much longer stop for German Sim Racing. They still sit in the pits and are down and away.
Actually,
Schakowski stays in the car.
I think Wyvern's the only team to double stint the tires on this first stop. I'm looking at the time for...
Yeah, same here.
Yeah.
Yep. Pretty much GT Temple has a 59-second pit lane. That is other than Wyvern, the shortest one. But yeah, Wyvern, only car to not take tires on the first pit stop.
So will that risk pay off? They're about 8 seconds ahead of the number 29 machine for now. We'll update you on that later to see if they start to gain on them. We've got a little bit of a fight going on for, well, it was for fourth, but that separated. But now it's becoming more of a battle for fifth in GTE. The 248 and the 278 still right on top of each other. It's Jorn van Wendt leading Christian Frank.
Yeah, and it seems like Frank is the faster car of the two. So we might see a pass developing right now, right here into NGK chicane. Nope, thinks better of it. Stays back behind his teammate.
Both of them whipping through the final chicane. The Huysingveld 278 still stalking the number 248 onto the front stretch. Thought he would get a run because Van Wendt's very wide off the corner. And indeed, he is going to pull a little bit of a toe, but is this enough for a pass? He pokes his nose in just momentarily, comes back to the racing line and stays behind through the first corner.
One thing I have to say, I did look at the lap times, the last 3 lap times for all 4 cars. That's Virtual Motorsports, the 2 Team Huysingveld cars, and Team Vikings Ragnarok. And out of the 4 cars, Team Vikings is fastest by about consistently 2/10 a lap. Roy Dieterton, the car ahead, that Ferrari, he is the slowest of the bunch, but only by 10th compared to the Team Huysingveld cars. So quite interesting that the front car is the slowest car and the car in the back is the fastest car. Yet nobody is able to pass one another.
It explains why they've been staying close together. Meanwhile, this is the Luxem 24 Racing podcast machine coming in for their scheduled stop.
My Motaf, my opinion and therefore fact. If you didn't know what that stood for.
Meanwhile, well, look at this train of cars that we've got in the mid-pack for the GTEs. This is Neil Middleton in 10th up at the front. That is Niels Hundhedge for Element Sim Racing Fire sneaking through. Then you've got Julian Bell, Sven Brotz, Magnussen Wallström, Sam Fitzpatrick, and Jean-Marc Tremblay all together, all for position.
Yeah, and that Fach Autotech Sim Racing number 311, still your third place in GTEM standings. They look very strong and quite a lot stronger than all the other cars around them. It's a really impressive run so far from Sven Brutz in that Porsche 911 RSR.
Julian Bell's got a good run. You can see through the windshield of Wallström, but not a good enough run. Lifts before the chicane and stays in line. This is looking like it's starting to bubble up, and I'm wondering when the pressure will get too high.
Well, interestingly enough, Julian Bell, he tried to go around the outside into NGK, but Neil Middleton slammed the door on him there quite severely, and he had to back off. Bit of a interesting effect there.
Down to the inside, Julian Bell, another look, and he's given space by Middleton into the Mercedes arena. Loses out slightly. Brotz has a chance at maybe trying to take something as we look back from Middleton. Still can't make a pass stick. All four cars. Eventually I'll get the number right. I think it's 5 actually. Still stuck in a line. Got more traffic coming through. This is Guarcia, our leader in the LMP1s.
Overtakes everyone but one.
Brown Dunlop. Now he's going to let him go, but that was very helpful for Middleton. Look at the gap that helped him gain.
Yeah, Julian Bell really fast in closing that back up again. So it really does seem like that Neil Middleton is struggling in the turns, but really pulls away from Julian on the streets.
Our leader in the LMP2s taking his scheduled stop.
Yeah, Rory kind of setting the tone here for the rest of the field. Ronnie. I would expect, Joe, everybody's going to file suit here pretty quickly as we approach the 1 hour mark.
You're correct, because the number 187, Fjellmeyer, is also coming in.
I don't think we've seen any. We've seen one driver swap, I think, at this point, but most of the teams here sticking with their opening hot shoe.
Used to the conditions, used to the car, so might as well stick with what works. Speaking of the conditions, it has actually heated up significally. This race started at noon, virtual standard time. Yeah, Sean.
Yeah, it's up almost 10 degrees. Just shy of that, but yeah, in just the short time that we've been racing, the clouds have started to part, and it's getting a little bit sticky out here now.
The one thing that is the most interesting is that the wind, we had quite some high wind in qualifying, up at 14, 15, 16, 7, even 19 miles per hour from the northwest. Here in this race, it's a bit more steady with 10 miles per hour, which is not going to affect these downforce heavy cars as much anymore in the race as it did in the qualifying.
Getting very close to the 1 hour mark. If you're just joining us, this is the finale for DGFX of Season 6. Your leader in the LMP1s is Brennan Guarcia, having overtaken Marius Valiokas. after their first stops. Garcia did not take tires to jump himself up there. Our leader is going to change hands right this second in the LMP2s. It's Tilgard, but he's in the pits. He's being followed by Evdoka. And I believe that should hand it back to Fantini soon. Yes, because we've got Kimisette coming in.
Well, Neil Middleton, he's getting more and more under pressure here as he goes into turn 1. Julian Bell, oh, that was close. But as you can see, those 4 cars behind him, they're getting closer and closer and closer and closer, because everyone is pressuring everyone right now, and it seems like Neil is really struggling with the pace here at the end of his first stint.
Oh, it's a good run for Broats, but he's going to have to work the long way around down through Valvoline just as they've got Magnussen bottled up behind them. Broats decides to back out of it, does not take the position. Magnussen is absolutely stuck through these 2 corners, and now he can be released.
Yeah, and this allowed Simatok to get closer to him. Now just 2 cars between the 2 LMP1s. Middleton is gonna be a bit relieved here because of this, having some pressure taken off his shoulders, but for how long is the question, as Julian Bell really on top of the pace.
6th place in the GTEs is changing hands because of pit stops. Salveson, he was at the tail of the train, and this makes me wonder. You said he was the fastest of that group. Is it worth trying to fuel save if you're caught up behind some cars?
It depends how much you use per lap and how much you are away per stint from getting another lap in. And Nürburgring normally not a really good place to save fuel, as we go on board on the replay with Jörn von Wendt.
Change for position through the Mercedes arena. Advantageous for Team Hoisingfeld to just sneak by and move himself up 1. That gets him 4th place in the GTE cars. Ooh, what happened to Dieterin? Dropped another place as Christian Frank.
I think I know. Up. I think I found what happened to Dieter, and he went off track into the grass. Did a little landscaping work in his Ferrari.
That would indeed explain why he lost that 2nd position to Christian Frank.
I think we got the replay. Let's take a look at it.
Does seem like it is into the Valvoline.
Oh, there it is. Maybe a little bit of curb there, Joe?
Hard to tell. Whatever the case, that car was wicked. That was actually a nice catch.
Great save, yeah. I underrated that the first time I saw that.
Spencer McCarthy going to come in for Geodesic Racing number 256. The Alpine Stars car getting their scheduled service. It's about lines up with what we tend to expect for these GTE cars. About an hour stint. That's how far most of them can go.
Yeah, it's roughly there. An hour plus minus 1 lap. And Julian Bell, as we look here at our GTE leader, Miguel Vigo, who still leads by about 3 seconds over the Kinetic Racing Speed car. Julian Bell, he did close in that gap again, and he is trying to pressure Neil Middleton, but at the same time he's getting pressured by Sven Brutz, the 3rd place GTE AM car right now in this motor race.
It amazes me how long this group has stayed together, and we've seen so few in the way of passes or changes for position. I wonder if this speaks to the patience these drivers are showing, or if it speaks to the difficulty in passing at this circuit today.
Oh, well, I think it's a combination of both. Lapping is always quite easy here because of how wide this track is. But actually passing your own class is always a bit harder, as Neil Middleton goes wide there, because of how this track plays out. You have a lot of fast sweeping turns, and even the low speed turns are not that slow. Like this turn we're coming up now, Michelin Kurve, it's a third gear turn. So you really can't have enough braking apart from into Haughaken that you can actually outbrake someone.
Now, let's keep an eye on this battle, but an update. We mentioned earlier we wanted to keep you up to speed on how the lead is looking since our leaders did not take tires. Well, that is closed down from about 8 seconds to 4 seconds, so it has been halved.
Yeah, and Marius Volokis was making really good progress for SRT, and then he just got held up getting out of Coca-Cola. Just a horde of GT cars and GTE cars, and he made his way through, but it did cost him a little bit of time. He'd actually gotten it down to just over 3 seconds. Now we sit at about 4.5 seconds. As Garcia running on average about 3/4 of a second slower than Marius back there.
I don't know if we cut away before it happened, but Sven Brotz and another of those GTE cars in that train that we were watching did pit. Thank you very much.
Yeah, they did pit. We didn't see it, but they pitted out of that pack. Sam Fitzpatrick was the last car in that pack. So that will be interesting how this will play out for these two cars, as Sam Fitzpatrick's actually gonna jump Sven Brotz. No, yes, they were side by side out of pit lane, and Sam Fitzpatrick is able to get past him.
There we see the red, white, and black car of Fitzpatrick now up ahead. He's jumped one, but what about the others? And I think that is why I brought that one up, of those two pitting, because I have a feeling this is them attempting to try and leapfrog many of the cars that they were fighting with. Unfortunately for Brotz, didn't work out quite how I think he would have liked. This is Frank coming in, as well as Grendel. Was Grendel in the lead or second place in AM before he came in? He was our leader.
So, yeah, Grendel means that he was able to defend his position, as Harry Kjellin is gonna go into the Team Vikings Midgard Ferrari.
Bunch of GTE cars taking scheduled stops. Not seeing a whole lot of variation in strategy. Oh, who was that missed their stall completely?
Stephen Campson of Luxim24 Mod podcast. He completely missed the stall there. That's one of the few things this track has. The last pit stalls are really close to the barrier there, so you can quite easily miss your pit stall.
So let's see, where is the likes of Brotz and Fitzpatrick? They're coming around now. So are they going to be jumping many of the cars that they were racing with, or will they stay where they were before? Our leader from GTE is GTE Pro, I should specify, has come in. Van der Gucht as well.
Well, he's also the GTE class leader, so both works, I would say. As we go back to Sven Brotz, who is still behind Sam Fitzpatrick, but ahead of Anders Christiansen.
Christian ways back about 5.5 seconds behind the 311. Now that we've passed that first hour mark, starting to see things really settle in. We're seeing strategy give us an inkling of how things will play out in terms of that. Once we get the rest of our GTE cars in and out, we'll try to give you an update of the top 5 of each of our classes.
Speaking about the GTE class, Julian Bell, quite interestingly enough, he is still going on his first stint which honestly quite surprises me how much fuel they were able to save here, because even the leaders have went into pit lane by now. So he is right now our leader, I think. Yeah, he is.
He is, yeah. And Wallström, we should point out, also did not pit. Both of them managing to go a lap longer than anybody else in the top of their field. Now there's a few cars towards the back that are still circulating. Still only 2 DNFs so far today. TCR has called it a day in the LMP2s, and PCDC Motorsports Red is out of this race. Otherwise, 51 of our 53 starters are running.
Oh, who is that? Tom van Pot spun out there in Michelin Curve, right in front of current P2 GTE class driver.
Yeah, Magnus Wallström he just missed that. You're going to see Van Put spin. Watch Wallström right behind him, and he just gets by.
Great heads up by the Ferrari. Oh, and something's happened to Wyvern.
It was into Wallström. Brandon Garcia runs into Wallström.
Oh, and that was pretty heavy contact on both cars. I'm not sure that that is going to be smiled upon by the stewards either, so there might be more pain in the future for the number 41 team.
Yeah, the question is, did Wallström say something that he went into pit lane?
And miscommunication for sure.
Absolutely.
Wallström just trying to get in for his scheduled stop.
And meanwhile that happened, I can update you on another penalty handed out, this time to the 303 of PCDC Motorsports for causing a collision. Got a 20-second stop and go penalty for that.
Yeah, we probably should keep an eye on that incident sheet. I think we might have another one coming up here pretty soon. I don't know, maybe not. We'll see. That's a tough call. Again, we don't always know what's going on in the chat, so it may have just been a miscommunication. There may not be any fault there at all, but boy, that is a tough break for Wyvern.
Interestingly enough, Graphite Racing GTE still going around the circuit without hitting.
Huh. Well,
extra fuel.
Yeah. That does mean that most of our drivers have pitted at least in the top 5. So let's run you down where things stand after our first hour of racing and first set of pit stops. Marius Valiokas is currently up at the front once again. Guardacia led for a little bit, but an incident just recently sent them back down to second place. Wyvern Racing trying a little bit of an alternate strategy, but needing to stay away from the problems on track. Kinetic Racing sits in third. Number 83, our leader in the championship points, sitting very well at the moment. And then in fourth, you've got the likes of Simitalk Esport Jade. Julian Ribolo out for his second stint. Haven't seen a whole lot of them, and they haven't really been a factor in the battle for the lead so far. We'll see if that changes when they swap drivers. Top 5 in the LMP1s, rounded out by Stefan Schukowski, another driver who's been a little bit anonymous so far today in the LMP1 class. Let's head over to Sean for the LMP2s.
Well, it's been all Team Heusinkveld in that 111. Ronnie Fantini off to a great start here. He leads this now by, well, quite a bit. He's got a 11 and a half second advantage over Texent Fitzy Motorsports, who Michael Avotka, after having a little bit of fighting going on with Martin Telgard, has managed to hold on and get back to second there. And it's still a fight, though, as Team Vikings still all over the gearbox there of Avotka. And then we go back to Lux Sim, the Motive podcast HPD there. Jake Farquhar in the car, and the 110 has been solid enough to keep the HPD in the field there in fourth. And rounding out the top 5, well, it's Pedar Fallmeyer, as we've been saying. I hope I'm getting that right. Black Sheep Motorsports, the 187. It's been a little bit of a tough start for him, but I think they've got things out of control now. A big update from the LMP2 field, Joe, is that TCR, Nathaniel Schramm was in that car. Unfortunately, they're going to be unable to continue. They had that contact early in the race. I think it was lap 5. They had steering damage and maybe even suspension damage, and they just couldn't get it repaired. So just not a safe car. They took it off the track, and unfortunately, that's the end of their season.
Meanwhile, Steph, with the GTE Pro update, what are we looking at for the top 5 there?
Well, Miguel Vigo, I was a bit misinformed there by my telemetry to update a bit slow there. Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing Black Miguel Vigo, he is now leading because Graphite Racing did pit at the same time as we saw that incident with the Team Bushfinger Racing Green. Kinetic Racing Speed, they are in second place. Tommy van der Gucht behind the wheel of that Porsche 911. Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing Gold, they are in third, starting from 6th place. They still are up those 3 positions from the start. Team Vikings Ragnarok, that Ford still sits in 4th position for them. Strong showing so far. They also gained 6 positions in this motor race. In 5th place, Team Heusenwald number 248. Team Vikings was able to jump both Team Heusenwald cars from the train that we saw earlier. Jörn von Wendt is behind the wheel of this Team Heusenwald Porsche, just in front of his sister car. In GTEM, we have Sven Brötz leading the 311. He's now leading because both Usagi Racing, who sit in 2nd place, and Team Vikings Midgard did take tires. Usagi Racing, Markus Niskanen still behind the wheel of that Ferrari. Team Vikings Midgard, as already said, in 3rd position for your GTEM Class 301 Ferrari. In 4th place, we have Pineapple Racing 360, the Ford Pineapple. They're racing right now through the Michael Schumacher, as they have gained in total 2 positions. They were already further up the road, but had a little bit of coming together with the sister car of 5th place GTEM driver Black Sheep Motorsports. The number 323 is sitting in 5th place there. And they had a bit of an uneventful race so far, but gained in total 11 positions. So yeah, even though we didn't see much from that Porsche in 5th place, they are really going at it strong.
Now, we've had a development as we were doing this rundown. Wyvern's come in. Sean, is this scheduled, or are they trying to repair some damage?
I think they tried to repair a little bit of damage, maybe even take some tires. It was only a 31.4 second stop in the box. I don't know how much damage you're going to get possibly repaired in that, unless they had something funky with the under tray or with the suspension itself. But they're back out on track. It's starting to pace. I'll keep an eye on their lap times, and we'll see how that really affects it. But Pierre Benoit Lemay in the car now.
One of a driver swap. Lemire, yeah. One of our driver swaps with the top teams, but things have quickly gone south for Wyvern after the first hour just ticks by. They are now in 4th place with that extra stop.
And unfortunately, the incident they were in really had very little to do with the fact that they had tried to double stint the tires. I think it's a strategy we could maybe still see pay off. I don't know. We'll have to keep an eye on that and see what the other teams do as the race goes on.
Down in the GTE cars, Pro class, Tommy Vandergucht and Spencer McCarthy in a nice little fight. This is Porsche versus Ferrari. Vandergrouped in the green and black car that you see on screen. And then the black and yellow geodesic machine, the Alpine Stars car of Spencer McCarthy, they're following behind.
Yeah, and McCarthy got held up a little bit by the Porsche 919 of Niels Hundehegge trying to lap those two cars. But Spencer McCarthy right now looks like the faster car of the two. Although I have to say that they are playing a bit of rubber banding here. Spencer McCarthy being faster for a few laps, then it goes back to Tommy van der Gough. So really have to look at that on a lap-to-lap basis as the Wyvern Racing car goes past them.
Now, with no cautions yet, I'm looking through our timing and scoring, and particularly in the LMP1 and LMP2s, it looks like a lot of drivers are spreading out. That first set of stops certainly put some distance between many of the battles that we've been watching. Granted, I have a feeling, Sean, that some of these drivers might want that at this point, just be able to settle into the race.
Yeah, well, okay, so not bad. Things were pretty crazy in that first hour. They were crazy. There was a little bit of a lull, and then they got really, really crazy again, especially when we got to the scheduled pit stops. And yeah, it would be a nice time to settle back in. I can't stress it enough. We talked about it earlier just a bit. This is a 10-hour, if you're just joining us, folks, this is a 10-hour race that will creep over into the nighttime hours. And if you're on your second stint right now, as we watch this battle on screen, a little bit of a break is what you want, which that's not what they're getting right here.
That was the likes of Julian Bell. Actually, no, that was that Sam Fitzpatrick overtaking Julian Bell that we saw?
Yes.
Also, battle for the AM lead.
Yeah, quite interesting here development, especially with Sam Fitzpatrick pretty much jumping the whole pack that he had in front of him, and that was 5 cars. Obviously disregarding the TBR car we have to here because they had an incident with Wyvern Racing. And Sven Breutz and Markus Niskanen, they are now fighting for the lead. Niskanen fighting with a new dancing partner here because where even is Team Vikings Midgard? They are now going into the Dunlop carrier, so they really lost time here compared to the leaders of the GTE class.
Yeah, it was a long stop both for Usagi Racing and for Team Vikings Midgard. About a minute that they were in the stall. I'm guessing that is down to tires because I'm seeing a lot of them separated by about those 30 seconds. Some just over 30 seconds, some just over a minute. So looking at some double stinting out here in the GTE classes.
Yeah, tires for GTE cars take 28 seconds, so that pretty much explains why Sven did jump Markus Niskanen of Usagi Racing, and he was just about in that gap to do it. Question now is, how is he able to stay in front of Markus Niskanen? How long can he defend? And obviously, the longer he can defend this, the smaller the gap will be that Markus will be able to get between himself and Sven. And then the question once again gets to, does Sven triple stint? Or does Markus switch to double stinting? Or does he continue to just single stint his tires? So lots of questions in this battle because of how they put out their tire strategy.
And speaking of the tires, as I watch from our onboard, on some of these corners, I'm starting to notice the marbles getting pretty thick and heavy on the outside of corners. Do you think that's going to affect off the racing line, or do you think we've got enough traffic that it's really getting cleaned up before it can build?
It depends. On some corners it can really build up because they're not as dominant of overtaking spots. But on some corners we pretty much will not really see a Marvel build-up because of how good overtaking zones they are for these cars.
Still trying to work out this battle in the mid-pack for the GTEs, being led by Sam Fitzpatrick, whose team strategy has allowed him to jump all those that he was trailing. Instead, now he's the leader, being chased by the likes of Julian Bell, Sven Brodt, and Marcus Niskasen. Got a change for position a little farther down in the GT cars, though. So it's for 27th. Go ahead.
I was going to say Ryan Walker sets up Andy Banfield. It's a good pass up the hill.
Yeah,
takes the inside.
That is just ahead of the battle we were watching, and great pass there by Ryan D. Walker. Exactly doing that, going to the left side. And then actually has to defend through the Coca-Cola curve.
Let's check in on what's happened with Wyvern's car, Pierre Benoit Lemire. We, of course, has taken over for Brandon Guarcia, but Sean, you said you were watching the lap times to see how they're faring. It's been a couple. Are they up to speed, or how's it looking?
Not as good a speed as Brandon was having. Unfortunately, right now Pierre is not outpacing the guys he's chasing. Now he is outpacing Julian Ribolo just maybe a tick, but Matthias Magnussen and Marius Falakis are pulling away with their times. They're at about a half a second faster right now on the average.
I have to jump in here real quick. Sam Fitzpatrick just door banked with a lap GTE car through Michelin Kurve. Really heavy contact between him and Sergio Medina of the German sim racing car. Yeah, there you can see it now onto the replay coming up into the next turn. Just gets loose on the brakes and heavy hit.
Yeah, he was trying to follow that HPD through, and
he was.
It looked like he just outbraked himself slightly. You'll see the car push out, and Medina, unfortunately, is the innocent victim in this one.
It looks to me as if he locked up the rear brakes on that incident just before he hit Medina. And since we were on Wyvern Racing just before that, Wyvern Racing, that incident between them and the Team Bushfinger Racing green car, that got deemed as a racing incident, so lucky break for Wyvern.
Stewart showing a little bit of mercy on Wyvern.
And as we suspected, there may have been some miscommunication there, but I think we're going to get a chance to find out maybe what happened. As I see Brandon Guarcia is come in here for an interview, Joe.
He's hopped out of the car. He's probably collected himself a little bit. Brandon, that couldn't have been a fun moment as you had that GTE car trying to pit just as you were trying to pass. Tell us from your perspective.
Well, that was heartbreaking. I've done that move in practice. Like, I practiced it 100 times just to make sure I knew the timing of it coming out, and I had it right. It was just pitting.
Yep, and we just got word, I don't know if you heard, that your team will not be penalized for that incident, so that's at least a relief. You've been set backwards, though. You were leading momentarily. You've been second for much of this race. Do you think Pierre can manage to get you guys back up into the podium?
I think so. If the tires, I don't understand how those other guys can only single stint the tires. If they keep that up, we're right back in it. 15 seconds every stop.
Yeah, there was a little bit of time gained. We were watching to see how that strategy played out. It's kind of sad that we won't really get a good picture of it because of your incident, at least for now. 8.5 hours to go. It's still daylight. Are you going to be doing any of the nighttime stints today?
Yeah, Pierre and I are the only two drivers, so I'll be in the dark.
Well, best of luck with that, and commiserations on your incidents. We'll continue to keep an eye on your team. You guys have given us a good show this season. Anybody you'd like to thank before we let you go?
I'm really bad at these sponsor stuff, so I'll just leave it for now.
All right, you'll have more time. They'll probably tell you during before the next interview with you. Thanks for talking to us, Brandon.
No problem, thanks.
It's Brandon Gradaccia from Wyvern Racing. Go ahead, Steph.
Yeah, while we had this interview, another message in from a race control Texense Fitzy Motorsport, the 277 GTE Pro car, got a 20-second stop and go penalty handed out for avoidable contact.
That would be Sam Fitzpatrick for Fitzy Motorsports. Unfortunately, they are not able to turn their eye away from that contact made through this very corner. We got a car off ahead of Fitzy. Josh Bannister. What happened to Josh? This was a single car incident, looks like. Just spun it.
Yeah, he touched the artificial grass on the outside onto the entry and just spun it out himself.
Bit of a close moment for Fisher, though. After we watch Bannister's spin, let's watch on board the number 334. Whew. And whichever HPD that was. Looks to be Fellmeyer, who was the HPD in that incident. This is the Fisher Motorsports Porsche. It's going to be the first on the scene to see this Ferrari start to swap ends. And thankfully, there's some paved runoff that he can take to.
Yeah, if this would have been the Nürburgring from 2003, he would have went into quite some deep gravel there.
So he continues on without any contact or incident.
Oh, who is that? Niels Hundehegge just got nearly turned by Netcode.
And it looks like the dominoes are going to start to fall here in the LMP1s as we see round 2 of pit stops begin to start. Matthias Magnussen brings his car down, and we're going to have a driver swap. In fact, Mark Torres going to get in for Kinetic Racing Velocity here, Joe. So that'll take a little time here on the pit stop. Look for SRT, Simitok Esport, Jade to come in. Now this will help Wyvern get back in here. Obviously they're going to be off cycle on pit stops now after their trouble, and Wyvern goes around. They'll take P3 now.
And that's a good question for you, Sean, as we take a look at Valioka, still our leader. Going to stay out another lap. With you having been on the box and you find yourself put off strategy like that, how do you deal with that? Not just with trying to get the car to the finish in the most efficient way, but also suddenly I would assume their driver swaps are a little bit wonky now.
Well, they are, but right now all you can do is focus on going as hard as you can at the moment. I would say for the next several hours, just focus on keeping the car on track and out of trouble. Don't get in any trouble again. Then you get about to the last 5 hours of the race. Then you start kind of timing things backwards from the end and taking a look at where you're at on track and how many pit stops you have left. And then you begin a strategy of, all right, who's going to be in the car? Yeah, we're a little bit off cycle, but we can make those adjustments then. Plenty of time with 5 hours left to make enough adjustments. Right now, you just got to go hard.
Watching the car now in second place. Simitok has inherited that because of the pit stops that have gone through. Wyvern jumps themselves up to third. Not by much, though. Wow, how did German Sim Racing get right behind Wyvern? When did this happen?
Wyvern pitted.
Yeah, Wyvern had that pit stop.
I didn't realize how closely they were followed by the number 11 car.
Well, they really had to be patient now there through the NGK chicane.
Yeah, that lost them a lot of time in that traffic, unfortunately. I do notice that you've noted some developments in that battle for fourth down in GTE. Oh, I'm sorry. Before we get to that, Magnus Wallström and the GTE car is off, and I think he may have had some contact.
Yeah.
This
and another
car in ninth in HPDs.
It was with a vodka. Him and a vodka got together. Heading down into turn one of vodka, and
he's now in second in LMP1s because of the timing and scoring being screwed up.
That was quite unfortunate there. We just barely missed it, and Wallström
I don't think he knew. I don't think he knew he was there, Stefan.
Yeah, exactly. He tried to overtake Ed Voras, the Ford ahead of him, and he just didn't realize that LMP2 car coming up to him and just clatters the side of it.
Yeah, I don't think he was looking at, obviously wasn't looking at his relative, was looking on trying to make a pass, and boy, Avoca just showed up in the blind spot there, honestly.
Watch this from Ed's view. This is what a great job by Ed, too. He saw the incident happening just at the last second, gave both of them space on the inside, and avoided contact from either car, and just continues on his merry way.
Yeah, great awareness there showed by Ed Voras. And before I get to my GTE P4 update, I have an update on the penalty of the Fitzy Motorsport 277. They're actually right now under appeal for that incident, for that penalty, thinking probably that they have not deserved that penalty. But yeah, on to that P4 GTE update now. Finally. With Team Vikings Ragnarok. And the interesting development here is, since that pack pretty much got turned upside down, Team Vikings just really outpacing everyone else. Team Heusenfeld number 248, they're about 1 to 2 turns back from them. The 278 is another 4 seconds back from their sister car. And then Virtual Motorsport really dropped off that. They're 5 seconds, actually 9 seconds behind the Team Heusenfeld number 278 car. So really shows how Roy was holding up everyone behind him.
Well, and I am impressed with Salvinson and the Ragnarok team, because they've made good on this clear air, have left everybody behind. They're currently sitting 4th in class, and there's just, at this point, it's on everybody else to try and run them back down, because the 201 is sitting pretty.
And Julian Riblaw is in pit lane for this with the Simatok number 2 car there, and actually hands over the car to David Soranzo.
Soranzo is in. Curious to see what kind of speed he's going to have. Soranzo, a noted hot shoe, guys. Pretty darn good French driver. And Joe, I think we've seen him show up a couple times, maybe either in Lotus 79 or possibly maybe even Lotus 49 a couple of times.
Well, that's a lot older machinery. This very much more recent. Let's see what he can do in the number 2 machine.
Came out right in front of Kim Salvesen of Team Vikings Ragnarok. Actually made him a bit scared there as he missed his own braking point.
Yeah, but he's still moving on, so he has avoided any major dramas despite that. Cloud has come over once again. I will say it's been keeping steady at 87 degrees, but it's now down to 81 and cooled down once again.
Yeah, and it's been, let me say, it's been variable, because as the clouds continue to move, sometimes you get certain spots of the track where we've seen lots of sun, and then all of a sudden you get down to another portion of the track and it's in the shade. And so I'm sure it's wreaking havoc on the drivers at the moment, especially the ones that are just coming out of the pit stops.
And a final sentence has been said on the incident with the 277 Texense Fitzy Motorsports car. They just...
Oh, battle on screen, though. This is between... That was a pass for second place, I believe.
That was Telgard. Yeah, that was Team Vikings again, continuing that fight. Vodka's coming in, though, because that incident brought heavy damage to the HPD. They've got right front damage on the car.
There comes the Fitzy Motorsports car, the number 113, looking for his stall. Meanwhile, Valiokas comes in. Now, are we going to see a driver swap for our leading team? Doesn't look like it. It looks like Marius is going to stay in. Our leader down in LMP2s is still Fantini. Hoysegveld's number 111 has essentially been unfazed. Getting close to the next hour. With about 20 minutes to go before we hit 8 hours left in this race. Having some other drivers swap hands. Sounds like TechSense.
TechSense Fitzy Motorsports, right? We just saw that incident they had. They're also getting the car repaired right now, so they're still sitting there. But Benjamin Gregory has gotten in, and he patiently waits as, well, one of his teammates comes in right in front of him. Sam Fitzpatrick stops the car. Convenient stopping there for those two teams, but Benjamin Gregory is out.
So we're waiting on German Sim Racing to take their second scheduled stop in the LMP1s. Otherwise, all the others have been in twice.
Right, and then remember, a couple of them off cycle. You look further into the LMP1 field. It's GT Temple and Element Sim Racing involved in a very early incident. We saw them come in, I think, 6 laps into the race, and they are off cycle but still running. So all of your LMP1s still racing, and all the LMP2s except for one still racing in this event.
We've got an update from race control. More penalties have been handed out, Steph.
Yeah, first off, the one thing that I want to say, the 277, that penalty, 20-second stop and go penalty, got confirmed for them. So they really have to serve the 20-second stop and go penalty. The 113 Fitzy Motorsport LMP2 car got a warning for unpredictable driving. And then also the two...
Oh, the AM lead's getting very hot on screen here. This is into Haughook. Brots side by side with Niskanen. Niskanen's going to have the inside coming through the Mercedes arena. Just as behind them, Mark Torres having to wait patiently, still keeping in it, trying to see if he can get his way around Niskanen. Down through the Mercedes arena, finally loses out as the track switches back.
Niskanen really looks like he is the faster car right now. Sven Broet's probably a bit struggling on his used tires now. And this brought Julian Bell back into the discussion for a P24 overall in this motor race so far.
Now, sorry we interrupted your reporting on the penalties. Did you have anything more on that?
Yes, the 274, the Team Bushfink Racing GTE that we saw go together with that LMP2 car in turn 1 as Markus Niskanen.
Inside down into Michelin. Yeah, no good. He won't let you have a word in edgewise.
he got a 60-second stop and go penalty for causing that collision into Haughook.
Still trailing the likes of Sven Broets. And again, this is for the AM lead, but this is 8th in class in all of the GTE cars. Sven running a beautiful race here in the Porsche. Not quite good out of the chicane, and Niskanen knew it. He still can't make the pass stick. Julian Bell now rocking up to the back of them. He is not in the M class, but it is for GTE position overall. And then, of course, behind them, that is Jean-Marc Tremblay, also for position. Down the outside, late on the brakes. Way too late for Niskanen. All the way off track. He doesn't gain a spot. He loses one.
Niskanen looked there as if he wanted to go down the very old connection there. That was further down the road, losing that position to Julian Bell. Lucky to not lose the position to Jean-Marc Tremblay behind him in that Speedworks Racing Team West Porsche.
Wow, that got frantic there in the GTE AM lead. So Niskanen now split by Julian Bell to try and overtake for GTE
Guys,
AM honors.
I hate to butt in here, but we've got a compelling battle all of a sudden for in LMP2 for P2. Jake Farquhar is all over the rear wing here of Martin Telgaard for Team Vikings. Of course, Vikings fighting earlier with TechSense, but after TechSense's trouble, they've got a new dance partner, and maybe not a partner at all. It looks like Jake being pretty aggressive here, trying to get around Martin.
Martin dealing with it very well so far. 30 seconds that they are behind Ronnie Fantini, who's essentially just dominating this race. So this is effectively for best of the rest between these two. Coming up on some traffic, this might offer an opportunity. Wow, that got tight. Coming around the outside. Jake looking to make it stick, but they come together. Tires smoking as they work their way through Michelin. The Luxem Motif car backs out of it, sizes him up for a second time. He's got to run down to the chicane. What can Telgaard do? He stays to the racing line, does not defend, and Jake comes back to that as well. You weren't kidding, Sean. This is fierce right now.
Yeah, it really, really is. It just kind of all developed here. We've seen a lot of action down into turn 1 today, too.
Working their way around the Alliance Porsche. He's down to the inside into the Hal Cook. This time, he is fully alongside, but can he get the car turned in? He is deep into there, but he's going to have the inside into the first corner of the Mercedes Arena, and Martin Telgaard cannot come back at him. He now loses second place to Jake Farquhar, who moves himself into P2 and LMP2. And as that was happening, we can't forget that battle down in GTE.
First, though, I have to report Team Vikings Ragnarok. They all of a sudden got overtaken by Team Heusenfeld number 248 at this lap. I do not know what happened to them, but they are now in 5th position, and Team Heusenfeld number 248 is in 4th.
With a lockup down into the first corner between them. Still that Ford chasing behind the Ferrari, trying not to let him get too far away.
Yeah, and quite interesting. I just can't find an incident for him, even though it happened last lap around. So yeah, maybe he was blinked out for me or something like that. But unfortunate event happened for him, and he is now in 5th place. But he is, or should be, the faster car of the two. As we jump back to Usagi Racing versus Graphite Racing GTE here.
As we watch this battle continue, let's stay with this, but I want to report that the number 222 Black Sheep Motorsports has DNF'd for the day. That is our 3rd car to retire in this 10-hour race.
I think that's our 4th car, because Team Bushwinkel Racing Green, I think they also did a DNF here.
Oh yeah, they just left the server, I think. Or at least left their pit stall. Because they were in there for quite a time, and now they've grayed out. Wow. So what started as pretty good consistency with the field staying out there, they're beginning to drop. As this battle rages on screen. This is the likes of Niskanen still chasing Bell. Working their way through Michelin. And then through onto the back stretch. Is this going to be a good enough run for Bell on Broats? Broats is our AM leader, but Bell is a pro driver. So this is only for overall in the GTE. I'm sure he'd like Bell to keep splitting himself and Niskanen, though, who is for the AM lead.
Both cars are on used tires. They're both on their 2nd stint for their tires. So they at least have the same tire wear on their cars, but Graphite Racing, Julian Bell really now up close here, going side by side. Let's see if he's able to outbrake his competitor. Yes, he is. Can he make the turn? Yes, he can, and takes away that position as behind. That's Marco Derricks of NAB Racing going way into the inside there.
Just trying to stay out of trouble, and he does, but I think in the process he gets himself a little bit of a cut course at the hairpin here. Let's watch on board. Sees problems coming and just bails out of it.
But the thing is, this lost him the position over PCDC Motorsports, I think.
No, he was already behind them, I believe.
Oh, yeah, he's a lap behind.
Or no, he's still ahead of them. Yeah. And a lot of cars. Oh, how are we going to sort this one out? It is still Broats up ahead of Niskanen, who's still battling for AM. Bell has successfully made the pass. We've got a whole bunch of LMP2 cars waiting patiently behind this battle.
Not only that, but there's also LMP1 car in between.
It
Actually,
really looks like Monday morning rush hour on the 5 out here in LA, man. I mean, it's just crazy.
Oh!
Wow, yeah, cars almost getting into each other. Now it's Egbert, who was almost run into by Valiokas.
And that is, by the way, a battle for... No, never mind, that's the wrong S.
Yeah, it's confusing when you get this many cars in all different classes fighting with one another. And they're finally starting to sort themselves out somewhat.
But at the very back, Jean-Marc Tremblay versus David Barraclaw. They're really fighting for position here. And David Barraclaw has not got enough straight line speed, but tries to outbrake him nonetheless. Actually manages to do so side by side now going into turn 2 through the Mercedes arena here.
Tremblay, wow, what a defense around the outside of the Haug hook. Still not giving up. David Barraclaw trying to peel this one away. This is for 11th overall in the GTE, still side by side. They're going to have to let the LMP2 car of Martin Teilgaard through around the outside into Valvoline. Barraclaw finally makes it stick. And I think... Oh, go ahead.
Barraclaw just way better on the brakes than Jean-Marc Tremblay. Really interesting to see that.
It's not only drivers that need to be patient, it's commentators. Poor Sean's had an update on things that he's been waiting to deliver. What's been going on with LMP1?
Oh, okay, real quickly, LMP2, Luxem Motive, they just came in. John Goodwin's in the car in a number 110. He's rolling out now. Of course, they were in that battle with Team Vikings and now not battling anymore. Now, let's talk about the LMP1s real quick. Team Wyvern, you know, they still continue to recover, and I think Pierre might have been listening to the broadcast when we were talking strategy. I said, you got to go hard. Go as hard as you can at this point. Don't worry about who's going to get in next or how your strategy is going to play out in a few hours. Just drive, and that's what he's done. His laps have been really consistent. Marius Valokas in front of him, SRT, they've struggled a little bit in traffic. It's closed the gap now to 26.5 seconds. He's got Kinetic in the mirror about 6.5 seconds back. Torres is struggling with traffic himself. So right now, not a bad effort for Wyvern after the trouble they had. So glad to see them still in this thing.
They're in it, but it's a 26-second gap up to Valiokas in the SR Team USA LMP1. Yeah, they need an easier to say name for that team. The number 29 car.
Well, at least they're not using colors. Because I know
that'll make Bill happy.
Someone would, yeah, right. Bill will definitely be happy.
But they've been leading for much of this race. It's not been the whole race. The pit stops did hand it over to Wyvern temporarily. Wyvern back into second ever since Pierre has jumped back in the car.
Honestly, they won't be far from another stop here. They're 22 laps in on this stint, so it won't be too long.
Sounds like our leader in GTE AM has dodged a bullet. Steph, you've been watching the stewards pretty closely.
Yeah, I'm not very sure what Usagi Racing protested on them, but Nonetheless, no further action on the 311 of Fach Autotech Sim Racing. I didn't see anything, nor did find anything of what happened there. Also, the 397 of Bad Cactus Racing, they also dodged a bullet and no further action on that protest. So 2 cars very relieved right now.
Oh, and
another Hornet's Nest, guys. Oh,
contact. Was that Barraclaw?
Yes.
Niskanen? Yeah, Barraclaw, Niskanen.
Yeah, Niskanen with a slow exit out of the NGK chicane, and Barraclaw trying to take advantage of that, locking the rear brakes on that car, and gets together with the Usagi Racing 333.
Okay, this replay one more time. Go ahead.
So there's a hockey player named Niskanen, and well, he's guilty of a hip check or two. Yeah, and this Niskanen gets one there on the outside of Coca-Cola.
Didn't hold Barraclaw back, though. He is up to 10th now overall in the GTEs. Usagi also managing to get by.
Other way around. Jean-Marc Tremblay got past Markus Niskanen there because of that.
And sounds like something's happened with the Black Sheep team. Oh, have they pitted?
They have, and so is Heuskenfeld. Ronnie Fantini coming down now. Aleski Lane has gotten in the car for Black Sheep. And I wonder, Ronnie's pace been so good, if they're going to try and triple stint him at this point. We'll see as they pull into the box here. Team Heuskenfeld, and they are. Christian Kiewit getting it in.
Can we get an onboard of Alexi's pit exit here? He had one heck of a moment coming back to the racing line because Matthias Hoffman for Element Sim Racing barely gave him space at the apex of the hairpin. Watch this onboard for the Finn. Gets it out rolling to the cones. Gets it up to speed. Always makes me nervous coming out of the pits here, especially with this many cars on track.
And this is a horrible pit exit. One of the worst in all of auto racing, if you ask me, because it really, first of all, it spills you into the hardest braking zone under the track, and everybody's on their way. I mean, it's almost impossible when traffic is in there, and
Well, if you want to talk about the award for the worst pit exit, it probably goes to Le Castellet because that spits you out right into the racing line of cars traveling well past 250 kilometers an hour.
Almost to the 2-hour mark now. As the leader still in LMP1 is Marius Valiokas. Martin Teilgaard up for Team Vikings Fenris in LMP2 leading the way, but yet to take his pit stop in that class. Should be coming soon. And Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing Black leads GTE Pro. Miguel Vigo up at the top of there. Our GTE AM leader is still Sven Brotz in the 311 Falk Autotech Sim Racing car. Here we see our GTE Pro leader continuing on his way. Geodesic, I think, becoming one of the dominant forces here in sports car racing lately.
Now, I don't know if I reported on this, but the Team Hülsenfeld number 278 got past Team Vikings Ragnarok. Seems like
Vikings is in. They're in the pits.
What? No, no. GTE.
I'm sorry, Stefan. I'm sorry.
No, yeah. It seems like Kim Salvesen did run into some problems now because he is really off the pace right now by about half a second to a second per lap.
That was rather inconvenient because he's talking about GTE and Team Vikings is in the pits right now, and they just had a driver swap. Erling Boehmer in the car now.
The number 103 finding their second driver for the day. And he is out of his stall and going. So, with the hour quickly approaching, we've been here for 3 hours, even though only 2 have gone by in the race itself. It's time for us to take a little break, clearly, by the sheer confusion at times. To take over for us, we've got Sam Ryman to lead the way. Sam, you have certainly got a good one here for this 10 hours of the Nürburgring. It has seen some lead swaps already, at least in the LMP1s, and well, there's been no shortage of action out on track, changing positions. Do you think you're ready for this?
Oh, we'll find out, Joe. It's definitely quite a task for not only us, but for these drivers, of course, to keep racing for 10 hours and play the strategy game. Just 5 seconds currently separating the 2 cars running second and third in LMP1 right now, so definitely still some great battles out there to keep an eye on. And as you say, we're going to take a quick break here on GSRC and the iRacing Esports Network. And when we come back, we've got plenty more racing action to come from here at the Nürburgring. Hello and welcome back here to the Nürburgring for the season finale of DGFX Racing here on GSRC and the iRacing Esports Network. Hi, I'm Samuel Ryman, and alongside me in the booth for the next 3 hours we have Taylor Burris and Dawson Brock. We've got our director Amjad Yamin still doing all the button pushing behind the scenes using camera sets, including the great aerial shot you're getting right here, provided by Dougie Beard. There you can see in the top left corner of your screen we have just under 8 hours left to go to determine who will be our champions here in the LMP1, the LMP2, the GT Pro, the GT AM classes. And here you see currently leading the field around in that number 21 car is Marius Valiocas. But things are getting close for second position. Just 4 seconds now separating the 83 and the 41 cars of Kinetic Racing Velocity. And as I say that, the gap is going to increase again because in comes the 41 for a scheduled pit stop. Plenty of those still left to go. So, Dawson, Taylor, Dawson, I'll hand it off to you. What have been your thoughts on the races so far as we start our getting to the middle portion of a race here at the Nürburgring?
Well, just looking through the notes here so far, this LMP1 class has been some pretty good racing. Laverne, we just saw them in the pits. They're off cycle right now, but apparently they've been competing through this entire race so far, so they'll be a car to watch throughout this race. Otherwise, SRT has been doing a great job with a commanding lead of 30 seconds as of right now. Kinetic Racing also cutting into that gap in that 83 machine. So a lot of racing here, and we'll see who can manage traffic better and maybe get ahead later in this race.
Yeah, talk about a lot of traffic. 53 cars started this race, and such was the nature of endurance racing. These drivers never really getting the break. You saw Pierre getting out of a pits there and already having to deal with a couple of slower cars. So traffic always a concern around here. Taylor, and what have you been keeping an eye on here at the Nürburgring?
I've been keeping an eye on this battle for the top two for the GTE Pro between Miguel Vigo and Tommy Vandergooch. Those two have been going at it quite some time. It's actually dropped to under half a second between those two right now. So this battle is for the overall GTE lead. And this team of Kinetic is definitely been on the hunt trying to pick up that elusive win this season. And they are definitely going to try to do it their best here tonight in this 10-hour event. And then, of course, in the GTE AM category with that FAC Autotech team, the 311 with Sven Brotz in it, doing a really great job trying to keep Marcus Nixon in right behind him in that Usagi Racing Ferrari, who's actually been quite well this season watching these two battle it out. So GTE class is going to be a heck of a battle here today at the Nürburgring.
Yeah, that GT Pro battle for the lead getting broken up a little bit by some faster prototype traffic navigating their way through as they work their way up through the Schumacher S's. Miguel Vigo in the Ferrari holding on to that lead for now. And as they head up into the heavy braking zone here. So, of course, this isn't a move that Tommy, even though he's flashing his headlights out on the racetrack, this isn't a move that he'd have to make now. Plenty of racing still to go, but something he might want to consider getting done. He's in the Porsche, he sees that Ferrari not too far ahead of him, knows that there's a lot of traffic around, and traffic can always present passing opportunities.
Yes, especially through this chicane section right here. You might think it might be a little difficult for these LMP cars to make a pass as they're now coming out of the final corner of Coca-Cola, but that area could be a really good opportunity for setting up a pick maneuver to make passes on your competition. So we might see that maybe not this early in the race, but a little bit later on, we may see drivers try to attempt such an opportunity.
And of course, all our fans who are tuning in to watch this broadcast, we appreciate it, of course, when you drop us your comments and questions throughout the broadcast. We're always keeping an eye on the YouTube chat as boy, things getting active down here, 3 wide, and Miguel Vigo, he might be leading the race, but that doesn't mean he's not going to have to deal with some scary moments.
Yeah, Miguel had a lot of LMP2 traffic trying to get around him going through the Mercedes arena. Very smooth driving, backed off a little bit. Of course, that will bring in Tommy Vandergooch in a little bit closer now under 0.6 of a second, and closing Tommy is to the back bumper of Miguel Vigo in that Ferrari. And then we have Spencer McCarthy some 10 seconds back. So this is a 2-horse race currently between the top 2 in GTE Pro.
Well, while things are going on well for these drivers, some drivers haven't been as fortunate. Dawson, we actually had the penalty handed out while we were on break there. Florian Denzler was given the black flag.
Yeah, the Team Viking, the 103, getting a penalty for causing a collision, aggressive driving. He had a 20-second stop and hold. Now they're back out on track and getting everything going here. Slotted currently in 4th place, but you know, not what you want to get into. There's a ton of traffic. If you just wait another corner or so, and here coming into the pits right now, is he going to be serving it? I believe so. So yeah, tough break for this LMP2 team. We don't want to forget LMP2 here. Right now, the 111 car of Christian Hewitt in 1st place with a commanding lead. All these LMP2 cars right now about 5 laps back from their LMP1 components. That's over 2 hours, just to show you the speed difference. But yeah, this 111 right now off to a pretty big lead. Not much action otherwise.
Yeah, you did notice there, especially before the 103 pulled into the pits, we had a lot of LMP2s racing out on track for position, only separated by a couple of seconds. And that was a pack that we saw going by our GT Pro leaders, so that's why things were getting a little bit dicey out there. Speaking of dicey, you can see plenty of close racing going on all around this Nürburgring Grand Prix circuit. I've got to be honest, you know, this track sometimes gets a bit of a bad rep because it's not the Munster Nordschleife that's right next door to it. But it's still, as far as Grand Prix, modern-day Grand Prix courses go, plenty of great overtaking opportunities out here and places for battles.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got a track with a lot of fast corners. You have chicanes in it. You've got hard braking zones, longer straightaways. I'm personally a pretty big fan of this racetrack, and I love the fact that we get to bring this multi-class racing to it. So there's plenty of opportunity for the faster cars to pass the slower cars. You see a lot of dive bombs, as you just saw right there. The Audi go up the inside, perfect timing. I personally really enjoy watching races at this track.
Taylor, are you a fan?
Oh, of course. There's been a lot of great battles I've witnessed calling races here at the Nürburgring, and this track just provides some of the best battles that I've seen, especially in GT battling. I mean, the NGK chicanes is one of those areas where you will see a lot of action going through that part of the track, and it's just so fun to watch the battles here today.
You see, each time we move to a different class on screen, like right now we're following the GT class, it's bringing up the GT timing and scoring at the top of your page. You can see the leaders in class there now separated by 1.3 seconds, so the Ferrari of Vigo getting a little bit of breathing room over the Kinetic Racing Speed Porsche behind him. But still plenty of racing left to go, and that's not going to be the last time we say that, because this is definitely way over the cap of the season with a 10-hour race here. And lots of championships to be determined, and we'll definitely keep an eye on how the point standings are working out there, especially as we get closer towards the race, and positions will be harder to come by because the field will get spread out some more.
Indeed, and as we're looking right now, this is the number 7 of the Usagi Racing Ferrari. He actually got by the FAC Autotech team not too long ago. Right now, Marcus Nixonen is currently leading this class in that Ferrari. They have a couple of wins already this season, and they are looking quite strong in the points championship for the GTE AM class, but doing a really good job. Currently running 7th in overall GT competition, so this team has definitely shown that they have the speed and the opportunity to take it even to the GTE Pro battles.
You know, watching him out on track here, and as they go down the straight. Oh, we got a spinner here over in the left-hander. Will look like one of the LMP1 or LMP2 cars. We'll try and find out who that is for you.
Pit stops, the GTE leader in right now, Miguel Virgo.
And is that his competitor coming in behind him there? Yes, it is. So we've got a race in the pit.
This is going to be key as we see possibly a driver change with both of them. The Alpine Geodesic Racing Black team will now have Brendan Cornyn in there, along with Stefan Overgaard hopping in behind the wheel of that Kinetic Racing Porsche. So we're going to have 2 fresh new drivers in there. This is going to be quite the battle now to see who gets off pit road first. As we're waiting to see right now, they're still not coming off pit road, still completing their final stops. Now we'll have the new leader, Roy Diadrin, in the Virtual Motorsports Ferrari take the lead now.
And we saw just a few moments ago how hairy things can get on pit exit here. What about 2 drivers who could be potentially battling for the win or the lead in the class, racing each other off of pit road into that hairpin? They're still stationary.
That's going to get real interesting when they come off pit road, especially when faster LMP or LMP2, 1 or 2 traffic
he stalled
comes in.
it!
It looks like
he did stalled it. There's a new iRacing update where this can happen, and I think it happened. He had to refire the car, and it cost him the position.
It did give the position now to Stefan Overgaard in that position. He's going to move up to the 2nd position, and soon the lead once Diadrin comes down pit road. But that was a mistake that did not need to happen for him.
Well, Stefan Overgaard will take it, and look at all this traffic that Cronin now has to deal with. He's got 2 faster cars in front of him, 2 faster cars behind him, and this is not a battle for position, by the way. This is Benjamin Gregory for Texine Fitzy Motorsport there, and our overall race leader trying to find his way through all this mess as well. So things getting a bit hairy right now.
Boy, look at that. This is your, right now on screen, those 2 LMP2 cars. That's your 2nd and 3rd place. So they've been racing right behind, next to each other. This is for a position. Now they get side by side. Boy, some good racing.
Now the track opens up a little bit, and the LMP1 cars will be able to stretch their legs and break up these battles, and these drivers will be able to take a breath. However, this is, I mean, it's just made it even worse for the Alpine Stars team as they go off. They're spinning through the runoff area there, able to avoid the gravel, the grass, the wall. But boy, things were looking really well for this number 255 team a few moments ago, and now not so much.
New driver, fresh new tires. Tire prep temperatures are not up to par yet. He just clips that curb a little bit, sends it sideways, does not make any contact with the barrier, but will lose a ton of time. But the good news is, it's still over 7 hours left in this race, so a lot of time to make up, but still, he's got a long fight ahead of him right now if he wants to get back up towards the back bumper of that Kinetic Porsche, who now has taken the lead as Marcel Bosman now takes over in the Virtual Motorsports Ferrari.
You know, looking at that just almost looked like a brake bias thing. The rear end just kind of beat the car through the corner. And that's another thing you got to realize with this team racing is when you get in that car, you don't have the car set up with the way you like it. So, we see a big dive bomb there. Almost run off track. Carlos Vila and the Alpine Stars trying to pass his teammate.
That's something you do not want to do in a team endurance racing, is take out your sister car. And that almost could have happened with Vila pretty much missing entirely that first turn 1 hairpin corner. So that moves Brandon back up into 2nd place, and Carlos has to slide back in 3rd. Good news is they are about 7 seconds ahead of Maximilian Fritz in the Team Huysenfeld Porsche, so these 2 can battle it out amongst themselves.
Now, let's take a look at the weather here, because one thing we have to keep an eye on whenever we see a slide from drivers like that on new tires is, you know, how much has it burned up their tires? How much are they struggling for grip out there? Track temperature, air temperature, not too bad. But that wind, still a bit of a concern here, quite strong, and it's fluctuating a bit, can catch drivers off guard if they're not careful, because if it isn't enough, having this day-to-night transition they'll be going through and having rubber and dust build up on the circuit as the race goes on, the wind is playing havoc with them all as well. That the way you drive this track in 6 hours' time is not going to be anything like how you're driving it now.
No, and if you notice, the cloud cover now coming over the track, that will cool the track down just a little bit. It was up to 87, now dropped down all the way to 84 degrees in a matter of a few minutes. So this track will definitely go through multiple changes throughout the duration of this 10-hour race, and drivers are going to be needing to keep up with the temperatures as well as the track conditions throughout the entirety of this race. So small adjustments might be needed throughout the duration of this race in order to try to keep up with not only the track, but also your competition.
Teams are always looking for ways to improve how that car handles throughout a race. Tire pressures are a great example of this. I know in the LMP1 you can adjust your tire temperatures by the 10th, so really important for those guys to get every little bit of grip you can. As we look at this great racing here out of this LMP2 class. These two have been right next to each other ever since our new crew went live, and they've just been going at it. We see maybe a passing opportunity. No, not going to be able to outbrake 110.
Here they come back out onto the straight. Another passing opportunity. Got to navigate their way by one of the Porsches. Oh, and he's going to get boxed in. Alexei had nowhere to go. And that wasn't for position. That was an LMP1 car going by. But that will cost him time to John Goodwin.
Yep, now he's just going to have to get into that LMP1 car's draft here and hopefully tow back up. But boy, look at how the LMP1 cars get out of that corner. With that extra hybrid, they just take off and they're gone. Now, another thing I've been noticing with these HPDs is that they've been getting sideways quite a bit, a little more than any other car on track. So, you know, a lot of these guys probably driving these cars loose, trying to get as much speed out of them as possible.
Well, we've been keeping an eye on the battle there between John Goodwin in the Luke Sim 24 machine and also Alexei Lane for Black Sheep Motorsports. But all that going on is allowing the Texans Fitzy Motorsports machine to run them down as well, being driven by Benjamin Gregory.
I'm still a little bit out of the picture, but definitely making up ground. And, you know, a pit stop here, a driver change there, and he could be right in that, and we could have a 3-car battle.
Looks like it's not too far away. Taylor, you've also been keeping an eye on the battle brewing in GTE.
Yes, indeed. We got a battle going on in P11, actually, P11, P12, and P10. This is between the Speedworks Racing Team, the Lux Sim Mofa Podcast Team, and the Usagi Racing Team. Tony Costello, Jonathan Dance, as well. I mean, these drivers have been battling it out for a little bit now, and it's quite intense. We have some LMP2 traffic right behind them. As we see, it looks like to be the Speedworks Racing of Tony Costello going a little bit wide through there. That puts Jonathan Dance to the back bumper. He's going to take a peek to the inside, but notice LMP2 traffic coming his way. Has to back off just a little bit. I mean, this is some really great racing. The Speedworks Racing Team, a very competitive, very strong team, along with the Motfa team, who's picked up a win this season as a team so far. And then, of course, the Usagi Racing Ferrari, a really great job they've been doing all season in the GTE AM category, keeping right up to the back bumper of these two pro drivers.
And you saw Jonathan Dance trying to get a bit opportunistic as they head into the chicane. He knew Tony had to slow down for the faster car going by. He tried to make a move stick. It didn't happen. And boy, hard on the brakes there is Juso Ninivara behind them, heading into the hairpin. But they stay in the order that they were now, with the 229 leading the 289 and the 333. Not a whole lot of passing opportunities around here. The accordion effect is strong though. They get close in the hairpins, but it's on down the back straight coming out of a Schumacher S. That's where the passing opportunities really start to come around.
Yeah, and this is going to be a good time to where we'll see some drivers on this straightaway utilize a little bit of the slipstream to set up for an opportunity to pass in the NGK chicanes as they're approaching those actually pretty soon. Going through Dunlop, this is the corner that can be a little difficult to set up for, but drivers are doing quite well though. But we could go up just a few positions up ahead of them. It's a battle for P8 between the Torque Freak Racing Team and the Graphite Racing Team. We got George Gerber in there along with Casper DeCourt, which that team has been doing an astonishing job this season. That Graphite Racing Team doing an excellent job with fuel conservation strategies in order to pick up multiple wins this season. and Casper DeCourt, Julian Bell, a really great job. The Torque Freak Racing team has had some strong cars, but just could not seem to quite close the deal this year, with some very tough luck this season, especially at a few rounds such as Silverstone earlier in the season.
Out onto the front straight. Now this battle is happening just a little bit up the road. You can see it at the back of your screen there, the three-way battle that we have been watching taking place in the background. What does that mean? Well, it means the LMP2 NAB racing machine is going to be catching these two very shortly, and that could shake this battle up. As we see, one car came out the pits there and locking its tyres up, I think. By the way, a bit of a development for the number 256 machine. The Alpine Stars, one of the Alpine Stars cars out there, they had to make an extra unscheduled pit stop because its driver, Carlos Villa, lost force feedback. So he had to make a couple of calibration changes. He's back out there on track in 7th right now, still in the race, but it's going to give him a bit more work to do.
Yeah, also his teammate Brendan Corrin had also some issues involving frame rate connection issues.
Whoa, more trouble. George Gruber just got tipped by Alwyn Klusterman as they were going up through the S's, and how this did not end up with two cars wadded up in the wall, I'll never know. Let's get a replay on this. So here we see the NAB racing. We saw this coming. But watch this, he tips him in one of the fastest, most unstable parts of the track, and they both get away with it.
What a save indeed by George Gruber right there. I mean, that was a save. I mean, he easily could have just looped it around and made contact with either the wall or the car of Casper DeCourt right behind him, but saved it perfectly. I mean, that's a four-wheel drift right there up to the Schumacher S's.
I saw Gruber's car get sideways and it turned down into the corner, into the path of the LMP2 car, and I think it was about getting them right side tires onto that curbing, kind of upset the car, and we'll have to see if anything comes from the stewards if they want to implement a penalty, but man, it just looked like the car got really uneasy there for Gruber.
I think whatever penalty the stewards plan on giving should be cancelled out by a skill point for saving those machines.
But back to the point about with the issue with the force feedback, drivers here on the iRacing service don't have issues as far as, tire failures or engine explosions yet as far as engine failure, as we now have our leaders, top three coming in pit road. But they mostly deal with computer malfunction issues to where it could cost them major issues here, to where it could cost them wins, finishing races, or worse, even just completely wrecking out of the races. So drivers are going to have to be maintaining their computers as best as they can in order to perform to the possible top level that they can in this series.
If you saw the number 2 car, the Audi, the Simitok car on pit road, I believe that is a scheduled pit stop. Been running a really good race all the way up to 2nd there before that pit stop. Now they're going to drop back to 3rd. I believe they're going to drop another.
A couple more penalties to report. We just had one car being given a penalty for being black flagged while they were taking service while they were serving their penalty. You're not allowed to do that. If you take a penalty, you gotta take a penalty and that's it. Now, of course, sometimes that can be a little difficult to do on iRacing. You might come into the pits with good intentions to serve a stop and go, but forget to deselect fuel or tires.
That is a major issue that happens. That's why you have to make sure your teammate is all set up on your end with the crew chief and ability to be able to make those adjustments needed. So that way there's going to be no problems for you when you get on pit road. So crew chief, spotters, all of those have to be on point when it's time to make those pit stops.
So I've got an update on the penalty with the Torque Freak Racing car. They're actually going to give the penalty to the LMP2 car in that situation. A 40-second stop and hold for aggressive driving.
And that's one of those tough ones right there. You could pretty much lose a lap almost, depending on where the leader is on the track for you. So this could be not the thing that they needed for that LMP2 team.
I'll tell you what, with pit stops working out the way they have, our two leaders on track are quite close right now. Charlie Carlson in the SRT Team USA is only a couple seconds up the road from Pierre-Benoit Lemire. Now, if I recall correctly, these two aren't exactly on identical pit strategies. This might be short-lived, them only racing a couple of seconds apart, but still, something for these drivers to have to keep an eye on, because we're right now hitting the quarter distance in the race. And for all we know, this could be, you know, how things end up in 7.5 hours' time, with these two just a couple of seconds separated on track. There's not going to be any safety car periods that's going to mix the strategies up. So these drivers have pretty much, these teams have pretty much played their own cards on, you know, what strategy they think is optimal for the race, but that strategy will adapt based on how fast your drivers are, and also if you run into any issues during the event.
Yeah, I think it definitely has a full race impact on when you get pit stops and you get next to each other, because most race fans understand that when you get and you're alongside, even on off pit cycles, if you're next to each other and you're racing each other, you're both losing time, and that can hurt you. That can cause a car behind you. As we have a car spun, that's a GTE car. Casper to court, just trying to get it off the racing surface.
Looks like no damage to the car, though, so he will be able to get back out on track, get back into his rhythm. I would like to see if we have a replay of that.
I think he lost a lot of positions, though. He was racing right ahead of all those little mid-pack battles we've been keeping an eye on. So this was not what you wanted to make a mistake.
No, he's in the Mercedes Arena section of the course. Going down into turn 3 right there, and just loops it around right there. That's a difficult corner, too, because it's such a low-speed corner, and thankfully all the other drivers have avoided him quite carefully. He just backs it up a little bit, puts it in reverse, turns it around, pointing in the right direction, and continues on. So really great effort for Casper to not get any damage to that car.
And just a clarification, there is always a possibility of there being a safety car period. iRacing wouldn't necessarily implement it, but the official league stewards could manually throw a yellow flag if they deemed it necessary. However, that hasn't happened yet, and to be honest, I'm not sure it will happen. This isn't exactly a track that leads itself to congested pile-ups, with the exception sometimes of turn 1.
Yeah, this race has been quite clean as far as non-major incidents here, but we've had races where there has been some full course yellows that took quite a long time to clean up. So drivers are doing their best behavior to avoid it, as we see that battle between Tony Costello and Jonathan Dance heat up a little bit as they go out of the hairpin corner down through the Mercedes Arena. Great job by that. The Usagi Racing Ferrari is right behind them, watching and waiting, biding his time, not wanting to get too much involved with that battle because they're in two separate classes. And I'm pretty sure that Ferrari does not want to lose that lead of the FAC Auto Team Tech, who's in second, with Elvis Bonello currently driving that car.
You can tell the fact that the Usagi Racing machine has a 300 number means they're competing in the AM class, whereas the two cars ahead of him on track, the two Porsches, even though they're 4th position on track, they are GTE Pro drivers. They have 200 numbers on their car, the 229 and 289.
So we're looking here, and we've talked about this battle right now with the Laverne and the SRT, and for a second there, it looked like the LMP1 leaders were catching each other. Now the gap has moved out a little bit. Now these are two different cars, the Porsche and the Audi. The Porsche has a little more boost in it. These Audis are going to be better in the technical turns, so I'm sure we'll see a little bit of a fluctuation in the lead as for that. But boy, good racing here. Ooh, the gap really closing up there into turn 1.
Yeah, Wyvern Racing took about 1.5 seconds out of that lead last lap around. Now, of course, that could have very well had stuff to do with lap traffic. There's plenty of it around this course, and in fact, they're catching more right now. That's really going to hold up a 29 machine. Finn's getting a little close there as he goes by, navigates his way as they get a break on one of the straightaways around here at the Nürburgring course. But let's see what Wyvern Racing want to do about this lead, because a lot of the LMP1 teams have been serving their pit stops in the last couple of laps. But recall that 41's a bit of strategy. That doesn't necessarily mean that's gonna hurt them in the long run. But what would really help them is if they could get back out into the front. And here we go, up through the Schumacher. It's going to get close up. We're going to go 3 wide. No, we're not. We almost did, though.
He thought about it. There was a gap. Race drivers like to shoot gaps when they exist, but probably good to just let that chill for a little bit and move on.
Yeah, I saw a couple of laps ago a penalty handed to an LMP2 car for trying to make something happen in the Schumachers. One different Wyvern Racing team has been watching our broadcast and tell their driver, don't do it, it's not worth it. That's 93 on the board.
Yeah, these LMP1 cars, they're really sensitive to that lap traffic because they have this hybrid in the car that will automatically deploy. You can try and take that out of the cars. We'd see the pass for the lead. Is he going to be able to, Pierre, pull off? And he does move the 41 car to the first position.
Oh, maybe not, because Robert Janvandrom wasn't exactly sure where the leaders were going behind him, almost came across into the path of Pierre. But Pierre's made it work. He's got the lead. And now again, we think he'll lose the lead shortly when he has to come in for his off-sequence pit stop. But this does mean right now, we don't know their strategies. We don't know how the race is going to play out. But if they have the same amount of pit stops scheduled between now and the end of a race, Wyvern Racing has the upper hand because they now have a lead.
Well, and the other thing is now you have that open track. You're not really catching somebody. Now you can start pulling a lead. And even if you were to pit off sequence and have to take an extra pit stop, maybe you can gain enough time to offset that burden. So Wyvern Racing in a great position here. They just got to really extend that lead, and Wyvern Racing, and hopefully they can extend that lead and make something happen.
Starting to put some of
of that right now, pulling out to over a second lead over the SR Team USA with Charles right there trying to catch up. But Pierre is doing a great job as he works by some of the GTE Pro traffic, as well as a little bit of the Element Simfire, who's right in front of them as well.
Yeah, they're starting to put some of the LMP1 cars a lap down. The GT Temple Racing, the number 17 machine, running 6th overall, running 6th in class, having a good race. Nothing necessarily bad has happened to it, but such is the pace of our leaders, they may soon find themselves a lap down. Although I've got to be honest, if it takes you 2.5 hours in a race to go a lap down at a course that's only 90 seconds around, you're still having a very good race.
Yeah, and that's the thing with these LMP1 cars is you can have a really great driver, but these things are hard to set up, and a second here and a second there can result into 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 laps down over a 10-hour race. It's a really competitive class, as we can see with the two leaders, and boy, we're just going to keep seeing more and more racing.
Got some action going back on down in GT, and we saw some action when we came on in the end. Things were going well for Vigo in the 255 Alpine Stars machine, but they've fallen back to second place after a spin on the outlap for their current driver, Brendan Cronin. Let's see if we can talk to Miguel Vigo. We've got him here in the booth. Miguel, not the greatest time when you got out of a car and Brendan got in it. Things got a little bit messy there, but you're still in second. Your team is very much still in this race.
Yeah, unfortunately, Brendan is having some really serious hardware issues. He's running about 25-30 frames per second, so we don't know what's causing that yet. So hopefully he can finish the stint out, and then I'll have to get back in again for him to be able to solve that. And the other car as well, the driver got in and his OSW wasn't producing any force feedback, so they had to take an unscheduled stop again to kind of have him reboot his OSW again so he can keep driving.
What happened on pit exit there for Brendan? It almost looked like he stalled out. Is he running with the clutch turned off? Is that what happened?
I I initially thought that as well, and no, it's just unfortunate. He was just getting massive stutters, so his image on the screen was just being still. Nothing was really showing, so that's why he just stalled it like that.
What are your team's goals for today, with the championship coming to an end and being in the fight for the lead of this race?
Well, unfortunately, the championship for us isn't really in the cards. We've just kind of had a little bit of bad luck throughout the entire season, usually from the restarts, and we're just trying to see if we can make it and finish a race here today. We're in a pretty good spot. Second place isn't too bad. Hopefully, maybe in the cards we can have a safety car. It'll kind of bunch up things again, and we'll be all right. But we'll looking forward to later on during nighttime to kind of see how everybody does.
All right, well, we'll let you get back to your team then, Miguel. Thanks for coming to talk to us, and feel free to come in later. There's a lot of racing still to go.
Yeah, thank you guys. You guys do a great broadcast, and I just want to take a quick thanks to my sponsors: Alpine Stars, Cube Controls, Sim Labs, Attack Plan, and Munch Media. So I will see you guys later.
All right, we'll see more of Miguel later. We're seeing a lot of his car on screen right now because Sim's getting a bit hairy out on track. Also, I mean, Dawson, Taylor, seeing a lot of little battles out on track. The leaders, again, still close, 41 and the 29.
Yeah, there was a time where the 41 had a lead of almost 2-3 seconds, but lap traffic has caused the 29 to catch back up again. So, I mean, it's an ever-changing door. You keep seeing everything change with the pace and how these guys run. And maybe we'll see the 29 retake the lead.
What you've been watching out there, Taylor, in the last couple of laps?
Well, right now, been keeping an eye not only on that battle with the Team Huysenfeld and the Alpine Geodesic, which has been closing, is now under 2 seconds between the two, but there's several other battles. I mean, keeping an eye on between, especially the likes of some of the other ones back in 7th and 8th. That battle has not given up, especially with the Usagi Racing trying to close into the back bumper of the Lux Sim Podcast GTE of Jonathan Dance. I mean, those guys have not been able to separate from each other for the past few laps, as well as watching Casper DeCourt close in on those two as well. So pretty soon, we'll have these 3 cars battling it out again pretty soon.
Seeing a couple of close packs on track. There was a massive... Oh, we got trouble?
That was a car off. That one looks like to be the AVA Vervatic 394 Porsche of Kim Cook. He went offline and into the grass, and we got the replay right now on board with him. This is just get a big slide before they get into Dunlop. And then there goes the likes of Jonathan Dance as well as the Usagi Ferrari. And then here comes as well Casper DeCourt passing before. I mean, what a great save and no major contact, but Kim Cook having a rough drive right now, currently sitting 25th in the GTE class.
Yeah, so a lot of close battles out here. I want to give a shout out, though, to one team we haven't mentioned for a little while, and that's our team running in 3rd place, Kinetic Racing Velocity, the number 83 machine. We've been talking a lot in LMP1 about how our top 2 leaders are close on track. Do not count these guys out. They're only 8 seconds down the road.
Yeah, and they're a really good team. They've got the pace. We saw them up there. They were running right next to Wyvern earlier on. So I don't think they're by any means out of it. They're on the right pit cycle, we're assuming. So Mark Torres and this Kinetic Racing Velocity machine had a couple opportunities, and they could get their way right back up.
So Kinetic Racing Velocity running 3rd in LMP1. They're also Kinetic Racing Speed is leading down in the GTE Pro. It's Team Huskerveld, the number 111 car, still leading over in LMP2. And as we heard from we heard just a little while ago when we were interviewing Vigo, the drivers racing for teams aren't just necessarily concerned about their car. They have other teams racing, they're competing against them in their own class and also in the other divisions. So there's lots of friendships and also not so friendly relationships out there on the circuit all the time.
No, these drivers have been racing each other for past several months now. Total of 6 rounds these drivers have been racing against each other for multiple long hours. So you kind of get used to the knowing that the drivers who know how to handle the race, and then there's some who they just don't feel comfortable racing around. So these drivers are pretty much a big family to where they have to understand, learn, and work together to try to put on a great show, great racing, and put on great rivalries here in this series.
Oh, you know how that goes. 1 week a driver will dive bomb you where he probably shouldn't have, and that goes into your mind, and you remember that. Next thing you know, next week you see that driver coming up in your rear view mirror, and you remember that one time he dive bombed you, and maybe you give him more room, maybe you give him less, maybe you're, however it works. These guys all remember, and it's always changing. And maybe if you see your teammate, you're going to give him a little more room, you're going to give him a little more patience, then you're going to be a little more aggressive on someone who is not your teammate.
Well, we've been seeing some tight racing going on between our overall leaders again. It's still Pierre-Benoit Lemire leading the race for Wyvern Racing, but only by a little over a second from SRT Team USA. However, it's been hard to say which team has been faster. That they've pretty much just been closing and gapping each other based on the traffic. Right now, they're navigating their way around the Ford of Pedro Diaz, who's actually going to hold up the 29 machine a little bit. None of his fault. 29 just got the short straw and caught him at the part of the circuit where he didn't really want to.
Well, I went back and looked at some of the notes that Sean and the guys have left for us, and one of the interesting things I saw was that Wyvern machine was the only car to not take tires on their pit stop. Now that is very doable in this LMP1 car. You can double stint, and I've even heard of triple stinting tires. That's more of a thing you do at night. But if Wyvern can, maybe lose a little bit of pace on track, or even, SRT, Kinetic, any of these guys, if they can double stint their tires and cut that pit stop time by quite a bit, you can make a big jump. So we'll see, maybe somebody tries to implement a strategy where they're trying to double stint tires.
Ooh,
this is a problem with old tires, because that was a really weird way to lose it. We've been looking at the old Vikings, and now he's in the pits, and I think this is more than just tires here for old Christian Uneberg for the Team Vikings 301 machine. You saw he just lost it on his own, coming through the final turn and sidewalled it into the tire barrier. That could cost him some time in the pits.
It is going to cost him a lot of time as we see that battle for 8th, 9th, 10th, and 11th heating up right now. George Gerber right now having to defend against Jonathan Dance, who takes a look to the inside, now goes to the outside, tries to go the long way around. We see a little lockup from George as we see Shute Nirvana in the Usagi Ferrari try to take the long way around. Up through the Mercedes arena they go. Casper DeCourt being a little bit patient, watching on right now, but George Gerber having the fight for his life right now for this battle for P8 as we're on board with DeCourt riding on. Great battle between these 4 cars right now. I mean, Tony Costello in the Speedworks Racing team closing in as well, some 2.3 seconds back. So we could have a 5-car battle for the 8th position here.
LMP2 cars are making their pit stops, but as you mentioned, this is where the action is. 3 hours into a 10-hour race, and we have a 4-way battle for position. And the poor LMP2 car, Valwyn, in the NAB racing machine, just trying to find his way through this, saying, let me out, I don't want to be a part of this. But he's got to navigate his way through. He's clicked off 2 of them now as they work their way up through Schumacher S. Not going to try and make the same mistake we saw earlier and try and make a more decisive, less aggressive pass down the inside here of Jonathan Dance. And Dance has got to get back on the loud pedal before Jutsu of Usagi Racing catches in him. Everybody's going to catch him, get right up on the rear wing of him. There was almost contact there as they accelerate almost 3 wide at 130 miles an hour. What a move by Casper DeCourt, picking off 2 for 1.
Indeed, going 3 wide in there before they get to the NGK chicanes. I mean, what a pass. He was able to get by both of them. Cameron Dance, the worst sore loser of all of this, or Jonathan Dance losing a lot of positions as we're on board now. Look at this replay. I mean, Casper DeCourt being patient, sees the opportunity, gets a great run off that corner, dives to the inside, 3 wide. That's something you can't do on that corner, but it looks like Casper decides to do it and makes the pass. Move him up to P9.
Great driving all around from all those drivers to be aware of the situation and know where you got to put your car to not cause any issues. Great driving.
Well, now with that resolved temporarily, let's see if we can get an eye on what's going on with our LMP2 leaders, because it does seem that's around their time to stop. Team Huskerveld, the 111 machine, has been leading that class, and there you see why we're not paying a whole lot of attention to that. On the bottom of your screen, it's leading it by over a whole minute. Now, when you're talking about a race that still has 7 hours left to play, a minute lead isn't something that's entirely comfortable, but for now, Christian Kowit is not being pressured for that position. Danny Fonte-Pedra is back in second place, the number 151 machine, the World of Sim Racing team, and likewise almost a minute lead there over the Black Sheep Motorsports number 187 car being driven by Alexio Lane. So top 3 not going to be shuffled up anytime soon in LMP2, barring any disaster.
I'll tell you what, if I can say about that LMP2 class with Christian Kuhn and that Team Boysenfeld team, that has been one of the most dominant LMP2 classes I've ever seen run with that car and those 2 driver combinations. Just a standing run.
Well, it seems in real world motor racing, you know, IMSA and the WEC, they have their prototype challenge classes, the LMP2 classes, and sometimes those do become a little bit of a joke, just how they don't have a whole lot of participation. That's one great thing about sim racing and iRacing is, you know, it doesn't cost any more or less money to make these cars. It doesn't pay any more or less money to race these cars. And some people, you know, just want to drive those LMP2 cars out here on iRacing. And as a result, we end up with strong classes and great races because of it.
And this HPD is a very old car. It has been around for a very long time, probably longer than I've been on iRacing. But some of the drivers, they just love this thing. You know, the simplistic, the open cockpit design, you can see everything. You know, it's got the traction control. You don't have to deal with the hybrid or anything like that. It's a really fun car to drive, and these guys just love it.
Yes, indeed. I mean, this car is by far one of the more easier prototypes to drive, and no offense to those LMP1 cars, but I still get a little bit claustrophobic in that car, just about how tight confined you seem in there. And then, of course, all the technology you have to figure out to drive that car and manage it. I mean, I got to give credit to those ones who decide to run the LMP1 class.
Now, Dawson, you notice something strange has been going on with Alexio Lane in the Black Sheep Motorsports machine, currently 3rd in LMP2.
Yeah, well, earlier you mentioned how there's a pretty big gap to the 151 car. Now, when I looked, and they just had pit stops a couple laps ago, the 187 machine exited the pits right behind that 151 that he's chasing right now. And somehow this gap has increased, so we missed something with the 187 car, whether it was an off, he got a spin or something. He lost a bunch of time to that 151 car. Those two were buddies. They were following each other for as long as we had been watching this race, so we'll have to see if we can figure out what had happened.
It looks like Casper DeCourt got past the likes of George Gerber for the 8th position. What a great job he is doing even after that spin. I mean, the driver is definitely a man on the mission trying to find his way, though has a large gap, though, to get to the next team of the Alpine Geodesic of Carlos Vita. So he's going to do his best to try to work his way up through there. But here comes the Usagi Racing team of Juso. He's going to take a look to the inside of George Gerber, but cannot complete the pass as we have LMP1 traffic of the German Sim Racing team coming up upon these several drivers. He's going to make quick, short work of these GT cars in that Audi LMP1.
And as we approach the 3-hour mark of this race, and you see the racing is still just as dicey out there as what it was at the start of this thing, our LMP2 leader, Christian Kowit, is into the pits. Barring, I mean, unless they're planning on doing everything here, driver change, tyres, fuel, all the like. They should come out with the lead, and sure enough, not even a driver change. It's Christine Kwiat still behind the wheel as they merge out onto the track, and not any cars to worry about right now. So nice pit stop there, and Christine Kwiat will go on about his way.
And you know what? I think I figured out what happened to that 187 machine. We see the LMP2 position 2 leader, the 151, is now into the pits. So the 187 pit off cycle just by a couple laps. Not going to be a big deal for them, but he followed out a different car that was a red and white paint scheme. So it got mixed up. Now we'll see where he rejoins, and if he rejoins in front of that 187 or behind him.
Yeah, it could be quite close, as you mentioned there, being close on course. I just hadn't picked up on the fact that he was running, you know, a couple of laps off schedule, which could end up playing a bigger role later on in the event. We hope you stick around here on the iRacing Esports Network and the Global Sim Racing channel. Find out how this race, how this championship unfolds in 7 hours' time. Plenty of great racing to come between now and then. Knee proof, look at your screen. You could throw a blank over about 10 cars navigating their way through the chicane.
Yeah, another battle is heating up right now in 14th position between the Alliance Racing Team and the Fitzy Motorsports Racing Team. This is between Jason Felici and Nick Madsen. Porsche versus Ferrari, as the Kinetic driver is getting right by him as well. Mark Torres making quick work of these two. As we see Jason in that Alliance Porsche right in front on board with Nick Madsen in the Fitzy Motorsports Ferrari. These two have been going at it for multiple laps right now, coming out of the Mercedes arena. I mean, he is putting a lot of pressure to the back bumper of that Porsche as they're closing in, and 12 seconds behind them is Andre Burnett. So it's just going to be a two-horse battle between these two, but a lot of great racing, even in the backfield of this field.
Well, the pit stop's over, and Alexio Lane of Black Sheep Motorsports is now in second, ahead of Danny Fontepedra. However, when Alexio Lane came back out onto the racetrack, he had a bit of a scary moment. And speaking of scary moments, we've got a 3-wide scenario down into turn 1. Yeah, we'll get that sorted out. That was Wyvern. The Wyvern team serving their pit stop, so the number 41 machine gets shuffled back to 4th place. It shows you how close, you know, I'm sure they're not too concerned because they just made the pit stop, puts them back in 4th, but it shows you how close all the leaders are on track, that one pit stop can cost you a few positions, even this deep into the event.
Yep, and I was watching them take their pit stop, and they did have the car up on jacks, so they did take tires this pit stop. We'll have to look maybe at the next one whether or not they decide to double stint this pair of tires.
Well, Maximilian Fritz has caught the back bumper of Brendan Corrin in there. We have now Maximilian in the Heusenfeld team trying to chase down Brendan Corrin in that geodesic Ferrari. It was over 2 seconds at one point. Now it's under half a second between the two drivers as they come out of the Mercedes arena. I mean, he is putting a lot of pressure right now, but has the LMP2 car right behind them now. So it's going to be a little bit difficult to make short work of these two, as we also see Mark Torres right behind them as well. Going into turn 4 and 5 right now, as we see the LMP2 traffic has split between Maximilian and Brendan as they now come down towards the Dunlop curve. 3 wide now, 3 different classes going 3 wide between the two, as we see Mark make quick work of the LMP2 car now. But still, Maximilian now gets right back on the pressure to get onto the bumper of Brendan. Up through the Schumacher S's, just cannot seem to quite close the deal here, Sam.
Yeah, it's not the easiest place on track to close the deal either. He's coming up, obviously, to the run up a hill into the chicane at the end of the lap, but still, it's every time you think you can start the focus on targeting the guy in front of you, a faster car or a slower car gets in your way and ruins it all.
That seems to be the case.
Yeah, such was the nature of multi-class endurance racing. Oh, dicey battle going on down into the hairpin on the front straight. Almost contact between George Grober and Yuso Nivara, who's looking to the outside now as they work their way through the Mercedes area. And Jonathan Dance, this isn't the first time we've seen this battle going on. These three being covered by a blank, and there's our overall leader, just 2 cars behind, thinking, hold on, I've got a race to try and win here. I don't want to be dealing with all this.
This is where he's going to have to be really patient, Stefan, is take his time, as we're also on board with Charlie Carlson in the Speedworks Racing Porsche, right on the back bumper of that Moatfoot Podcast Racing team. As he gets right on the bumper, look at that, almost a little bit of contact between the two. I tell you what, I would not want to be leading in that mix of gaggle of cars right there. That is just too dicey. I'd be trying to back out of that a little bit, but still putting the pressure on indeed. Jonathan Dance trying to pressure George Gerber to make a mistake as they make the climb up through the Schumacher S's, as we see Stefan Overgaard really trying to back off a little bit, but putting the pressure when need be to get by this lap traffic.
Yeah, so it was easy work for our LMP1 leader to get out of this pack. However, as you mentioned, Stefan Overgaard, he doesn't have a power advantage. He's going to try and do this the hard way.
He's going to try his best to, but I think he might just do one at a time. It might be the best move as he has the LMP2 card go underneath him. There he goes to get by Justo Nivara in that 333 Usagi Racing. So 1 down, 2 to go. And as he goes to the NGK chicanes, he's going to try to be patient, not try to put too much emphasis on trying to get past him, because he has a large lead over the Alpine Gio S16. Some 18 seconds separate the two.
Now they get a bit of a break here on the front straight, where at the very least the LMP1 and LMP2 cars should find their way to the front of this pack. And the Team Vikings LMP2 machine quite deep on the brakes there, but able to commit to the corner okay. Stefan Overgaard has got half of the drivers in this battle behind him. He's still not entirely satisfied about that, I'm sure. Oh, there is contact! Here we go! And George Gruber getting punted off the racetrack. He'll lose a bunch of positions and time from that. How much damage did he get?
Looks like to be quite a little bit on the right side of the car. As he locks up the brakes, goes a little bit wide through the hairpin right there. Through the Mercedes arena, you see Jonathan get a good run, then dives to the inside of him. He thinks he's clear, but has to block up the brakes, makes the contact. Stefan Overgaard, I'm pretty sure, was kind of squeezing his gripping that steering wheel a little bit tighter than normal and clenching his teeth as he tried to get through that. Looks like he got through no damage to the car as we're on board with him. I mean, that was not what he needed. Ooh, I think he might have made a little nose frontal contact to the rear end of Jonathan Dance right there.
Well, Lee Gadmans is standing by for an interview, but I don't know if it's a good time to talk to them now. They might have a bit of work to do after that one. Oh, let's try and bring them in anyway. Kyle, Ed, are we stopping you from distributing the penalty there?
Nope.
Nope.
We got other guys in there to do that.
Yeah.
All right. Well, how have things been going from your end this race? We've knocked off 3 hours now. Definitely getting into the middle portion.
They've overall been, I'd say, about the same as most races. I mean, they kind of look hectic, but I think the reason why we haven't had any cautions is just because of the track. You know, you look at the track and there's just a lot of high-speed corners. You know, you go to Daytona and Barber and other tracks we've done this season, you got a lot of high-speed corners, but it's also, there's a lot of runoff room. So you have the combination of slower to mid to slower speed corners plus a lot of runoff room. You know, people wreck, they don't get into the wall, which brings out cautions. So it's been about the same. Things have somewhat calmed down in this last hour. The first 2 hours were somewhat hectic, but I mean, it's kind of what we had. I'm wondering if we're going to have, like we had with 1,000 miles of Silverstone over the summer last year, where we only had 2 cautions that race. It's kind of trending towards that right now.
Saw Gruber in the pits there with damage we suspect on his car. Ed, can you talk to us maybe about the decision to end the championship here at the Nürburgring?
Yeah, it just kind of lended itself to be a good place. There's a lot of, you know, it's a long track. It's pretty open. It gives us the chance to let the cars spread out a bit and not be right on top of each other the whole time. So we thought it lended itself to be a good place to run a 10-hour race at.
This one goes out to whoever wants to answer it. What do we have to look forward to in 7 hours' time once this season is over? What's next for this championship going forward? Any changes?
So next season, we can confirm right now, if we don't get a new P2 or TPI in the sim, we'll be continuing with the P1s, HPD, GTEs, same class structure. The biggest decision that we're trying to make right now is if we want to make the GT AM class a spec class with a GTE car, one of them. Now that we got 4, we just take one of them and make that the GT AM spec class. Or if we move the GT AM class into GT3s. It's just kind of doing the separation between the GT AM and GT or GTE GT3 would be great for speed between the two GT classes. Our only fear is what is the speed difference going to be between the GT3s and the P1s and the P2s. But other than that, you know, things are pretty much going to stay similar in terms of probably a 5 to 6 race championship. More than likely still have a long race at the end of the season, double the points. There's going to be quite a few things that we'll be updating or modifying in terms of the rules, but overall it'll have a very, very similar look and feel to this season.
All right, and Ned, as we enter the last 7 hours of this race, talk about next season. Let's talk about the last 7 hours of this race. What from the league admin side, you know, having followed this series over the years, do you think we have to look forward to in the closing hours as we wrap up this season?
Well, it's the way it's going right now. If it keeps going, I think we could have a pretty clean and green race, honestly. As long as people don't do something stupid to cause a big accident, I think we'll have a great race. I think we'll have a good finish.
Well, it's certainly been fun to watch so far. Well, thank you both for stopping by. Still plenty of racing to come by, so swim by later and we'll catch up as we enter the closing hours.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
All right, and while we were talking to them, you get to see some of our great racing continue on our live coverage here on GSRC and the iRacing Esports Network. Dawson, Taylor, start with Dawson here. What's been catching your eye over the last few minutes?
Nothing much. The prototype field has really spaced out with Wyvern pitting. They've kind of shuffled back. Now they're working their way up. Other than that, we look at the other thing we had was Black Sheep Motorsports in P2. It looks like the 110 is slowly catching them, but other than that, not much action in prototype.
Taylor?
Over in the GT class, however, there has been lots of interesting battles, especially the battle for P2 in the GTE Pro and GTE overall between Brendan Cronin and Maximilian Fritz. These two have been going at it for multiple laps right now. And then, of course, we have the battle that's back from 8th on to 12th position. Those guys have been battling for multiple laps for the duration of this race. Currently, it's kind of died down just a little bit with Jonathan Dance and Tony Costello, as well as Yuso Nirvara and the Usagi Ferrari had been battling for multiple laps. They had Casper DeCourt along with them, but he has pulled out a little bit from these drivers. But overall, the GT class has been providing excellent battles throughout the duration of this race.
Now, I know we had the incident with Gruber, and we're waiting on something from the admins, and it looks like they are going to be either giving a warning or a penalty. We're just waiting to see the team under investigation or the finalization of the decision.
I was just checking the same thing there. I'm like, I haven't really heard a whole lot about that. So, we're keeping an eye on a lot of the action that's been... Oh, a big lock up there. Going into heaven, we got Spinner on the outside of a corner there. And was that Pedro Diaz, I believe, in the Ford GT, the Pineapple Racing machine?
It's one of our front runners in the points championship for the GTE AM.
Oh, and it wasn't him who caused it.
It was not. It was one of the Porsches, I guess, from the GTE AM. I would like to see which one it was. Looking, it looks like to be the Graphite Racing AM team. This is Frank Aurelius right now on board with him. He's trying to follow suit with that LMP2 car. Locks up the brake and just loses it. Makes contact with Pedro. Going into turn one in the hairpin. That is not going to be something that's going to be looked well upon in that class, as well as with the admins. I'm pretty sure there will be a penalty looked into with that.
Yeah, hit him right in the pineapple. SpongeBob is going to have to call a repairman. Dawson, it looks like finally we got an announcement on the penalty here.
Yep, they have penalized the 289 car for a full minute, so that's going to be a big loss for Jonathan Dance and that machine. We'll see when they bring it down the pit lane.
And that's the biggest penalty you could pretty much get in this series, a full minute penalty. So he will lose at least one lap throughout the duration for this race right now. So this will drop him quite some ways from the rest of his competition that he's been battling with.
This pack continues to be one of the tightest ones on the track, and the main reason is it's because it's all GT cars. You know, when it's a mixture of GT and LMP1s and LMP2s, packs break up quite quickly due to the speed difference. But boy, these guys are all over each other, and they're not going away in a hurry.
No, they're not. They're going to try to keep as tight as they can with each other amongst the classes. As you see right in front of them, there's our GTE Pro leader, Stefan Overgaard, not too far in front of him, actually having to work his way past these guys, as well as trying to catch up and pass the lap traffic of that the piece, or actually no, the Casper de Court's team with the Graphite Racing Amcar, who's right in front of them. So this battle is going to be heating up behind him, but good news for Stefan Overgaard, he is going to be pulling away from this and getting away from all the drama that's right behind him.
That was Tony Costello you saw throwing it down the inside of Grant Henderson. That was almost another penalty there if those two had came together, but fortunately they were able to avoid each other. Now, I've got to ask you two, having had experience in the GT cars before, we're seeing a lot of Porsches in this battle. We're seeing a Ferrari at the tail end of it. Do you think this is a circuit that favors one of those two cars?
Well, all three cars, the Porsche, the Ferrari, and the Ford, have very good mix of BOP. And I'm surprised that BMW has not entered the mix right now as well. But the Fords are not as strong this BOP change as here recently, especially in the GTE Pro class. GTE and they're quite well. The Porsches are a more well-balanced car, being able to handle certain straight line speed as well as cornering speed and handling. It's a very well-balanced car. The Ferrari, good with top-end speed, but yet still has very good handling, as well as now Dance is coming down pit road to serve that penalty. But these cars are fairly well evened out in some parts of the track. One part we'll see the Porsche dominate. Later on, we might see the Ferrari take good charge. And then finally, we could see a Ford start making his way up through the field.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with that. You know, this Porsche, different than all the GTE cars, a rear engine car. And it brakes really
sorry,
well.
Dawson, we got trouble here. Cloet's coming in, and the car's... That's crabbing, isn't it?
Crinkled down.
See, our LMP2 leader... Try and find out what happened there for you, but go ahead, Dawson.
Yeah, I think that just with a Porsche and that rear engine, you know, I've noticed that its BOP before this new update, that Porsche was probably one of the faster cars. I love the rear engine. If you love to be able to get it out of a corner and just put the gas down, all that weight in the back is wonderful. Now, I know Taylor mentioned the BMW, the first front-engine GTE car that we have. That's going to be the complete opposite. You're going to have a lot of front turn with that car, and I can't wait to see when that car enters this series, how many people are driving it. I think it'll be a fun car.
Trying to go back with Christine Cloet. He'd been out there a couple of laps at the least with that damage, so it could have just been our camera angle there, but he didn't seem to stop for extensive repairs. And I guess things are okay for that Team Huskvale team, because he's been running fairly decent lap times. All these cars getting a little bit beat and banned up as the race goes on. You'll see cars run off track throughout the race. Obviously, with this being a 10-hour race, there is no incident limit. As now we have Bonello into the pits in the 311.
Our LMP1 leader of Charlie Carlson is also coming down pit road to complete his pit stop. So this will be a scheduled pit stop as they're coming down pit road. Short work of it. Hopefully won't take long. Possible driver change as well. So we'll have to wait and see what happens. He's going to be staying in the car by the looks of it.
Now, I'm not sure if you remember the incident in turn 1, the stewards have deemed that a racing incident. So that little 3-car mess that we had earlier on in GTE AM, that has been considered a racing incident.
Carlos Vila just went for a ride in the chicane. He's able to recover. Fortunately, there wasn't any traffic really around him at the time. But now there is. He's got a whole pack of hungry cars here. But this is how you do not take the chicane.
No.
Getting a little bit of air and almost lost it on the exit. Was able to recover on the pit entryway. He obviously was thrown off a little bit from the faster car going by him, just missed his braking mark, and yeah, a little bit of a popper wheelie.
But still was able to save it, so I would give that a very good save as well. Keep it on track as best he can. Carlos Vilo doing a great job, currently running in 6th position in the GTE class, 22nd overall. 256 Ferrari having an interesting, in fact, the whole team, both cars having an interesting race early on, though, as we're 6 hours and 45 minutes into this with remaining on the race. So a lot of time for them to help catch up as they're trying to catch down the likes of Marcel Bosman, who's been doing quite well in that virtual motorsports Ferrari, some 5 seconds up the road from him.
Have you two ever done a 10-hour race in particular before? I mean, what exactly is a mentality as we come to 3.5 hours in at this stage? Because, yeah, you're thinking, okay, it's still early in the event, but as far as endurance races go, 6.5 hours isn't a long time.
6.5 hours may seem like an eternity, but actually, in a sense, it can be a quick sprint race in effect. Doing many endurance races myself, and in fact actually competing in this series several seasons ago, it may seem like forever at one point when watching the race or something like that, but when you're racing and you're focused on what's going on, you know time will fly by. So these drivers have to know when it's going to be to take in order to do well. As we see now, one of the Kinetic drivers, Gabriel Ruse, coming into pit road. Yeah, I think this might be a driver change as well, possibly, but it is a little bit longer than expected. Could there be some possible damage to the car?
Yeah, this is a driver swap. Gabriel Ruse getting into the car. The car looks clean from what I can see. But I'm guessing just tires and the driver swap. Maybe some technical issues for Gabriel.
Yeah, it's been a couple of minutes he's been sitting there, so something is not going on with that 83 car. And what it does mean with all these cars coming into the pits is we've got a new leader. I think this is the first time we've seen this car out front for a little while, the number 2 machine. The Simitok Esport J team currently being driven by David Sorenzo, leading his way around the Nürburgring Grand Prix course. Bit of traffic ahead, but nothing I don't think this car can't navigate its way through.
Gabriel finally comes off pit road now, so let's see how he does in lap times, but he's lost a ton of time, already a lap down.
Almost 2. We were just watching our overall leader come out the final hairpin, and here's Roos working his way through the Mercedes Stadium.
And
Speaking of your leader now, something interesting about the 29, he did not take tires at last stop while Wyvern did take tires. So Wyvern now slotted behind the leader while they're on equal pit cycles.
Here we go. We have the 278, the Hoysenfeld team of Roberto Schumann coming in, currently sitting in the 5th position. So he will be coming down pit road, right, finishing up his stop, and it looks like to be a driver swap as well. Christian Frank will get in the car now. This team has been doing quite well in their LMP2 racing, but right now their GT Pro and GT EM, they've been doing somewhat well, running inside the top 10, but looks like now the battle for 7th place between Casper Decourt and Espen Chargen in the Team Vikings car are going to be heating up right now. This is a Ford and a Ferrari battle. This is one of the stronger Ford GT teams in the GTE Pro teams. Doing a great job as they're coming up to the back bumper of one of the Pineapple Racing Ford GTs. I believe that's the 360 car in front of them. But as you can see right now, Espen's going to take maybe a peek to the inside as Casper now tries to get by the lap traffic of that Pineapple Racing car. One of the strong front runners in the GTE AM standings, but having some not so well runs late in the going, this cost them big time to where they can't catch up possibly. It's going to take a lot of work for them to do well to finish out the point season.
Plenty of battles going on throughout the GT field, and this is a big field. I mean, even drivers battling in the teens and the 20s, as we see here, they're not exactly out of this. I mean, there's a lot that can still happen. We've talked, there is always a possibility of a safety car in the future, and even these drivers running back around 20th place or so, even 20th in class, still have a handful of cars behind them. That's pretty much midfield. Such is the strength of this GT field out here. And I think we actually just had to change for position. No, we don't, but just 1 second separating Frank Oosferus in the car behind him.
The Black Sheep team, Frank Oosferus, as well as we see right now, that team is doing quite well this season as we ride on board with Grant Henderson, having to watch out for the LMP1 traffic of the German sim racing team up to the Schumacher S's. I mean, he's had to be so careful through there. This corner right here is also a difficult one. You feel like you can go flat out through there, but you have to lift just a little bit in order to get through there nice and smooth, not to go over the curbing and in out of bounds area. But great driving by these teams right now as they're coming out towards the NGK chicanes. And as we see right now, one of the Graphite GTE AM teams who had an incident early on, making a nice recovery, having his sights set, as we have the pro team of Casper DeCourt come down pit road, along with the GTE Pro leader.
I think Casper DeCourt has had quite an eventful race out there. Stephen Overgaard, he's been pretty much leading the GT class as Marcel Egber's also into the pits. Overgaard's pretty much been leading the GT class the whole time, but that doesn't mean that he hasn't had some action going on out front of his windshield as well. He's definitely seen some of the more exciting lap car battles we've had out there today. And boy, 3 hour, 20-minute mark, everyone's hungry for fuel. And so there were about a dozen or so cars in the pits there.
Yeah, multiple cars on pit road right now. This is the time period where we'll see all the GTE traffic come down pit road to make their pit stops. This is their third pit stop for some of them, at least their third scheduled pit stop, as now Maximilian Fritz takes over or inherits the lead in the GTE Pro class.
Overgaard's out of the pits, no driver change there. This is his second stint. Cars running 4th and 5th in LMP2, not far away on track as well, and might be worth a bit of camera time. Benjamin Gregory for the Texan Safe Fitstyle Motorsports team, the number 113 car, just a couple seconds up the road from the 151 World of Sim Racing team. And 10 cars started the LMP2 class today. I'm only seeing one out of a race, the number 114 TCR machine, retired a long time ago. The rest of the 9 of them still looking for points, looking for positions out there, and still way over half a race to get it done.
Looking through the GTE field, there's a battle going on, I believe, for the 14th position between the Fitstyle Motorsports team and the Roadmasters Omega team. This is Nick Madsen and John Felipe Weed. This is not between two different classes, GTE AM and GTE Pro, but still a decent battle, separated under a second. As the P1 lead is heating up.
Speaking of under a second, our overall lead has came alive. number 29 car had it. He still has it. Charlie Carlson ahead of Brandon Garcia. This is 29 SRT Team USA LMP1 machine leading Wyvern Racing, the number 41 car in second place.
Yep, and that 29 machine did not take tires last time, so maybe that's playing a little bit of a factor here. This track, it's a little bit hotter than it was before. It's up to 85 degrees now, and this 41 machines, Wyvern Racing, they're doing a great job putting pressure on their leader. Even if they're off pit cycle and all of that, still putting pressure on him. Whoa, they get close there into turn 1. But all it takes is just one GTE car. As you can see up the road there, that is Tony Costello.
Costello just came out of a pit, so he's on cold tires too. And pulls to the side, a good place for the leaders to catch.
Now there was a time where when we had the Simitok Esport Jade Racing car, we had 3 cars all within 5 seconds of each other, so plenty of good racing here. And it all depends on how this race ends. If they're still on these same pit cycles, we could see this as the result of the end of the race, so stay tuned. You can have a great LMP1 battle.
Looks like we've got one right now. You see them taking different lines. Charlie being a little bit defensive maybe through the Schumacher-esque, trying to cut the draft from the 41, hopping over the curbs. It's definitely not the desired racing line through there. I wonder if the 41 driver, Brendan Garcia, is seeing that and thinking, hey, I want to get by this guy. Whoa, that was close there for Charlie, having to hop over the curb to avoid the GT car. And that's another reason you want to be the car in front. If you're second and something happens to the car in front of you, you're the one with nowhere to go.
And you could see with that great onboard shot that our director had, how the lead car, he was just hugging the left side a little bit more than the Wyvern machine. As here we go, maybe we got a chance up into turn 1. No, he's going to wait just a little bit. Make sure you wait for your opportunity. You don't want to mess something up here, get a penalty, and get a 60-second hold. That would really cost you at this point of the race.
I would definitely say from what we've seen over the last half a lap, Brandon is running a little bit cleaner and seems to be hitting his marks, running into less errors. I don't know if that's me seeing things. I don't know if that's a result of Charlie feeling the pressure from behind. The thing is Charlie has the lead, Brandon doesn't, and Brandon very much will want it. You see as they navigate their way through a few more GT cars here. And in fact, if Andre Brunette turns in, he might separate them, and he almost turns in on the side of Brandon.
I mean, we've got an LMP2 car now. That's a little bit different than these GT, a little harder to pass. It's a little bit faster. We'll have to see. Maybe Brandon can find an opportunity. He's going to look to the outside here. Try and go the long way around, and he is going to complete it. He's going to get the inside here for this turn. Now where does the GTE car go? Brandon going to move up the Wyvern machine up to P1.
All right, now I think that the 29 has to be a little bit concerned here, because like I'm saying, I think the 29 has been driving a little bit better the last couple of laps, and now that he has the lead, and they haven't exactly escaped the lap traffic. They've got another pack of GT cars here on the front straight to deal with. He might be able to blast by those though before they even get to turn 1. This could be a concern, having Brandon Garcia in the Wyvern Racing machine, a fast driver, fast car, in the lead with no traffic, and Charlie is stuck back there. He wasn't able to pass those GT cars. So this is really going to separate them.
Well, this goes back to what we were talking about earlier with that mindset that teams have in a 10-hour race. And I think, Carlson almost making contact with the GTE car. It looked like Netcode just went right through him.
That was Stefan Overgaard. One of our GT leaders. Whoa!
Carlson avoiding contact with the Pineapple Racing machine.
Well, when the race is over, if you like pineapples, there'll be some chunks of them lying around the racetrack for you. But boy, just watch out. I think it was Netcode here. That looked like that should have been a collision, but it wasn't. And I think Overgaard might have damage because he's actually a bit slow on course right now.
Boy, Carlson really lucky. His car looks untouched. Wow, unbelievable. That could have been a huge momentum changer. Look, that LMP1 car just comes out of nowhere. You even had the rear car monitor to look, and these things are they're so much quicker to the brakes. They come out of nowhere.
Well, Overgaard has dropped to the back of his pack. I don't see any damage on his car, and he's staying out. I wonder if this was a voluntary decision, him saying, I'm getting the heck out of here.
Probably did. I mean, he still has about a 9-second lead over Miguel Vigo right now, but it is closing a little bit, so we'll have to keep an eye on this to see how badly. I mean, I'm looking at the car. I don't see any damage as far as bodywork's concerned with this car at the moment, but it could be something else. Could be, you know, with that net, could have caused something more severe that we just can't see right now on the outside of the car.
Meanwhile, GT pit stops also going on. The gap between our top two overall leaders, by the way, just one lap after Brandon took the lead, he has opened the gap up to 3.5 seconds. There's my fear, and I think a fear of some of the LMP1 competitors that with clean air, Brandon was going to pull away with this a bit. Look at that, 5 seconds now.
Yeah, and I think the point that I was making earlier about the mindset that you want to be in. Now, right about at this point in the race, you know, with it being a 10-hour race, are these the fastest guys you have in the car, or are you going to put those guys in later in the race? So we don't know. Maybe the 29 machine has some faster guys who are going to put out laps now. Maybe Brandon is one of the faster guys for the Wyvern Racing. There's so many elements of this multi-class endurance racing that we just can't calculate as announcers. So, I mean, anything could be happening here.
Well, one thing I would like to say about Brandon Garcia, watching him in other series, especially running this LMP1 car, he has been able to run down leaders very quickly and late in the going. So I would consider him to be one of the faster drivers for this Wyvern Racing team. But of course, the Wyvern Racing team in total is a very strong competitive team in these LMP1 cars.
And this is another interesting thing about this is most of the iRacing community with the LMP1 cars, most people have assumed that the Porsche is the faster one. I know in other series that has been the car of choice. I love to see Wyvern Racing going with maybe the not as fast car, this Audi. I've wanted to see this car. If you've driven it on iRacing, I love the way it handles, and I want to see it keep up with the pace of the Porsche. Really exciting to see a car leading this race right now that has been considered by POP standards not as fast as the Porsche.
And that's where the setup comes in. These cars are so technically advanced. It's amazing to see how it's interesting to say, but you have to almost have an engineering degree to figure out this car. And it's just amazing to see the setup work to make this car be able to perform at this level. It's like you were saying there, Dawson, especially when it comes with the more faster portion.
Yeah, if you've opened up the setup to one of these LMP1 cars, I mean, there is easily, I forgot, somebody actually calculated how many different changes you can make to this car, and it's unbelievable.
Oh, German sim racing, the number 11 machine, Stefan Schukowski behind the wheel of that car has gone for a spin. Was down in the Mercedes-Benz Stadium, contact with the GT car. The GT goes around as well. Looks like they both got away without too much damage.
That was one of the Team Vikings GTE Fords. I believe that might have been the Ragnarok team. You see right here, it looks like to be the 201 of Espen. So unfortunate for him, running strong right now, was up in the top 5. But still is closing into the back bumper of Carlos Vila for 4th position, so maybe not too severe as we thought.
Yeah, it looks like they both got away with it, and we'll be able to continue as we are now 3.5 hours into this race here at the Nürburgring, the season finale. A 10-hour race, 3.5 hours down, a lot of it still to go. We're going to have to take a quick break here on GSRC and the iRacing Esports Network. But when we come back, we'll continue and bring you more coverage here from Nürburgring and get ever closer to finding out who are going to be our race winners today and also who are going to be our champions. A lot on the line still with the double points. We'll be right back here. Stick around. Hello and welcome back to the Nürburgring, where we are here for the final race of the season for the DGFX Championship. Only 6 races long, so every round counts, especially this finale here at the Nürburgring. A 10-hour race means it's double points. What a race we have seen so far. Almost 4 hours into the race. In LMP1, we just had to change for the lead not too long ago. LMP2, well, Team Huskerveld have held that down pretty good. And in GT, boy, we've seen plenty of battles out in GT. There you see at the top of your screen right now, Stefan Overgaard leading that. But boy, how many near crashes has he been involved in recently? Things are definitely heavy out there when you have 50 cars racing around the narrow confines of this Grand Prix circuit. We're not using the Nordschleife. I'm Samuel Ryman, and alongside me in the booth here are Dawson Brock and Taylor Burris. We have Amjad Yarmin behind the scenes using cameras in his directing duties provided to him by Dougie Beard. We'll be with you here for the next 80 minutes. At the end of the next 80 minutes, we will be switching to another stream here. You'll still be able to see it on GSRC and the iRacing Esports Network. You just might have to click a couple of buttons during our commercial break. But for right now, just settle down, sit right here, because we've got lots more racing action coming up. And right now here, we're looking at our LMP2 leader. And we noticed a little while ago that Christian Kowitz, Christian Kowitz, number 111 Team Huskerveld machine, did have a bit of damage on it. But obviously doesn't seem to be slowing him down, and he's still holding a 20-second lead here in LMP2.
Yep, then that damage was on the left front side of the car, and the nice thing about this HPD is that front entire body side that you see there, it's an entire clip. So even on iRacing, they've been able to kind of set up the pit stops to where if you have damage on that, they just remove that entire clip and put it on. It's a pretty quick change and a pretty quick repair that cars like the GTE cars don't have the same luxury. So lucky that it was just that and nothing else.
See though, even when everything's going your way, you got to deal with lap traffic, and you've got to deal with a little bit of a throttle oversteer. Hard to give you really a top 5 rundown of all 3 classes, but we're going to try anyway. The problem we run into is every time I think about doing this, we end up having one of the classes serves their scheduled stops. But let's see how far we can go. Wyvern Racing leading in LMP1, the number 41 machine. Brandon Guarcia took the lead on track not too long ago. Now you see he's ultimately just been pulling away ever since he's done that. Almost a 10-second lead over the next car, which is the SRT Team USA LMP1 machine, currently being driven by Charlie Carlston. Naturally, he's closed in on that lead a little bit. It could have been due a bit to lap traffic. 7.5 seconds now, the gap between them. The number 29 machine has been one of our top contenders up front all race long. Then a car that's kind of been a bit quiet, but still there, hanging around 40 seconds back. That's Julian Ribolu in the number 2 machine there. That is a Simatok Esport, the Drade team. 4th in class is a German sim racing LMP1 car, currently being driven by Stefan Schulkowski, up 2 positions from where they started in the number 11 machine. And rounding out the top 5 in LMP1 is Kinetic Racing Velocity, the number 83 machine. Now this was an interesting story for Gabriel Roos here. They were contending for the lead not too long ago, but now you see they're trying to come back from a lap down after an extended pit stop, which happened about half an hour ago. Not entirely sure why. Gabriel Roos's team might be wanting to hope for a safety car later on. Dawson, you want to give us a rundown on LMP2?
Sure, we've seen Christian Kiewit in that 111 machine. He's been doing a great job all race, a commanding lead. Now in second place, we have the 187 Black Sheep Motorsports. We've seen him kind of move between second and third, but doing a great job. Alexio Lane in that machine. Now, the car that has been chasing him around, it's this LuxSpin 24 podcast machine. Now, they've been close to them, they've been far from them. This gap keeps changing, and it's kind of been unpredictable. but we'll see. Maybe he can reel him back in, and we'll have another battle in second place for LMP2. Now we go one car back. It's Danny Fontepedra in the 151 World of Sim Racing team. He's in 4th right now in class, having a great race. It's been very clean. I like what I'm seeing from this team. If anything happens where the other 2 cars get into an accident, these guys could be set up for a podium finish in LMP2 today. Then we go to a car. We haven't really talked much about these guys. Simon Mazzomo in P5 in LMP2. This Texan Fitsty Motorsports team, you know, very quiet race, which is not a good thing, not a bad thing, I guess. Just sitting there waiting to maybe capitalize on a mistake. They are, however, an extra lap down from the leader in their class.
Looking at the GTE Pro class, we have the Kinetic Racing team with Stefan Overgaard in that Porsche, currently leading after starting in 3rd position. Had a couple of hairy moments early on in the race, especially with LMP1 and slower GTE traffic, but still holding strong by some 2 seconds over the likes of Miguel Vigo in that Alpine Geodesic Racing Black team, who's closing in. They had some great battles early on in the race, but after some incidents during driver changes, dropped them back, but have made the climb back. In the 3rd position also is Maximilian Fritz, as he has a little bit of lockup going into the hairpin. He's currently sitting in 3rd after starting in the 10th position. Team Heusenfeld Porsche having a strong run here today at the Nürburgring. In 4th position is the Team Vikings, the Ragnarok team, with Espen Scharjin in there in that 4GT, the highest running 4GT out of the GTE class, doing a great job. Rounding out your top 5 for the GTE Pro class is the 2nd of the Team Heusenfeld, with Christian Frank. Oh, it was actually a pass for the 5th position as he got by Carlos Vida in that Alpine Geodesic Racing Ferrari. So let's take a look at that replay right quick. This looks like it was going into the hairpin. You see right there, Christian makes the pass going into turn 1. Great job looking to the inside as we see Carlos give way to him. Down into the brake zone they go. Just a beautiful pass, I would have to say. Wouldn't you agree, Sam?
Yeah, it's a perfectly executed pass down to the first corner. Might be a bit of burned up tyres. Let's take a look at our AM leaders as well. These might be a bit harder to do because they're integrated in the GT field, but they're the number 300 cars. So Yosaki Racing number 333 lead in that class. The Devil 666, does this make us like a demon car or an angel car when you have it? I'm not really sure. Anyway, the 311 is 2nd in class. It's a Fatch Autotech Sim Racing machine. That's a Porsche. So you're seeing the different brands being represented well down here. And caution! Well, we don't know why this is, but we do have our first safety car period of the race.
I don't know about you guys. I'm not seeing anything on the track right now. Oh,
Patrick Pruss is off course in the German sim racing machine. Now, this is very close to the high. He's not exactly far off of a race circuit here, a very high speed portion of the track. I remember Formula One once threw a safety car here when Gio Bianchi put Paul to the side of the track in a similar situation. He blew up.
Blew the car up.
So he wasn't able, obviously this is a very steep climb up to the pits from here, wasn't able to drive it back.
Yeah, and in this series, you're not allowed to automatically tow your car like you are in other series or in the official races. You have to actually request a tow in order to go back to pit road. So as you see the car just completely go up into smoke. Unfortunate for the German sim racing team Ferrari with Patrick Prusse driving the car currently. That team was a strong team early in the season, but unfortunately the engine decided to give way, and unfortunate luck for them here at Nürburgring.
All right, Dawson and Taylor, let's play a game called Explain to the Audience How Pit Stops are about to work.
Well, what they're going to do is going to have the LMP1 and LMP2 traffic or come down pit road and then following with the GT traffic, as well as letting the wave bias happen, which will be late in the yellow flag period.
Now this is going to get really interesting here. You know, we've talked about being off cycle in LMP1 Wyvern. Right now they are your leader, and assuming that everybody's going to come to pit road here, this is going to restack everything. Wyvern will be your #1 car so long as they come out of the pits first, and they'll be on pit cycle. So this is a big change, not just in this class, but I'm sure in GTE, LMP2, everywhere. This is big stuff for this race. This changes everything.
And one thing that's upsetting, because I was looking forward to seeing this happen on track. It might still happen anyway, but we've been talking about that comeback that that Miguel Vigo has been doing in that number 255 car, where that team ran into some trouble recently. He was about to catch Kinetic Racing speed on track, and we were going to have a bit of a scrap for the lead on the circuit for the GTE Pro lead, and now that still might happen, but we'll have to wait and see how they come out of the pits first off. So what's happening right now, a lot of cars are being waved around the pace car. I almost wonder if this means they'll hold up the pit stops off for a lap.
Yeah, they'll hold it off for at least one lap. They're trying to get to where at least the leader is currently leading around with the pace car. Currently letting several cars go by to get at least one of their laps back before they open up pit road for the LMP1 traffic, and then they'll open it up for the GTE field. I do gotta say, though, I do love the new safety car that iRacing has given us here for the road circuits with that new Porsche.
I noticed that. That is a good-looking car. They took the wing off of the rear, but it looks like a proper pace car like you would see in F1 or something.
I mean, that's just awesome to see with that, and it's always amazing to see with iRacing with their new updates, especially after a build like this. We get some small little surprises in there. I know we have just got released, at least one of the cars got the new tire model, so hopefully pretty soon we will see that on all of our cars, especially for this class, to see how well that will handle with other cars down the road.
Yeah, well, the Skip Barber car, I believe, got the new tire model. It's been on a bit of an older tire model for a little while, and they've recently updated it. But big things going on over in that Skip Barber division. I believe they've got an officially backed series coming up here on iRacing soon, or some kind of esports challenge. And that'll be very fun to watch, because I know a lot of people, even people in this race, will tell you they love driving that Skippy.
Yeah, actually, the Sports Car Club of America has actually came out with a new deal where they will use the Spec Racers and the Skip Barbers here pretty soon. So looking forward to seeing that.
You know, I've been fortunate enough to be a part of a couple of GSRC broadcasts where they have ran Skip Barbers at Mount Panorama or something like that. And that is some great racing. These little cars, not very aero dependent, but boy, once you get on a long straightaway, they draft just like a NASCAR car, and they provide some of the best racing. If you're happen to scroll by and you see an upcoming GSRC race and it happens to have that Skip Barber, be sure to turn it in. You will not be disappointed.
Speaking of, there's actually one tomorrow at Tsukuba at the 2,000-mile circuit, or the 2,000-kilometer circuit. So that's going to be quite an interesting one. 2,000 circuits, sorry about that.
It'll be a long track if the Ironman TT will run for its money. Alright, so pit road should be open for the LMP1 and LMP2 cars at the end of this lap.
So one thing I'm already looking for right away is the 29 car last time, they did not take tires. So I'm expecting that they are going to be borderline forced to take tires this time around. Now, Wyvern did take tires last time, so they could opt for the option to not take tires. Now, a car maybe to look at to maybe jump up a couple spots is that Simitak car. Maybe he doesn't take tires and they can gain a couple spots and get some good position for this. Now, another person we were talking about who really needed a caution is Gabriel Roos in that 83 machine. This could be a good reset for them, and maybe they can get back to running where they were, which was a podium spot in third.
So even though this is good or bad, depending on how many pit stops they had left to take, it gets a 41 back on cycle. This still might hurt them if they have to take a bit of a longer stop. Now, you see the car behind them, or at least I saw the car behind them was blinking in and out a little bit. That was a bit of a connection issue. do not be too discouraged if you start to see your favorite driver's connection go in or out while we're under the safety car period. When all the cars get bunched up on track like this, especially with a field this big, that's not unusual, and normally that clears up once they go back racing. Alright, pit road about to get interesting. In the next couple of laps, race control, talking to the drivers, will put... well, let's be honest, is this a time maybe where you might want to do a driver change? Because it'll put you to the back of your field, but you'll be able to catch right back up.
That would be a smart decision right now, depending on how long your driver has been in. Let's see who decides to come down pit road. It seems like everyone except, by the looks of it, the GT Temple LMP1 car decided to come down. Notice a couple of LMP2 drivers as well decide not to come down pit road, but we do have our leader, Brandon Garcia, come down.
And the reason that GT Temple car isn't coming in, I think, is because they're 3 laps down. So they're going to try and get a wave around here. In fact, I'm surprised we don't see more lap down cars trying to do this. You know, because if you serve your pit stop under green, that's not going to put you back down the lap. Or pit road. I know iRacing is quite generous when you're pulling into your pit stall and pulling out of your pit stall. There's not a whole lot of car-to-car contact, but and all those cars disappearing and reappearing on screen, those are teams opting to make driver changes. So you can see there's a lot of that going on. And they're having to stop on pit exit because their field is still going by. Let's hope everyone gets the memo here. And anyone going to be greedy and try and move up a couple positions?
Some might, but they will be severely penalized if they try to do something like that. There was an incident, a major incident back at round 1 at Silverstone where some drivers pulled off a pit road before the field passed by, and there was some severe penalties that happened after that was said and done. So I'm pretty sure they learned that lesson and decided just to be patient, not push the envelope when it comes to that.
Alright, so we've got a lot of cars still out here on track, but we saw some did we see some GT cars come in there too?
Saw a couple of them. Was unable to see what the numbers were. I believe I looked at most of the GTE AM drivers decided to come down that time. Not a lot of the pro drivers I saw.
Well, the lights are still on the pace car, so we've got at least another lap of caution. There's 3 cars, at least 3 cars took a wave around here, including that number 17 GT Temple racing machine to get back to being only 2 laps down. Also, the LMP2 team, the Texani Fitzty Motorsports, the number 113 machine, they're getting a wave around. And the Element Sim Racing Fire LMP1 team machine, they've got a wave around as well. So they're all trying to make these laps back. And to me, that's a very smart decision, especially for the teams not on the lead lap, because you can serve a green flag pit stop and not lose a lap.
Now, something interesting here in LMP1, right now your leader is German Sim Racing. And now what gets interesting about this is the 83 machine is still behind them. So as it sits right now, he would not get the wave around if German Sim would stay out. Am I correct with that? Or is that on automatic just because you're staying out?
I think I've got a couple. The league admins is busy, a lot busy on this right now. He's trapped behind his leader. That's the problem. Okay, so we've got some GTE cars leading the field here now. There's so many out here still. I almost wonder if we saw some GT cars electing to take an unscheduled stop last time around. No, that's not the case. They stay out. Stefan Overgaard stays out. So Stefan Overgaard will lead the field going to the green next lap. So this is going to get very interesting. Now, prototype drivers trying to work their way through the GT field, and we'll find out how that works in 1 lap time because the lights are off on the pace car. You remember early in the broadcast, I mentioned Nürburgring. This course isn't exactly a track that leads itself to big wrecks. The exception can be turn 1 on starts and restarts. I hope these drivers remember that.
It's going to be an interesting run into turn 1. All these cars are going to be bunched up, and you know, we could see somebody try and outbrake another person. And while this track is pretty wide there, it only takes a couple cars to really block that off. And you know, even past that, we go into the next couple turns, it could still get hairy there. We'll have to be on our toes as announcers.
These drivers will have to be on their toes as well. So, Stefan Overgaard leads GT Pro. He'll be the first driver to lead them back to green. Then there's a lot of GT cars behind him. And that all ends with our overall race lead is the first LMP car. He's about, I don't know, 15th car or so back in line. That's the number 11 German Sim Racing LMP1 being driven by Stefan Schakowsky. Now, as you mentioned just a little bit ago, there's a couple of drivers who would have liked to have seen German make a pit stop so that they could have gotten another wave around, but he didn't. So right behind him is Gabriel Roos and the LMP2 leader of Don Parks. And then things get even more mixed up after there. So all these drivers in the middle of the field are going to have to be very cautious, very careful. And this is going to be a dicey opening few laps, because let's not forget, even for the drivers, the teams who elected not to take tyres under this caution, they're older tyres that have been sitting on the car for a while and have gotten worn. They're going to be cold again because they've been running so slow for the last couple of laps. And to be honest, I haven't seen a whole lot of weaving or drivers getting on the gas and on the brakes, getting their tyres warmed up here. So I really hope that this restart coming right at the 4-hour mark isn't too chaotic.
Well, time will tell, when we especially going down into turn 1, because pace car is taking them closer down. They're almost ready to go drop the green flag here momentarily. And look at all the GT cars that we'll have to see Stefan Schakowsky get by. I mean, he's going to make short work of it, but it's going to be dicey going into turn 1 with all these GT cars right in front of him. He's going to have to play it a little bit patient.
It is 4 p.m. virtual standard time. Basically the time it is in the sim. This race will end at 10 p.m. so it will end at night. The headlights will be on. The changing conditions is about to become very dramatic over the next couple of hours, but these drivers have another bigger concern to worry about right now, and that's each other, because 50 cars are all bunched together on the track in a completely different order. Almost throw a deck of cards on the floor and pick them up, and that's what you're left with here. Here we go. Stefan Overgaard is back on the loud pedal, and we are racing here at the Nürburgring. The GT cars leading him into the first turn, but the prototypes are going to be coming hot and heavy down the inside, and let's see if they can all make it through the Mercedes Stadium cleanly.
Stefan Overgaard gets a great jump out of there, but we see Miguel Vigo take a peek to the inside as it goes to the Mercedes arena. Here comes the likes of our LMP1 leader of Stefan Schakowsky. He's making short work of it now on the back bumper of one of the Hoystenfeld teams and the Alliance driver. But Miguel Vigo is trying to close that gap. He knows this is the time to try to get back by the likes of Stefan Overgaard as they go down out there through 3 and 4.
This is a battle we knew was coming, whether we had green flag pit stops or not, as the Alpine Stars team tries to come back from misfortunate round of pit stops early on. And here comes our overall leader trying to pass all of them, Stefan Schakowsky. He's just got to navigate his way by these top 2 right now, and Stefan Overgaard's going to go right. The other Stefan going to back off a little bit, work her way through the Schumacher Essence, and now Stefan passes Stefan for the lead on track, and you can be sure that Stefan is now leading the fields around and not Stefan.
The nice thing he's going to have now is he's going to have an open track, whereas his other counterparts...
Overgaard goes off.
And that'll cost him the lead in GT.
And possibly third position. Team Hoystenfeld, Maximilian Fritz makes short work of it. He's going to go to the inside. Now the outside as they go through the NGK chicanes. He's going to have to back off and now has to worry about the likes of the Usagi Racing Ferrari right behind him.
And all that happened in one lap. I must say, a lot of patience being exercised by drivers all throughout the field. Haven't seen too much drama on this restart. Stefan Overgaard overshooting the right-hander was pretty much the biggest mistake I saw. This is pole position.
Yeah, these two, they started next to each other. The Scimitar car had a great pit stop, was able to get up to P2, and now getting loose. You do not want to do that in an LMP1 car. Boy, still some traffic to go through here as the German sim racing car has already gotten through. And so far, these three have all kind of been patient, just following each other through. Gonna wait until they get into open track, maybe to race.
There are massive packs of cars still all around. I was watching down in the turn 1 hairpin this time by. There was pretty much 2-3 wide scenarios, one right behind the other. 6 cars, you could have thrown a blanket over them. And all these drivers doing a good job so far of just trying to find their rhythm again. Within an hour, we'll be at the halfway point, and then these drivers are definitely going to start thinking about where they're going to be at the checkered flag if they haven't already. Meanwhile, in front of all this chaos, Stefan Schakowski is just pulling away leaps and bounds from everybody. He's in the place you want to be, out front, away from all of this.
Yeah, now second, third, and fourth have all just about passed the GTE leader. Now they all have open track for a while here. Now you're going to see who's got the pace, maybe the fresher tires. We know that the 29 car made a driver change. We're going to see how Marius does in the new car.
Of course, the other thing is, with the exception of a wave arounds at the back of a pack, we're not going to see a lot of these guys pitting anytime soon because they all just pitted under the safety cars. So a lot of the battles that you see on track right now are going to last a little while.
Yeah, we're going to assume that the German sim racing and the kinetic, they're going to be the two guys who are going to have to pit first. They're going to be off cycle now for the rest of the race, barring another caution. So we'll see how that works out for them. This was a gamble by the German sim racing team. I'm not sure if it was just to keep them out of the pit cycle or whether it was maybe to keep that 83 machine a lap down, knowing that they were competing before the caution.
Things finally calming down a little bit. Now we're into 3 laps from our first restart of a race here at Nürburgring. Still a couple side-by-side battles out there, but a lot of those are... and we got one trouble for the 187 machine here. Alexio Lane comes back on. Doesn't look like he's lost a lot of on-track positions.
It looked like he just spun and it hit the wall just a little bit. It was a very light tap though. Maybe he'll be okay. As you can see there on your screen.
Might have been those cold tires we were talking about. Shortly after restart, they'd all been running under the safety car. Now, one nice thing about this safety car period, I don't see any cars in the pits right now getting repairs or anything. There's a few cars who are out of a race that are out earlier on, but everyone else has been able to get their repairs and they've got the cars as good as they're going to get, and they're racing out here and putting on some great battles for us right now as we're watching mid-pack here, field working their way through the Mercedes Stadium. Again, not a lot of these battles for position. A couple are, though. We've picked up one on screen here between... oh, here we go. An even better battle here. This is Elvis Bonello, a couple seconds behind his competitor.
Elvis is doing a great job right now in that FAC Auto Sec. He is currently running in the position in the GTE AM class, trying to catch up to the 333 of the Usagi Racing Ferrari. Still has a lot of work to do. Has to worry about, though, the third place car of the Roadbasters Omega team with Jan-Philipp Weed in there. He has putting a lot of pressure on that back bumper of that Porsche as we're watching those two battle it out. But unlikely, we see the Usagi Racing Ferrari having an outstanding lead. At least 2 cars in the GTE Pro separating those 3 cars.
Tell you what, another good battle we could be having is ahead of all of this. For second place in LMP1, second, third, and fourth. Well, let's keep an eye on these Porsches, actually, because they're going side by side down straight. No, here we go. Up to second, third, and fourth in LMP1 are only covered by a couple of seconds.
Yeah, I've been watching this as they have broken away from the field, and really, I was expecting the Wyvern or the SRT car to maybe make a move, but this Simitak car has done a great job at keeping the pace. He seems like he's fast enough. That number 2 machine of Julian Rubelu, you know, I don't know, as it's right now, they're not looking to race. We might have to wait until a pit cycle until this order gets shaken up. But these LMP1 cars, as drivers, you know, even though they're not managing, as you look at the run the 29 gets coming up to the Wyvern machine, that all that is just that boost. He's saving up boost, and he's able to use it down that straightaway and get a big run. And these drivers, if you don't manage that correctly, you can lose seconds per lap. If you're not managing that hybrid and not using it in the right spots, you run out of it for a lap. You can end up losing a second or 2 a lap. So these guys having to make sure they manage that and not focus too much on trying to focus the car and find the car in front of them.
Well, we saw earlier when Brandon Gracia was out in front, he was able to completely pull away from the competition. He's running good lap time still now, 136.2s. In fact, our race lead only ran a 136.6 this time by, so both the drivers in second and third able to eat into that lead a little bit. And don't be surprised as we go into the night to see more and more purple at the top of your screen as these lap times fall off and as the track gets cooler. Battle for the lead in LMP2 shaping up for the first time this race. Really, the 111 doesn't have a lead after pit strategy played its hand, but he might soon be about to get it back.
Yep, Marcel Ty in that 111, they did a driver swap over the pit cycle, and now putting pressure on that 110 machine to make a pass. We know this 111, as you said, had tremendous pace throughout this entire race, and he had a commanding lead and was basically untouched. Now trying to get that lead back and do it cleanly.
Trying to work his way on the back of the 110 Luke Sim Motor Podcast machine. Don Parks, the driver of that car right now. He's been doing a decent job up there as well. We currently have 5 LMP2 cars on the lead lap. And then the next 4 behind them are only a few laps down, so definitely still in it if things get crazy later on. Alright, here we come. We're coming up to a good couple passing opportunities. However, Don Parks seems to have a bit of an advantage going through the final turn. And Taylor, this isn't the only battle for a lead we've got up there on track. GT's also a bit close back there.
Yeah, it's actually separated just a little bit between the two, but it was under a second between Miguel Vigo and Maximilian Fritz right now. 1.3 separate the two. The Ferrari and the Porsche coming down the front straightaway, heading towards the hairpin turn 1. And Miguel is doing a great job keeping the car where he needs it placed, avoiding traffic as best he can, and of course, just making sure that Maximilian cannot close in. Stefan Overgaard, though, our third-place driver in his kinetic Porsche, under a lot of pressure from that Usagi Ferrari. Even though they're not on the same lap, he still is trying his best to keep the likes of that driver behind him, to not cause him to slow down, as he is currently 4 seconds back from Maximilian.
So we go battle for second in LMP1, battle for the lead in 3T, a battle for the lead in LMP2. In fact, that might be about to come to a head again because the 111 has a nice run going up through Schumacher. They're coming up to a left-hander here. He might be able to make a run, make a late pass happen, sticks his nose out. But Don Parks holds onto the lead for now. However, now we're coming up to a good couple of passing opportunities here for Marcel. If he can get a nice run out of his right-hander, he can make something happen on the climb up the hill towards this chicane. A kick to the right here, and he will take it wide out and exit, sticks his nose out again, but Don Parks having none of it. He's just focused on his racing line and holding on to the lead of his LMP2 class. There you see those two have about 10 seconds over the next competitor, timing and scoring at the top of your screen. Oh, the number 11 has had our overall leader has had a bad lap at some point. And there was almost contact between our LMP2 leaders there. And actually, this might be the catalyst, because Don Parks is under pressure again. Looks like that's shortly over. Let's see if he makes anything happen into the right-hander. Here he goes, looking down the inside. He got a nice run out of a corner, and Don Parks not even going to try and cover. The 111 Team Huskerfield machine retakes the top position in LMP2, and now will try and pull away on the run-up of Schumacher S. And keep half an eye on this to see if the number 110 is able to come back with a counter move, although he didn't seem too upset. He didn't exactly throw a defensive block on Marcel to try and stop him from taking the lead. So I'll bring this point up again here, Dawson. It looks like a number 11 has had a couple bad laps or something, because he had that lead at 15 seconds, but now it's about 10 seconds.
Yeah, and I've been watching the second, third, and fourth. I haven't really seen what has happened to the German sim racing thing, but this Wyvern machine is catching the Simitok car, just getting through traffic a little bit better. These LMP1 cars have now caught the GTE field again, and they've been... And there's another caution.
Second one of a race, only about half an... Oh, we got car upside down. Fabian Alexander Bola, the Farch Autotech Sim Racing number 311 machine.
That's the second place GTE AM driver right there. I'm trying to get a replay of what happened. So we see right there he is. Fabian in that Autotech Porsche looks to the inside. It looks like one of the Bad Cactus Racing Fords. Tries to make quick work of him. And then right there's the contact between the two, and Jen, that Ford with that, nice different sharp nose on there, just ends up flipping the car of that Porsche right over on its lid.
Get a better view of it here from our aerial view. Yeah, just a bit of contact off of a turn, and the Porsche has a curvy roof, but unfortunately not enough to roll it back onto its wheels. Now the good news is once it takes the tow to the pits, the car doesn't look too badly damaged. In iRacing, in sim racing in general, you don't necessarily get roof damage that would disqualify you from being able to continue in a race. I think, I know Dale Earnhardt did it at Daytona in '97. I think Joe Nemechek also had an Xfinity race several years back where he flipped the car over at, I think it was Nashville, in a NASCAR Xfinity race there, and he rolled it over, went back on its wheels, and said, I want to keep on racing. NASCAR wouldn't let him because he damaged the roof to his car. It was a safety hazard. Don't have to worry about that too much when I race. Alright, well, it's going to take a couple minutes for these drivers to get sorted out, and We'll keep an eye on pit stops as well, see if there's any other drivers who take advantage, get a wave around. But until then, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with you for all the restart.
Growing up as a kid in Oklahoma, where I'm from, the Chili Bowl is the biggest race that we have. The Chili Bowl has kind of been my favorite race of the year. Growing up a dirt racer in Oklahoma, that's kind of the holy grail.
Hello and welcome back to the Nürburgring. We're not getting ready for the restart just yet, but we might be getting ready for pit stops. Now, of course, some cars will come in, but will all of them? We had our first caution of a race not too long ago, but it looks like that doesn't matter for our leaders. Stefan Schakowski bringing his number 11 race leader machine into the pits, closely followed behind by a lap car, actually. And this still surprises me, Dawson and Taylor, that we're seeing cars not on the lead lap, not up to try and stay out and get a wave around. It seems the perfect opportunity to do it.
Yeah, and the only downside to it is you're off of the pit cycle. But we saw earlier with Wyvern being off of the pit cycle, they were still able to compete, and they were battling for a race lead, and depending on how the race would have ended up, for a race win. So I don't know why you wouldn't want to get that lap back and maybe be off cycle for 40 seconds.
But yet also it could be a good, decent strategy to go ahead. I mean, fresh tires can be a big help, especially for a track like this. I mean, especially under a free caution to where you won't maybe lose as much time on your competition. So we'll have to wait and see and how that works out for them.
Alright, pit exit is open. The field has gone by. Still haven't seen any of our cars come back out onto the track yet. And here we go. It's not going to be... no, I'm sorry, it is. It is Stefan Schakowski for German Sim Racing leading them back out onto the track. Julian Ribelow behind him. Oh, sorry, it's Gabriel Roos.
Bruce, the car that is a lap down, looking to get that lap back here. And then the other thing you're going to have to realize is these cars are all going to have to drive through the field where your LMP1 leaders, they're going to be up in front and they won't have any traffic to drive through.
Yeah, and we're seeing these drivers catch up with the pack while the pace car lights are off. And as you mentioned, under the first caution, we had a bit of a wild restart. Well, a potentially hazardous restart. The drivers actually did a good job of getting through it cleanly because of the fact that it was the GTE field that the way the round the pit stops had cycled through, it was GT cars leading the field back to green. Here this time it's the way it should be. It is our overall leader, Julian Ribelow, in the number 2 LMP1 Simitok Esport Jade machine, who's about to lead the field back to green. And now I wonder if Brandon Garcia, sitting back there in second, he knows they don't have to worry about GT traffic going into that first turn. Is he going to try and take a lead going into the first turn now that he knows the only thing separating him from a minute of clean racetrack is that one car in front? You see Julian rather anticipating it, warming his tyres up as they go up the hill. And soon the sun will be starting to set. You can see it getting bright there in the background as the sun descends, and this track will start to look different in the coming hours. We'll have all the action for you here on the Global Sim Racing channel and the iRacing Esports Network. We'll be starting up a different stream. If you're on YouTube, there'll be links to that stream posted in the chat. But for the next half hour, stick with us right here, because this is about to get wild. Julian Ribelow leading them back to green with Brandon Garcia right on his rear wing. This is a battle for the overall lead, and a great restart by Julian, horrible restart by Brandon, and Marius Volukas was really trying to get on top of that and try and take second into the first turn. He almost jumped the restart, he didn't, and now he is going to take second into the first turn. So Brandon Garcia drops back to third.
Now, was that a case of him using a little extra hybrid? Is he going to have enough for the rest of the lap? We'll have to see. There's a good possibility of that Wyvern machine still coming back and making a pass here at the end of this lap. Oh, he's not done. He's going to take another spot, and your leader, Marius Valioclis, for the SRT Team USA.
Third to first, just like that. I didn't call that one happening. He caught us off guard, caught those two off guard behind him. Marius, within half a lap, finds his way by the two leaders And now let's see if he's able to pull away, or if, as you mentioned, is he going to struggle on the straightaways toward the end of his lap? Taylor?
He might struggle a little bit towards the end of it. I mean, he's having a little difficulty right now, but he's not pulling away like he would be right now. He's still got about a half a second gap between him and Julian Ribolo, as well as Brandon Garcia. All those are separated by less than a second between the top three. So give it a little time. We may see those Audis catch back up to the back bumper of that Porsche.
Well, it'd be right here if it was going to happen this lap. And no, that Porsche with a little extra hybrid in it, it's going to be able to run the lap through.
Oh, but what about turn one? The Simitok Esport team took a little peek to the lead there. Now there you saw the interval from Brandon Garcia back to the car fourth in class as our LMP1 leader of the cars that pitted under the last caution. They're about 15 seconds back. Behind these three on track is our battle for the LMP2 lead, and that's not much of a battle. Marcel Tyres pulled away from it, but you can see second on back in LMP2, closely bunched together. Here we have Don Parks leading that battle. Behind him is the World of Sim Racing team. And boy, this goes back a couple of positions, actually. All these drivers looking for positions as we approach the halfway point. No change in the running order for the GTE leaders on the restart. The Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing Black team has pulled out a couple of seconds on Stefan Overgaard, running second in kinetic racing speed. These two have switched the lead for this class back and forth a little bit with some issues that the Alpine Stars team ran into earlier. They did a nice job to come back to the lead. They probably would have done it even without those two cautions. And right now, one way or another, the 255 team leading the GT field array.
Doing a great job right now, Miguel Vigo, but Stefan Overgaard's going to try to close the gap, but he has to worry about the likes of Nathan Parkinson, who is right behind him, the teammate of Miguel Vigo. So there's going to be quite the battle between these two teams here today. These three have been battling all day long, and not too far behind them is the Team Viking Ragnarok team of Jonas Bowden as well. So it could be a four-car battle between these top four for the lead given time.
Now, one of the drivers who has a bit of work cut out for him right now is Stefan Strakowski. Remember, this was our driver who was leading overall not too long ago, but opted to take a pit stop. And you guys were right. I pointed out, well, this is actually a good time to take a 3-pit stop, but the downside to it is he's mired back in this LMP2 traffic right now. And these LMP2 cars are no slouches. It's a bit of hard work for him to navigate his way through this field.
Yeah. No, go ahead.
It's going to be a little bit difficult at the time, but I think given the right timing, when he gets through, once he gets out into clean air, he will be able to pull away very quickly.
Working their way up to Schumacher, now into the heavy braking zone for this left-right chicane. Almost some contact back there between Jacob Toffs, and there's contact! Jacob Toffs gets turned, and he saves it, but Oliver Cameret, now these two drivers almost made contact 2 turns ago. They obviously made contact there, but Toft actually came off it okay. A nice save. We've seen a lot of four-wheel drifting going on out here today. I wonder if that's cooler track temperatures is making these cars easier to save. Oh, and when we go back to live, we almost just had the big mess down in turn 1. Jacob Toffs almost got involved in it with a couple more cars. Niels, Hunter, Hendra, I mean, he did get involved in it. There was contact here between a few of them heading into turn 1, but it could have been a lot uglier than what was. I almost wonder if there's going to be some penalties for that one. Such was the intensity of a restart here. We had 4 hours of clean and green racing. Everyone was getting spread out, playing their own strategy, and now we get them all bunched up together, everyone trying to gain positions the hard way. But there's still over half this race to go.
Still no word from the racing stewards. We're keeping an eye on that.
Keeping an eye on this battle for second as well. These two teams, the Simitok Esports team and the Wyvern Racing team, were very close through the final turn.
Yeah, they've been just kind of following each other. I think once we get into some GT traffic, we could see a passing opportunity set up for the Wyvern machine. Otherwise, that number 2 car has done great this race, and it's had great pace. It just seemed like it was off cycle in the pit stops and a little far back. You could see times where when the pit cycle was right, they were running all the way up in second place.
Tufts is in. I think he got a pretty nasty knock to that front left fender in the braking zone last lap, and that might be damaging that car. Just had to pass for position here, I believe. We'll see if we can get a replay of that. See, that's how you do it. No tyre smoke. Well, let's say that he hasn't got through the turn yet. Yeah, there we go. No tyre smoke, no contact. Alexio Lane, up 1 position.
Yep, Alexio Lane in that 187. That's been a fast car. That was a podium car before we had all the cautions and the resetting of the field. So look for him to keep moving up as this race goes on.
Right now, the battle for 5th place in the GTE field is heating up between Jorn van Dwent and Christian Franks, the 248 Team Huysenfeld Porsche versus the 278 Team Huysenfeld Porsche. So teammates battling it out right now as they make the run down to the Dunlop curve. In front of them, they have the Pineapple Racing car, not too far ahead, but they're going to be battling it out down into Dunlop. A little bit of lockup, looks like, from one of the Motfa team. Up towards the Schumacher S's. It's going to be Christian Franks slowly losing ground on his teammate of Jorn van Dwent. But those two Porsches definitely having some speed here today, working on trying to catch up to the like of Jonas Bowden in the Team Vikings Ragnarok team, 4.8 seconds up the road.
Very close action on track as they enter their way onto the back straight here. The climb up the hill once again to the chicane. And we got the leaders, LMP1, closing up again.
Yep, they're going through GT traffic, and as we said, it changes the pace. You get stuck behind a car, and they were really close for a second. These two split a GTE car 3 wide. But otherwise, big stack up here. Look at all these GTE cars. Nowhere to go.
Marius able to pull away a little bit of a gap there over Julian, but Julian still keeping him honest, just half a second back as they went across the line by one more GT car there of Nacho Llanos for the Samba Racing team on the outside in a pink and black car.
Look at that, just like that. Now we have a silver car, turned it into a 3-car battle as Brandon able to get into the picture.
And coming up, not too far ahead of him after that unscheduled stop for the damage is Tofts. And that might be a little bit tricky. He might be a little bit less willing to let these guys by. Number 17 GT Temple Racing Machine already 2 laps down, doesn't want to lose.
Wyvern Machine gonna make a pass for second place. Julian Ribalou was stuck behind a GTE car, and that's all it takes.
Alright, so what can Brandon Gracia do now that he's in second? Take us through this.
Yeah, look at that replay, just stuck behind the GTE car, wide open lane down on the inside. I think the GTE car was looking to let him by, but ended up taking the high line, not what Julian was expecting, and just a bad situation.
And we just got an Anders Christiansen has been black flags for ignoring black flags. For ignoring blue flags, rather. Things getting dicey here. Look at this. 3 wide, 4 wide, maybe even on the front straight.
New leader, Wyvern Racing. Brent, he was able to make that pass. Look how it kind of snuck up on us.
Yeah, Marius, when we saw them 3 and 4 wide coming out the last turn there were so many cars I couldn't really tell what was going on. Marius must have gotten held up by some traffic through the final turn, because last time I checked, Brandon was about a second or 2 back.
Yeah, look at that, going into Coca-Cola. He had to check up big time right there. That gave the position right over to Brandon, so that was a stellar pass and nice heads-up driving by Brandon to make the pass.
What a lap. He was able to get past second place, and then, well, why not? Let's put a cherry on top and get the lead.
But now he's going to have the tricky job to do, because Brandon's now leading the field around. There's still plenty of GT traffic all bunched together. They're having to navigate their way through. Brandon weaves right, weaves left, and things getting very close back here.
Yeah, Marius had to clip the grass just a little bit to make room past the GTE car. Boy, look at him go.
I think Brandon's... Oh, here we go. Second place up for grabs again. Julian gets a nice run on Marius. Marius getting bulked a little bit by the GT traffic. Julian takes second back. So, I think the last 3 laps...
Marius is coming in.
Comes Marius.
This seems really early, as they just had a caution for a pit. Does he have any damage, maybe?
Well, he didn't pit under that caution. None of these 3 did.
No, but he pit on the caution before. It was just a couple minutes before it, wasn't it?
Now, of course, the team might be running the race backwards, realising, hey, we can make it to the end here on X amount of stops. Tony Costello also in. Still some great battles going on throughout the field. The packs are starting to form again. But I have a fear for the LMP1 field that with Brandon Grassi and that Wyvern Racing machine back up front, things might start getting spread out a bit up there.
Now an update on that 29 car's pit stop. He took no tires that time, so that might be an advantage, able to get him past if the Wyvern machine ends up taking tires next stop.
Well, that part definitely makes sense to me. We just had 2 cautions, so the tires you're coming off of haven't exactly been worn their whole stint.
Fabian Jungbluth was black flagged for 20 seconds for avoidable contact.
Do you think possibly that might have happened when him and the leader might have possibly got together? I think that was the contact back the
turn
leader
1.
made. Yeah, or no,
Yeah.
actually in Coca-Cola coming off turn or final corner.
It says the penalty is saying turn 1. Maybe they mean that though.
We've been doing a rundown of our leaders in each class so far, but let's give a shout out to this team right now, the Team Vikings Midgard team. I think that's how you pronounce that. Yep. Thomas Grendel leading the GTE AM class. He's 10th in the GTE class overall, but still the highest number 300 car out there.
And the Team Vikings car, the Midgard team, is doing a really great job. They've been inside the top 5 for the most part, but right now they are holding off the likes of the second place car of Robert Jan de Jong in the Pineapple 327 Ford GT, who is trying to close in that gap. Still a ways to go, though, for the most part. Probably looking at over close to 16 seconds separating the 2 cars. But also, another thing is the Usagi Racing team right now with Marcus Lehtinen. He's currently driving that Ferrari right now, trying to catch up to the likes of the Pineapple Racing team, but still a long way to go, looking at approximately around 4 seconds separating the two.
Yeah, the Usagi Racing team has been in the spotlight a few times today, so definitely don't discount them. They're back a little bit right now, but honestly, don't discount a lot of the teams that are back in the order right now, because they've done that through strategy, and you really don't know which one's going to pan out best, because for the longest time it looked like we would go caution free, and in the last 2 hours, yellow flag has dropped twice.
Ooh.
Oh,
car going
off.
off.
Back there.
Jeff Yeager. I don't know if he just saw the HPDs coming up behind him and panicked.
Could be a possibility, or it missed his braking zone right there into Dunlop. I mean, that's what it looks like right there for the most part. So great was able not to cause any contact with anybody, but still, that cost him a lot of time. Currently running 28th in the GTE class overall.
Racing for the VRG engineering team. I've got to confess, I don't actually know what it stands for, but if it stands for Virtual Racing Gravel, he just threw a bunch of that Virtual Racing Gravel out onto the track. And let's talk about, very shortly, the sun is going to start going down here as we see the VRG machine coming into the pits, maybe to get off of Virtual Racing Gravel tyres. Very shortly, the sun's going to start going down. We've talked about car setups and how complicated they are, especially on these prototype machines. What can you do to these cars on iRacing to adapt to the nighttime?
I think number one, hands down, is going to be your tire pressures. We're going to see a time where I know that lap times are going to start getting faster and faster here. We call this happy hour, right as the sun is going down. It's the perfect time for fast laps, and watch for some guys to go purple here as that sun sets. Otherwise, you are definitely looking at tire pressures. That's going to be the main thing. Everything else, especially with these LMP1 cars, it's all in-car. You can change the brake bias. You can change how hard the cars transfer the weight during the braking. You can change so many things in the cockpit to where you don't have to make a pit stop in order to help your car handle better.
See the headlights on all the cars. Well, they've been on all race. They've been flashing them at each other, get each other's attention. Wonder if Julian might be doing that a couple of times, trying to get Brandon's attention ahead of him. He's only a second down the road. Still a close, tight battle going on for our overall lead as we approach the halfway point of the season finale for the DGFX Championship. And let's go ahead and actually give a top 5 rundown of each class before we get to the halfway point here. We'll start with our overall leader, the Wyvern Racing Machine, the number 41 car. Brandon Guasia behind the wheel of that machine, and then just as we mentioned, only a couple seconds down the road comes the number 2. They were a little bit quieter earlier on. Either that or I just wasn't talking about them, but now it's kind of hard not to talk about them because Julian Ribolu is definitely right there in the picture. Half a minute ahead of their next competition, the number 11 German sim racing LMP1 machine, who's back here due to being off cycle a little bit on the pit strategy. But they have another full half a minute over SRT Team USA. The number 29 car, currently being driven by Marius Valiukas. I don't know if they're regretting that pit strategy call to come in a little while ago. It's mired them a whole minute off of a race lead. But we'll see if that pans out based on how the rest of the race unfolds. And then Kinetic Racing Velocity, the number 83 car. This was a machine that was performing very strong earlier on. However, it's kind of gone downhill after an extensively long pit stop not too long ago. Dawson.
Well, we could start in LMP2, the 111 of Team Hustveld. Now, Marcel Tai has done a great job here managing those cautions. Their strategy has gotten them back out in front. We saw before it was Christian Kiewit had a commanding lead of almost over a lap. Now, after these pit cycles have come around. They started in second in one of the restarts, but were able to get their pace. They are just dominating this race in this class right now. Then we move on to the World of Sim Racing team in second place. Danielle Jerez Juan doing a great job fielding this car. Just over 11 seconds away from the 111 leader, but still a clean car. It's what you need at this point now. Then we go to third. Texanese Fitsty Motorsports. Car's been, again, quiet. There's been a lot of quiet cars in this field. Now he's 13 seconds back, so catching that 151 car, maybe we could see a battle shaping up there. Now we go to Black Sheep Motorsports, the 187 car. This car's been fast. As you see, LMP1 car just zip right by it. This 187 machine has been fast. They are a top 3 car. Look for them to work their way into a podium and possibly even battle for second place. And then we go to the 110 car, the Lux Sim 24. Again, another fast car. They were early on racing with the 187. They had some great battles. Look for them to also be battling to get onto that podium.
Looking down in the GTE field, the GTE Pro currently leading is going to be the Alpine Geodesic Racing Gold of Nathan Parkinson. Currently leading now after starting 4th. This team has been on a hard charge all race long, doing a great job, even after some small incidents early on, but still making a great recovery. Currently leading. Behind, some 6 seconds back, though, is the Team Vikings Ragnarok team with Jonas Bowden currently leading. The Ford GT coming into play now, currently in second place, the 201, having a great run after starting in 9th position. In the 3rd place is the Team Hoysenfeld teams of Team 248 of Jorn van Wendt, currently right behind that second place car of the Ford GT. Right behind them, 6 seconds back from in 4th is the teammate to Jorn van Wendt is Christian Franks in the 278 Porsche. Closing in on right now, but has a little bit of a battle right now with several cars of the Virtual Motorsports Ferrari of Roy Diedrin, who is currently rounding out your top 5 in the GTE Pro category. In the GTE AM category, we're looking at the Team Vikings Midgard team, who has recently taken over the lead. Currently, right now, that is Thomas Grendel holding on to it. Currently sitting in 10th overall in the GT class, but doing a great job right now. With the Pineapple Racing 327 of Robert Jan de Jong, currently sitting in 2nd in the class. It's funny, 2 Ford GTs, both in 2nd in their respective classes. In the 3rd place position is Marcus Leikinen in the Usagi Racing Ferrari. Running inside the top 3 all race long, but cannot seem to close that gap up on the rest of the top 2 in the GTE AM, but doing a great job. 4th position will go to the Roadmasters Omega team of Martin Balmer, who's currently sitting in the 16th position overall in GT, but doing a great job. He's currently about a lap back from our leaders. And then rounding out the top 5 will be the PCD Motorsports Yellow team of Harry White. He is doing a great job right now in his Porsche, currently sitting 17th, chasing down the Roadmasters Omega team.
Plenty of action still going on as we're 10 minutes away from the halfway point. We'll remind you of this again in just a little bit, but at the halfway point of this race, we're going to take a break. We will be switching streams. Now, in the YouTube chat, we'll have a link to go to the new stream, which will run you through the final 5 hours of this event. And we'll be sure to stick around here on GSRC and the iRacing Esports Network, because there's plenty of exciting racing still left to come. Although, as I say that, the battle for the overall lead has broken up significantly over the last lap. They were right on top of each other. Now I'm seeing 4 seconds separating Wyvern Racing to Simatoc Esport back there.
Yeah, and I've been watching that lap where that gap was within a second. There were a bunch of GTE cars kind of stacking up. Then all of a sudden Wyvern had a couple good breaks, and they got in front of this GTE field, and they have just pulled away. Simatoc, though, in that Audi, they've struggled. They had a couple times where they got caught up in a couple corners and really slowed them down that lap. And 4 seconds, quite a bit. Now hopefully with a cleaner field, he can work his way back up.
And one thing we will need to keep an eye on with our overall leaders here, of course, is the fact that they didn't pit under the previous caution, so they will be running out of fuel a bit sooner than their competitors behind. I wouldn't be surprised if, next 10-20 minutes or so, we'll see them making that hard right turn into the pit road. That doesn't seem to be a concern for Brandon Guarcia right now, as he stays out and puts lap number 138 on the board, going by 3 lap cars as he does so. We've got some action going back on down in GT still though, Taylor.
Yes, indeed. Johan van Wan is gotten by Jonas Bowden right now. So these two have been battling it out right now. They closed in the gap between them, but still, Johan was able to complete the pass on Jonas before they were actually going into the hairpin. But Jonas is going to put the pressure back on to try to get back into the second position. But Jorn is going to think twice of that, not letting him by right now, as actually his LMP2 teammate is coming up and right in front of him, as we see the Simataki Esport Jade closing in on the gap between these two.
Yeah, not a bad day for Team Husqvarna. They're currently leading over in LMP2, and 2 cars up in the top 5 here in GT. A stacked field over in GT. I mean, like we say, we're talking about 53 cars started this race, and way over half the field is GT field. So to have 2 cars running in the top 5 is quite an accomplishment there. Well, again, in just a few moments, we're going to be taking a break and heading over to another stream. Leading the commentary for that stream will be our good friend Justin Prince. And Justin, he's tuned in here for the last few minutes. You've been enjoying the show so far, and what's caught your eye?
Well, what's caught my eye is the first couple of things. All these intense points battles going on. You have, especially in the points battles with a lot of the GTE cars right now, with so many of the top contenders in both the Pro and Am classes having struggles for much of the day, or being in towards the bottom part of the top 10 or towards the mid-pack for the class. That's been catching my eye, as well as the 2 cautions that happened, the full course yellows, I should say, in the past about an hour or so, that really shook things up in terms of the strategy. There's a lot to keep an eye on, I think, for this final half of the race, to see who's going to be able to handle the attrition and keep their cars undamaged and not try and flip upside down like we've seen with that 311 machine before, to see who's going to come away on the top steps of the podiums and who's going to come away as the points champions this season.
Double points on the line, so still a lot left to be determined. And as you mentioned, it's been back and forth a little bit in all the classes today. The one exception to that maybe is LMP2, with Team Husqvarna. The 111 machine has really been controlling things down there, but still a long ways to go, and you get to watch these guys race under the line.
Yes, absolutely, as well as Bill Soupson and Stefan Schlacker are for the first 2.5 hours for that middle portion of tonight's race. It's going to be an absolutely wild one to see what's going to happen here with some of the battles going on. I think it's still going to come down in some of the cases for some of these classes down to maybe the final couple laps or final couple minutes.
Alright, well, it's time for us, I think, to start getting things set up for the second half of a race here on GSRC and the iRacing Esports Network. So we're going to disappear, but only for a couple minutes. Go and put something in the microwave, because we've got more action coming up here on GSRC and the iRacing Esports Network. 5 hours left to determine who are going to be our series champions in here in DGFX. Stick around, and thanks for joining us here. And for Amjad Dawson Taylor and myself, Samuel Ryman, we're going to say goodbye for now, and join us on the other side.